Hello everyone, I am Tacit, and today is finally the day, the Project Milestone Phase 2 update. This is the one that ends up bringing in all of the skills in the game to be basically brackets of 50, where you have to go do 10 milestones to finish them out, rather than the 500 system as before. This adds a lot more activities in between pretty much every single activity in the entire game, ends up fixing the EXP curve, and a bunch of other things. So what we're going to do, we will have timestamps for everything. But we will initially, unlike the previous stream where we were doing it in the beta, I will read the entirety of the changelogs first this time, just to see if we can find anything that we haven't already seen from the beta, as well as just all of this being officially, you know, the final updates. Because they have done some other changes that we haven't seen since that stream in the beta, so I just want to read through the entirety of the changelog first, and then we will go over and start messing with everything. So if you're watching this after the fact, feel free to skip ahead. Otherwise, let's go read the entire changelog first. So, February 9th, today, Project Milestone launches. This is the largest update we have ever made to the game. 1 year later, actually a year and a half almost later, every single profession has been affected in some way. Thank you to everyone who tried out the beta and submitted bug reports and feedback. Your support has been invaluable. I hope they made the AFK timer 10 minutes. It was the main thing I tried to push for, is like the only thing I mentioned, because I wanted to keep it nice and concise, unlike last year where I made it like a novel long. But this time I was like one single thing. I was trying to get the AFK timer to be higher. I'm not sure if they actually did it. We'll find out, because currently it's a 10-minute ground timer and a 5-minute AFK timer. Obviously, it would be very beneficial if that AFK timer was 10 minutes, and that was the main thing I was trying to push for. But anyways, add milestone rewards and alternative leveling methods in the form of multiple world events. Oh yeah, this is the next phase. The first phase was botanist. The second phase was what we have today. The third phase is we're going to be getting world events, bounties. So world event is kind of like something like we had for the Christmas event. That was basically in the beta testing it live in the main game. Bounties, which will be, you know, we already have for quite a few skills, but every skill in the entire game is eventually going to have it, with a rarity system that they added in this update. And dungeons, which and cosmetics. How exactly dungeons and cosmetics, well, we know how cosmetics will work, but how dungeons will work, we have not the slightest clue how on earth that is going to work. So the focus on phase 2, this update, is to divide each profession up into direct milestones. So now they're in 10 milestones instead of 50 levels as before. A huge number of balancing improvements, so you don't have like that big curve at level 200, aka milestone 4, so you don't have to worry about stuff like that. Also, I love everyone, by the way. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Tyrion. Hello, Noririk. Hello, Lady Sani. Hello, everyone watching after the fact. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's see. You think you mentioned somewhere that the AFK timer will not decrease if you drink the Enrage potion? Ooh, okay. So that does it, basically. So it's still a 5-minute AFK timer, but it doesn't go down while you're drinking Enrage potion. Wait, does that mean you could just keep chugging Enrage potion whenever? So if you just drank an Enrage potion, does that mean you could extend your AFK timer by that amount? Like if you drank a 7-minute Enrage potion but don't do combat, does that mean you have a 12-minute AFK? That'd be funny. Unless it just only affects it while you're in combat. But that's pretty huge if so then. So yeah, you'd be able to use them pretty nicely then, even the 10-minute one. Though the 9-minute one would still be best, because I believe we still have a 10-minute ground timer. So to make sure nothing despawns, you might want to use 9 minutes instead of 10. But anyways, start making leveling up feel more rewarding. Yes, there's a lot of milestones where you gain additional rewards, some of which I won't even be able to hit on my old accounts yet, because some of them go all the way up to like milestone 2 or 3 as far as when you start getting those extra improvements. So some of those I can't even reach, as my other accounts are basically at like a little above base 50, but are not at like base milestone 2 yet, which is where you get some of the other upgrades. So some of that they can't even access. So obviously our main account can access all of it. Start to make the different milestones feel more distinct by introducing new ways of leveling up as you progress, as I was talking about. Like some things are locked behind milestone 1, 2, when they add dungeons and stuff, some of those might even be higher milestones than that. But most of the stuff is behind 1 or 2 as far as this update. As far as some of the better activities, like I believe Luck Potion and Rage Potion, a few other things like that, you got to go up at least like a phase or 2, or, you know, a milestone or 2 before you can start getting the really good stuff for some of the professions. It's also probably affect food pretty heavily, because they did mention somewhere in here, I'm not sure if we read it, I don't think we did, that food will be consumable finally at some point. You can currently bank it, it's not consumable yet, but it might tie into dungeons or, you know, something else when they do that update later. So we will have consumable food at some point in the future, which means those higher tiers might have, you know, better foods as far as everything, and some of them, you know, you might not be able to get till milestone like 2 or so. Anyways, this will be further improved on phase 3. Below is a summary of all the changes in this update. Global changes. Every profession is now split into milestones. We already read this. Now every 50 levels, you have 10 milestones. Levels are now displayed in these two things. I will still call them by their number and not by their milestone numbers. Many milestones come with new activities to unlock. We already kind of went over that. As previously announced, making a new milestone more exciting, we are planning to add milestone rewards in the form of reward events, bounties, and dungeons. These are not in the game yet. The default mouse bindings, they need to go change because they changed it. The level up interface for both combat and non-combat professions have been simplified. The professions interface now shows you all the activities and rewards available in the current milestone. You can navigate to view them easier through the milestones thing. Capes now have collectible cards, so you get a little bit of small XP from them. Bounty boards now have collectible cards with bounty boards have them too. Interesting. I'm going to go backtrack them. That's one of the things I want to do today is try to get basically every single collectible card completed for every level range I have. And then tomorrow we'll start a monument grind. Maybe we'll do some of the monument grind today if I have some time. I have about like 5 hours today or so. But if I have maybe like 5 or 6 hours or so. But if we were able to get like all the collectible cards, maybe we'll do some of the monument grind. But tomorrow will officially be our 1 month monument 500 grind that we were talking about, like the first few months of the game that we'd eventually dedicate a month to it. And that month starts tomorrow or today if we have enough time, but tomorrow like officially. But today I want to focus mostly on the milestone updates and everything. Yeah, hello Isabella. Hope everything's been going well. Haven't been able to talk to you much lately. Due to the large number of changes in this update, all your ventures, passives, and bounties have been reset to avoid bugs. This is something we normally try to avoid, and we apologize for any inconvenience. Oh, I'm going to need to go redo them all again for their first time bonus. That means we got a lot of those that we need to go do then. Wow, that's going to be a lot. Okay, this might take a little bit longer than I thought. Well, it will be all the stream then. The monument will start tomorrow because if they reset all of those, that's going to take an extra hour, probably at least. But at least we'll get to see all the new activities and get all the resources for them in one fell swoop. So, yeah, good thing they mentioned that here. Good thing we're reading this. Otherwise, I would not have. Well, I probably would have noticed it when I went there. But yeah, so we're gonna have to redo every passive in the game. Oh gosh, balancing changes. There is a new EXP curve for all professions. This also means that there is no longer a massive difficulty curve at level 200. I mentioned this earlier, but yeah, they're saying it outright. There's no longer like a mega spike at 200. It's now a lot more of an even curve going all the way up. The aim is to not make professions easier or harder, but to rather make the EXP curve more sensible shape. So it's pretty much consistent the entire time. I think it's still a little bit easier in early game and obviously a little bit harder later, but it's a lot more of a smoother line rather than a jagged upward spike right at 200 like it was before. The activities in all professions are now spread more evenly. So you pretty much always get an upgrade every few levels. I'm not sure the longest level gap you would ever have to go in a given level, but I want to say it's like 5 to 10-ish. Like, it is so common that you're going to get a new activity within whatever you're doing, so you're always getting your better EXP rate a lot quicker compared to the previous system. The price of most items have been changed because of the levels activities that produce them. If you lost money due to some of the value of these items being reduced in value, they will be refunded to you with coins. This is mostly relevant for Leatherworker because Leatherworker got nerfed into the ground, as we'll read a little bit further down. Some items have been removed from the game. Any removed items will also be refunded. The amount of markup charged by shops has been adjusted to better balance for the amount of profit that you would make from buying the inputs when collecting them. In each milestone, each profession there will have some activities which will always be profitable when buying it from the shop, whereas other activities will not always be profitable when buying it from the shop. And they also end up reducing some of the cost of some of the cooking supplies so that when you end up going and basically they're trying to make it so gathering the resources is more rewarding. Essentially, you still will profit if you buy some things directly from the shop, but some things they deliberately made high enough price where you're pretty much going to want to gather it, kind of like how Deathstone was. However, Deathstone is now not sellable anymore, as they have made some resources not sellable, which they'll probably mention a little bit further down. That was actually one of the things that got changed midway through the beta that we didn't actually talk about last time, but we'll be able to hopefully have a list here similar to in the beta. Activities which feed into each other are now closer in level, like for most notably Leatherworker is probably the biggest example of this. One other example of this is carpentry. Before, remember for the beehive event, we needed like 300 something woodcutting and 250 carpenter. Now I think it's like 257 or something around there. Like they're a lot more closer together, and is also really applicable to merchant leatherworker, whereas before I had like 20-40 level gaps for some of the leathers compared to merchant, but now a lot of them are within like a few level range, so everything's a lot closer together as it should be. The rewards of various activities have been adjusted to be more varied because it was a bit boring. Oh yeah, so now there's like a different EXP curve for a lot of things. It's probably most notable for enemies. So every single enemy gives you a different amount of knowledge, EXP, and extra rarity chance for your drops. So there's a bunch of extra things on every single enemy that kind of makes it a little bit more varied. So if you want to go and farm gear, there's very specific enemies you would do for that. If you want to farm XP, there's very specific enemies for that. And if you want to go and farm knowledge, there's very specific enemies for that. Same as some of the other activities in the game. For the most part, this won't really affect how you go about a lot of things. I would say for combat, it would probably affect it the most. But it could potentially affect a few other things in the game. But combat is definitely the one that is most relevant for, since the higher rarity drops is very, very useful, more so than the other two. Shop changes. We want the different professions to feel interlinked, and we want the player... Oh, yeah, good, they did end up mentioning the full list. And we wanted player-to-player trading, which we're currently playing Iron Man, so that doesn't affect this at all, to be more meaningful. Previously, every input you could previously, or possibly, want was available to buy from a shop, which detracted from this goal. For example, leveling up your fisher to get the fish you need for chef feels less meaningful when you can just always buy the fish you needed. The update already improves this somewhat by better highlighting the profit differences between buying items and collecting items, but we have decided we should go further by making it so a small number of items can't be purchased from any shops at all. This way, leveling up your fisher doesn't just increase your chef profit, but opens up new recipes that you can't do at all otherwise, especially if you're an Iron Man. However, if you are a tradable player, you can just obviously trade other people, which gives incentive to actually trading basically everything below on this list. It also gives more incentive to gathering these material, both from an Iron Man perspective, because you can't get them through shops, but also from, or a Lone Wolf, I should say, as well as from a trading perspective, because these things will probably sell to players for better value than a lot of other items, since there's no shop to buy it from other than other players. To further emphasize this, these items you can't buy are also the ones which give the best rate of XP in the target profession. The following ingredients are no longer able to be sold. So the ingredients you need for the fire potion, the every ingredient you need for shields, for all three classes are also not buyable from shops. The beetle for fishing wardocks, the grenards, the sturdents, hickory, hornbeam, ash planks, hailberries. Which one is this for? The for whatever reason, the XP potion for Chapter 2 is only tradable, which is kind of ironic because free-to-play players don't have access to trading. The wealth potions, which give you that huge amount of extra profit when doing AFK combat, those are now also only from foraging for them or gathering them. Gosh, I will eventually say it right. Botanist, the new botanist skill. And most of these, the most relevant thing here is all of the things related to shields are including the one from the Shark Jaw. So Shark Jaw, which is the shield for Guardian, Deathstone, which is the shield for Hammer Mage, and the Durabin, which is the shield for Cryo Knight, are all not tradable. So basically, if you want to craft shields in Chapter 3, or just have shields in general, they are all untradeable. Or not untradeable, but they're not buyable from shops is what I should say. They're still tradable. You can trade them with players if you have trading enabled, but you can't buy them from shops. And they did improve Deathstone, by the way. It mentions it a little bit further down, but they did improve Deathstone. I haven't actually tried it. We'll need to try it sometime today. Past action changes. When you reach a new milestone, all the activities upgrade to the new milestone at once. The aim here is to give a new game plus feel to the new next milestone. However, you may at times still want to play content from a previous milestone, like if you're wide farming forager, for example. As a consequence, we have made a few changes to how you select past actions. Past action is now called past milestone. Okay, most of this we can go show in the thing. It's pretty straightforward as far as how this works, but there's multiple different ways they could pass action stuff, and the game actually remembers it until you log out, so it's a lot less annoying. I think you can do it for all resources within a chapter and a bunch of other things too. It's really nice, but we'll mess with that in the game. We don't really need to read most of that. Bounty changes. We have added common, uncommon, rare, and epic bounties, which are great for a lot of skills. Eventually, every skill in the game will get bounties, but the ones that this affect mostly right now is cooking and merchant. However, I guess technically detective to some degree, depending on how you're going about detective. It makes investigations a lot better, because if you get one with a higher rarity, you basically always click it every single time, regardless of what it is. Rare bounties give much better rewards, but appear less frequently on the bounty board. Certain milestones and certain professions will be bountiful bounties. In a bountiful milestone, bounties are replaced as soon as they are completed. This is most notable for Chef. I can't remember what other things have it for it, but Chef is probably the most relevant one for this, and I think we're currently in a bountiful bounty, unless they change the ranges. So I should be able to show that some when we go do Chef. All of our bounties bounties just get replaced immediately. And during these level range, bounties are absurdly good since you just keep spamming them over and over and over again. You don't have to worry about the 1 hour timer. The intention here is to make some milestones have a different feel to others, so it feels less repetitive. For Chef, we are adding new common rarity bounties, which are just cook only. You don't have to end up delivering them, and then you can end up either selling them or putting them in your bank to save them for consuming once they make them consumable or whatever they're doing with it. Professional equipment changes. Higher grades of professional equipment are now required to do higher milestone activities, as it was previously too easy to forget to upgrade your previous equipment. So it's basically harder to go and AFK combat now. Instead of giving direct EXP boost, purchasing the second grade of most professional equipment unlocks a new feature, the action boost. Now this is pretty fun. It gives you a timer that lets you do a double harvest for double EXP. It also allows you to instantly harvest plants in botanist. Like you basically get to speed grow it within seconds, which is really nice. But yeah, nice change here. It makes multi-skilling and combat with skilling and a bunch of other things. We actually covered a video on that earlier, by the way, a couple days ago. We ended up covering multi-skilling with combat with Forger and combat with Botanist, but and woodcutting in that area. But yeah, there's a lot of things you can end up doing with this, from wide skilling to combat with skilling, as you basically have a tool timer now that will give you double resources after the cooldown goes down, and multi-skilling or wide skilling with these because every single tool has a different cooldown. So for example, there's 3 tools for chapter 1. So if you use all 3 of your Forger tools, each one of them has an individual cooldown, all of which you could use the double boost for. And since you can somewhat synergize that with fishing as well, you can also do that with different things for fishing, like when you use your spear or when you use the co-op net, also end up working for that too. So a lot of implications that you can end up doing with this for both chapter 1 and 2. Not so much for 3 and 4, but chapter 1 and 2 have a lot of synergy with this new mechanic. Enchanting your professional equipment at the obelisk still causes the equipment to grant the same EXP boost as before. However, they removed the EXP boost in place of the... So basically, there was 2 EXP boosts on your weapon before. One was from the star level when you were getting the tool upgraded, and the other one was from when you put it into the obelisk and gave it EXP. The one that you put into the obelisk and gave it EXP is still exactly the same as it was before. However, now that EXP that you got from the tool from hitting a certain star level has been completely removed, but has been given this action command that gives you double EXP and double yield for when you use it. So that's how they changed that. So you're no longer getting like 5, 10, 15% from the star level from your tool anymore, but now you have this double EXP mechanic that you use ever so often, also giving you double yield. So that's how they can end up replacing that. This also gets better as you get better tools. The cooldown gets reduced. Action boost. Hopefully it'll make it so it gets like more options as well. Like you can use it 2 or 3 times before it depletes or something. Because I believe right now it's still only 1, even once you get to that higher cooldown. Action boost. Action boost gives a double reward the next time you do an action which uses the professional equipment. After you have used the action boost, it will go into a cooldown and cannot be used until the cooldown expires. Each subsequent grade of professional equipment you purchase reduces this cooldown, but I don't believe there's any upgrade that you eventually get to that gives you like 2 or 3 charges, unfortunately. It's only one that keeps going to a lower and lower cooldown. You can activate a boost in one of 2 ways. You could start the action as normal and then click the little green icon that shows up in the middle, or you can prime it, which is really clunky in the current interface, and then have it so the next action that you do with that tool will automatically do it without needing to click on the middle, but it's way easier doing the first option. Passive changes. Before the update, passive activities used to give a 2 times EXP bonus purely on your level. However, this meant when unlocking a new passive activity, all previous passive activities instantly lost all of that bonus, even if you hadn't used them, which felt a bit penalizing. Therefore, we have changed how the passive 2 times EXP works. Now it works for a set amount of time. Now the passive 2 times EXP bonus is only consumed by actually doing a passive activity, but is not consumed by simply leveling up. This means if you do a lot of active play and unlock several passive activities at once, the 2 times bonus is no longer wasted and you just go down the line and keep using all of them. So great change there. They also made it so you only ever need 1 knowledge point, which they mentioned a little bit lower, which is huge too. So you no longer need to go do like a 4 knowledge point grind on like 2 alt accounts or something. It's really nice now. You only need the 1. Though each passive does last for, I guess, a little bit less of a duration, but you only ever need 1 knowledge point instead of 4, which is so much better. Once the 2 times EXP bonus has been exhausted, you basically never touch it again. You can still do the passive activity like before, but it'll be basically at half EXP, so it's not worth doing. We have improved the interface to make it much clearer that the 2 times EXP bonus exists, as well as how long until you hit 0%. All passive activities now only require 1 knowledge point to unlock, since there's not a gigantic curve at 200 like before. The knowledge points you have invested in each each profession have been adjusted accordingly, so you will end up getting a bunch of EXP potions given to you. I think there's like some knowledge potions that they end up giving for any of your excess potions from the combat changes. We have significantly overhauled the personalized combat striping system. Each time you unlock a new combat milestone, you can now choose where you go, which is a huge change. I love it with the faux pack. This is both simpler than the old system and brings back the concept of being able to choose which episode you want to train combat in next, which we'll be utilizing immediately the second we log in. They also added some base foes for every single one of the areas where you have 0 to 24 in Hopeport, Hope Forest, all this that you see here. Boss foes always have a fixed combat level, so they're still going to be absurdly easy to kill. Crime dens always have a fixed combat level now, so you won't be able to go and cheese it with any kind of leveling system. They just have a fixed level. This does still mean that if you are doing an alt account, it is still worthwhile to do crime dens immediately. This is something I forgot to mention when I was going over the video, going over all the faux packs and everything, but I mentioned that I'm going all in on I'm going all in on Mines of Batubin first, and I gave some of the reasons why, because the AFK material is so bad and everything, but I didn't mention the other reason why I'm doing Mines of Batubin first on the old accounts. Because Mines of Batubin is the worst place to do passive activities, the main reason I'm doing it first is I'm going to be doing crime den raids on the accounts as all of their EXP, because these have static levels. So even if you have 0 faux packs in Chronopolis, you will still be able to go kill crime den raids at their fixed level that they have. You can now have 0 Chronopolis levels and still do crime den raids. So if you're a really low combat level, like below 200, below 300 or so, honestly, even below 500, you could probably still get away with it. You can do crime den raids all the way till 500 detective and get half decent EXP for it. It won't be as good as the EXP you were getting like all the way when the game launched, like for those few months before they nerfed crime den raids into the ground, but it's still optimal if you want to go and do it at that low level range. As long as you're like 300 and below, you're pretty much in a good range to go and do this. So that's what I wanted to do, and then I'm going to put all the level ups into Mines of Batubin just to skip Mines of Batubin, and that's pretty much my whole game plan there, is to do crime den raids in chapter 4 with level 0 Chronopolis, because you should be able to do that, and then just keep putting all the levels into Mines of Batubin, so we can skip all the really bad passive activities there, so I can passive them through all the other 3 chapters. Purchasing a premium pass will not change the faux packs. Launching a new episode will not change the faux packs. Passive combat no longer asks what weapon you do. It automatically if you have one, otherwise we'll bring up an interface that says, hey, you don't have the thing, go get a better weapon. The level, I think it tells you what power level you need if you don't have it too, though it did that in the previous system too. The level requirement of various combat capes have been adjusted to fit with the milestone system, and Wildmen have moved to the Leafy Junction instead of the Tangled Lane. Weapon crafting changes. Rather than each weapon crafting recipe producing weapons with a different range of allowed levels, all weapon crafting recipes in a particular milestone now produce weapons with the same range of allowed levels. Each weapon crafting recipe now simply lets you craft a weapon whose combat milestone is the range of 5 times the crafting milestone to craft. So you'll always be able to craft so it's 5 times, basically, it'll do the full, 50 range that you'd be able to go and do for a weapon. So it's still pretty similar to how it was before, where you'd still be able to go craft it around whatever the range is. And it still does it all the way up to 2,500, which of course we can't even use yet because Chapter 5 is not out yet. For example, and then after Chapter 6, they're going to be doing some kind of other system. We'll have to figure out what that is when that eventually comes around. For example, the basic blowpipe recipe is crafting milestone 0 and can produce blowpipes from combat milestone 0 including to combat milestone 5. So has that full level range. The moderate throwing ring, and just give another example. Forger changes. Jade monument pieces have been added. So now you have jade and the normal stone. Shark bones have been added and are first unlocked at milestone 1. These are needed to make guardian shields. Nettle and rack are now in first milestone, which I believe are for the fire potions, I think. Pond and bell plants are now in milestone 2. These are needed for... I can't remember. Are these for the Cryone? I actually don't remember which one Pond and Bell is. The Fallen Monument now has 2 stages, and you end up needing to go through all 20 stages for both the 2 material. However, fully completing it gives you a new venture slot. Does it mention that here? It should, somewhere's here. Your existing progress of the Fallen Monument will be transferred over. After completing the Fallen Monument, here is, you can light all the braziers to receive a 3rd venture slot. This is super high priority to get. As soon as I finish AFKing, actually I might need to go reset my AFK activity on my 2 alt accounts. Maybe we'll start with that. But yeah, I need to start getting them AFKing Forager. I need to start having them AFK all the way to 500 Forager, unless we need to get them up for some kind of requirement for a quest. But otherwise, they're both going to 500 Forager. It is so important to get a 3rd venture slot. A 3rd venture slot, or another venture slot if we already had like 4 or 5 wouldn't be as big of an impact. But going from 2 to 3 is such a gigantic reward that we basically have to rush it on all 3 accounts. Our main account will obviously rush it over the next month. We'll be streaming it every single day until we get it done. And our alt accounts are just going to passive up to it over the course of the next like half a year, however long it takes. We have tuned the respawn of various foraging spots down, so it's easier to do it with multi-skilling with combat, as well as just in general. If you're doing like really wide farming, you can now do tighter cycles as well, since they respawn quicker. Fishing changes. Salmon have been added, sardines have been added, trout has been added, lobster has been changed to milestone 1, oysters, which we'll be doing all the way to 500 fisher, level 10 milestone, is unlocked at level 2. So you basically have to engage with fishing until level 100 something. Then you literally just do oysters all the way from 100 something to 500, with the exception being if you want to get some supplies for cooking in the future. But as it currently stands, you pretty much just do oysters all the way to max fishing. It is just such a ridiculously strong venture, since you can give it an XP increase, unless they changed that during this. I don't think they did. But not only does it have an XP increase, but it's also a 23-hour venture, so you don't have to check it that often. So if you're barely playing, you don't have to check it that much. So yeah, this is really, really, really absurdly good. It's probably also half decent XP still for cooking. I haven't actually tried that out, but maybe we'll try that some today, see how good that might be at our current milestone and everything. But oysters are pretty much done all the way from level 100 something all the way to 500 realistically, as you could pretty much get it done via ventures only. It is a really good skill to get done with ventures only. You will still need some amount of fish for whenever cooking is actually relevant. However, you would only really need that on the really high tiers. All the low tier stuff you can literally just skip with oysters. Probably all the way to like level 300, 400, like milestone 6 or 8 or so, you can just skip all the way with oysters and just get it done passively over time. And by passive, I mean venture, but every 23 hours you could double check them. Anyways, chef changes. Salmon quiche has been added, apple pie has been added, poached trout has been added, roasted chestnuts have been added. All these still do nothing, but they will do something in the future. Lobster therminate is now at milestone 1. Oysters, which would be doing like crazy, is at milestone 2. Omelets are now first unlocked at 2, even though they're really good, unfortunately. Pufferfish are so annoying to get that you're probably never going to do it unless it's a really good food item in the future. Chef bounties now unlock at milestone 1, so you no longer get them at like level 10. Jellied eels no longer require gelatin, so that you don't have to run to the bank a billion times. Mashing potatoes now gives 2 portions of mashed potatoes for each potato. Chilled potatoes now gives 2 portions of chips for each potato, so you get double the value from every potato, basically, since you're chopping them in half and everything. In a future update, we will be making cooking dishes do actually something instead of nothing, and that is when we would really have to see how good fishing and cooking is at given level ranges, as cooking will actually be useful at some point. It might be like alchemy as far as how useful it'll be. We don't know yet. We have no clue what they're going to do for various buffs or anything. All we know is you will be able to eat your food eventually. Alchemist changes. There are now up to 10 levels of each potion, 1 for each milestone. This is a great change, so you'll always be able to get a good XP rate. As a consequence, the power of some existing potions has changed slightly. Enrage potions have been added. These are how you AFK all the way to 2000 combat or 2500 or however the system changes in the future. You can literally AFK all the way to max combat and still get items, still get drops, still get XP. The only thing you don't get that they did end up changing is you don't get knowledge points while doing this, unfortunately. However, you do get every other metric. The other slight issue with this is since you're AFKing them, you would have to do it on a weaker enemy, meaning that you're already getting about half the amount of XP and slightly worse drops and everything, just because you are having to fight something that you can obviously AFK, so you can't drink any potions or anything like that if you're, full AFKing it. But this is really, 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 really good. The only big downside is no knowledge points the entire time, but you can basically AFK all the way to max combat now if you're someone who likes to AFK a lot, though you would want to have a pretty high alchemy level, as the highest tier potion only goes up to 10 minutes, with it increasing by like 1 minute every single time you reach like a new milestone. So at milestone 2, for example, I think it's only like 3 minutes long, but it increases by 1 minute every milestone that you move up. So it starts at 3 minutes, but you can go as high as 10 minutes by like 400 something alchemy, like 450 something, 470 something, whatever it is. Luck potions have also been added. This basically makes it so you have double the chance whenever you, it will consume a charge whenever you get an item drop. And if it basically makes that item drop a double the chance that it'll be a 2-star or higher. So it could be still 1-star a lot of times, but it's twice as likely that it'll be a 2, 3, or 4-star if you have this drink. But every time you get a 1-star, it'll still consume a charge from your luck potion. So they do have quite a bit of charges. I think the one I had at my level range was like 10 charges at like 300-ish alchemy or whatever it was. So not too bad. Yeah, you'd probably want to do it if you want to get better gear for your current level range, especially if you're under geared. Really great for that. Explorer potions are not useful yet. They'll be useful for dungeons. XP mine potions now only use 1 reagent, so you get 1 billion of them. So this is really good just for creating a ton of XP potions for chapter 3 if you need to go get all those weapon making skills up. Stone Molehill potions are now made with different resources. You can now configure key bindings for your tool belt. So now you can click 1, 2, and 3. You can also rebind these. You don't have to do Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3. You can rebind these to 1, 2, 3 so that you can use them whenever. Because the only other thing you use 1, 2, 3 for is in combat. So you can do these for 1, 2, 3 because you can't use these active potions in combat. So I would just do it to normal 1, 2, 3 and not do it to Alt 1, Alt 2, Alt 3. This probably one of the other things we'll change. We need to go to our setting menu basically as soon as we log in. You can now cancel potions early if you need to for any reason. There's some instances where you might. It's very rare. Enrage potion probably one of the bigger ones you'd need to do it for. Let's see. Oh yeah, they're for the enrage potions. I forgot about that. Thank you. The biggest gripe for you is that it comes to alchemy is that the healing for 40% the next milestone are providing the lackluster stronger recovery potions. 2% each tier is not that significant. That is true, but at least you keep getting some more upgrades to it every single time. Because I know for the longest time I was using like the lowest 2 tiers because I was just buying it from the shop. But now that's actually worth engaging with, you know, like the forager mechanics a little bit more and alchemy throughout the entire thing where the curve is moving up. It's not that much of an improvement, but at least you're going to have a high variety of potions moving up. Realistically, in the super end game, you're only ever going to be using like the highest tier potions. But I believe the main reason why they added so many tiers other than need to fill everything out is just so you have like a decent supply until you get to that end game. But yes, a good majority of potions will be useless other than the highest tier. Like the highest 3 tiers of potions are pretty much going to be the only ones really used for the most part, I would assume, for most activities once you reach it. But everything that you have at the lower end kind of just gets you to that point in a more convenient way. Because obviously someone who has access to the highest tier, let's say you have trading enabled and you have access to the highest tier potions already, like you're not really going to need your tier 4. So someone in early game, you could easily go buy those up and, you know, have a pretty decent potion then while having to buy it from that shop for an overpriced price. So, you know, there's like a gameplay loop that kind of works for it. But all the lower potions basically just get you to the higher tier ones in a smoother way for your XP curve and everything, which I personally feel is perfectly fine. But obviously in end game, you're only ever going to use like the 3 strongest ones most likely, possibly even just the strongest of strongest ones once you have like, you know, all your gathering skills up to that point. So it's mostly just to make it a smoother transition up to that point, both from an EXP perspective, but also just so you have, you know, the potions to constantly go. Because I know I was always low on healing potions because they were at a really low range. At one point, I think the highest healing potion was at like 170, 185. So when you hit the 200s, you never made healing potions ever again. But now you have it throughout the entire system. So even when you're at like 400 something, you're still making healing potions. Like you never stop making them, same as every potion in the game. Whereas before you would hit a wall where it's like, oh, I hit the highest tier and now that thing is too low of a level, so I'm never going to make that potion again. Like Hopeport potion was a really good example of that, where I think it was level 185 at one point to get the 10% potion. Then they raised it a little bit, but it was still, you'd still eventually hit a point in both systems where you would never make a Hopeport EXP potion. But now you still get Hopeport EXP potions all the way at like 455, you know, like milestone 9. So you constantly have it throughout the game. So even though you're only getting a 1% improvement, you will always be able to create them. Whereas before, you would hit a wall where it was never ever worth creating them again. In the original system, that was around level 200, and in the second system, it was at like 300-ish. But now in this system, you would still make them even all the way to max if you want to. You would just make the, you know, like the one at 455 or whatever it is all the way till max. Maybe not that one all the way to max, but you know what I mean. You could still do a Hopeport potion at that level range if you needed it. Whereas before it would just be trolling because of how low XP you would end up getting from it. So now it's always viable to make every potion at every milestone level. Whereas before you would eventually reach a curve where it was never worth making that potion again. But now it is always still worth it. Anyways, botanist changes. They basically just move some things to different milestones. And Willow Water is at milestone 2. And Passive Botanist now uses seeds. Doesn't do anything. It's just a cosmetic immersion thing. So basically almost no changes to Botanist. Woodcutting got quite a few. They got quite a few new trees. Most notable one is one of these that ends up getting used for the pufferfish. I forget which one it is. It's not saying it here. Is it? I guess it's under Carpenter where we'll end up saying it. The other thing to mention is there's a bunch of shortcuts now, so if you have a really high woodcutting level, you get access to a bunch of really good shortcuts throughout the chapter. You definitely don't need these to function within Hope Forest. However, some of the best skilling routes in the entire game for botanists does require you to have a really high woodcutting, so it is potentially worth getting your woodcutting up before you do botanist now, which will also give you able to upgrade all the beehives with your carpenter level and everything else. So doing woodcutter and carpenter before botanist is highly advised with some of these changes that they made. Definitely not required, but worth considering. Carpenter changes. They changed some things to different some things to different level ranges. They added puffer fish boxes, which are for fishing the thing in chapter 1, which now requires cypress branches. Passive Carpenter has been changed a little bit. It now uses less branches as well. and there are now 2 different passive furniture assembly stations instead of just the one. Minor changes, Durabin has been added. This is this is tradable but not buyable from a shop, and this is unlocked at Milestone 1. This is for making Cryonite shields. Brimstone is now first unlocked at Milestone 1. Deathstone is now unlocked at Milestone 1. You also get now 2 Deathstone for every single one, so you get double the amount. Minecart work now has 1 for every single milestone starting at Milestone 2. This means there's 3 new minecart systems now, and we have tuned the respawn of various rocks. They still have way too much downtime though. Oh, so we're almost done. We're almost at the end. We can almost start playing. We're almost there. Bone right changes. All crafting recipes require 1 less bone, so now it's actually worthwhile to actually do bone right a little bit more directly. Shield crafting is now first unlocked at Milestone 1, and you use the shark jaw from Chapter 1. There are now, which are not sellable at shops, there are now 3 different fossil assembly stations for each of the fossils that you do. 1 for the T-Rex, 1 for the other thing, and 1 for the Wendigo, or whatever it was. Anyways, blacksmith changes. Shield crafting is now first unlocked at Milestone 1, which is used the Durbin, which is not sellable at shops. You have to gather it. It's right next to where the skeletons are in that one quest of the Mutabin Beast or whatever that thing was called. It's right in between those 2 rooms, which I think you actually have to do that quest to get access to that room. I can't remember. A new making horses passive has been added. Before, smithing was the only skill that did not have like a free resource that you could end up doing. Now it does. So horseshoe making does not cost any money whatsoever. It doesn't require any material. You just simply go there and you can do it. It's kind of like the stonemason thing where you end up hitting the stone and end up making like a structure of some kind. It's basically the same thing. It's just a no cost way to end up getting it up. And a new recycling scrap thing that you end up doing from the Chapter 1 scrap if you end up having any. This one, I'm not sure if it's worth buying it outright to go do, if it's like worse or not as worse, but hopefully it's not that bad. Stonemason changes. All recipes require 1 more stone than before, so this got the inverse nerf of bone right, unfortunately. This brings them more in line with bone right and blacksmith, and shield crafting is now first unlocked at Milestone 1. Which is also where you end up getting the Deathstone for it, which are not sold at shops anymore. Detective got quite a few things. Crime dens now have a static level and last for twice as long. Wanted poster adventures now start at Milestone 1, which is when you can start doing ventures for them. A new booking prisoner passive activity. New constructing crime maps activity, which uses that one meme of all the little dots connected together with the string and everything. Crime den raids no longer have handcuffs profession equipment. They just have a static EXP that's now higher. They also do not work with the double EXP activity thing. Investigation bounties now give some EXP for each step found, so that the double reward works a little bit better for it. And which stalls currently have a high number of spottable thieves, which is a really hidden mechanic that I wish was easier to tell in the current state of game. But basically, when spotting thieves at a given area, there's always one that has a higher number of thieves than normal. But you have to go to a random NPC in the middle of nowhere in the crime den place to even figure out where this is. I wish it was easier to tell naturally where this location is at any given time. But they end up improving that a little, but it's still not enough. Leatherworker changes. Leatherworker's been nerfed into the ground, is all you really need to know. And they added boar leather. So there's now a new tier of leather as well that you're not going to have at the lower level ranges you didn't do. But they also had a new passive activity of bookbinding. But yeah, they nerfed Leatherworker absurdly into the ground. There's basically no point in doing it until right before Chapter 5 comes out. So yeah, rip Leatherworker. Merchant changes. Merchant got buffed again because, every patch they have to buff Merchant is required, apparently. Before you know it, you will get Merchant within 1 hour to level 500, level 10 milestone, at the rate that they keep buffing Merchant every patch. But the level at which high discounts are unlocked now line up better with Leatherworker, so you don't have to have as big of a disparity between your Merchant and Leatherworker level. The Grapes Venture is now unlocked at Milestone 1 and has its own location. The Cement Adventures is now unlocked at Milestone 1 and has its own location. Bricks are unlocked at Milestone 1 and tiles at 2, though neither of these are doable yet. They added separate NPCs, as I mentioned. Leather offcuts are now grouped into 3 categories: Cal, Soft, and Tough. They also have a different shop for each. Cabbages and pearls are now part of the trading bounty system, which they already were. I'm not sure why they mentioned this. This was already the case for like months now. They changed that like 3, 4, 5 months ago. Not sure why it's in this patch note. It's already in the game. It's been for a while. The cabbage stall has moved to Twiddle Corner. And that is everything. Anyways, let's go do stuff now. We're in. We have done it. We are finally in. I should probably go reset the passives on all 3 of my accounts real quick because all of them are doing none. So let's go do our 2 alt accounts and then we'll mess with our main. So this guy was, oh yeah, we got 14 knowledge potions. We'll mess with that later. Oh yeah, I got to go do my level distribution. So we're going to have to do this for all of our accounts. My plan for the alt accounts I mentioned before, I'm going to do 1 into Hopeport, then 3 into Mines of Bitumen, but then do all of my combat off of Crime Den raids. Let me just double check that this does end up working. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to teleport over to Chapter 4 and see if we could do a crime den raid right now. I currently have no milestones into chapter 4. What I should be able to do is go straight into a crime den raid, and boom, we'll have, you know, people in there that we can hit. So if I just go over here and click on one that we can actually do. Okay, I need to find one I can actually do. Wait. This might be harder than I thought. Wait. Wait, hold. I gotta find what I can actually do. Crime den raid. This one. Where is this one located? Right there. Perfect. Right here. So what I should be able to do is I have 0 combat milestones. I've literally allocated none of them at all. What I should be able to do... Wow, the door's not even open for some reason. That's weird. But what I should be able to do is go straight into here, and I should be able to attack them even though I have 0 milestones in this chapter. Yes, I can. And they're level 158 when I'm level 210. So I should be able to just kill them pretty easily here. All right, we're good to go. And this is why I want to go do all my combat here. Because, yeah, we're just going to get all of it AFK through these. This is also how I'm going to get all my knowledge points on my alt accounts. And I'm probably going to have them AFK Forager. So with that being said, can I currently AFK Forager? Let me go double check. Yeah, I know I have the milestone thing. I'll allocate it in a moment. Let's see. It's going to keep doing that pop-up every time we do a combat. So where's the passive activity? So can I go passive worms right now? We're about to find out. Hopefully we have double XP for it. I think I have the knowledge points for it. We should. So we'll go head over there now. I guess we'll just finish out this venture thing or this thing while we're here real quick. But as you can see, we have 0 milestones into our combat. Absolutely none. You'll keep bringing up this menu of literally milestone 0 or whatever that would be considered. And we are still able to do combat in Raid Den. So my plan for both my alt accounts, and what I highly advise for everyone's alt accounts, is put the first point into like whatever, Hope Port or Hope Forest, because you're forced to have to do one or the other. I'm just going to put into Hope Port. And then go all in on Mines of Batubin. But then do Raid Dens for your knowledge points all the way until you have Mines of Batubin at milestone 10. And then you can completely skip my Mines of Batubin. I guess you might want to do it for one set of levels, though. Like maybe at milestone 9 or 8 or so, you might want to actually start doing Mines of Batubin so you can get all the material that you need. But beyond that, all these earlier levels, we're just going to completely skip them by doing a combat in Chapter 4 without having any milestones in Chapter 4. Because Raid Dens still let you do combat on them because they now have a static level regardless if you have any combat milestones in this chapter. So huge change right there. Really great for progressing alt accounts. As you just AFK passive these, or, you know, you just AFK these, you gain knowledge points while you're doing it, unlike the passive potions, the enrage potions. You get all your XP you need for both detective and combat, and you get to basically completely skip Mines of Batubin, which has the worst passives in the game. So yeah, great. And of course, we'll get some detective XP here. Also, you don't even need an upgraded detective tool anymore either. It increased the amount of XP you get from these, so you don't need to have the tool. So yes, 1 into Hope Port, 3 into Mines of Batubin. And that's going to be my game plan for both the accounts. And then I AFK them their points that they need here. And I just keep putting into Mines of Batubin until like milestone 9 or 8. And then I have them AFK in those 2 areas for combat to go get the little bit of material. As they do want to still get some material, just not a huge amount. And then we're good to go. Because if you do this all the way from milestone 0 to 10, you're going to have way too much of all these alchemy supplies. But if you only do it for like 1 or 2 milestones, you'll have just enough to be good to go. So that's my game plan for these. And of course, I'm having them AFK to 500 Forager now. The only other thing I'll have them do is if they need to go and do quests, I will of course AFK them to whatever quest requirements. But I believe we have enough for the 7-star quests for Mines of Batubin coming up. The only issue is I don't know if we do because we never had a 7-star quest come into the game, which is probably the next quest coming in, by the way. The 7-star Mines of Batubin quest. That should be coming in. I don't think we have an official date, but probably within the next month. I don't think any official date has been given for it yet. All right, let me go figure out where my Forager thing is real quick because they moved a lot of these locations, so I have no clue where this is. I need to go do pine worms. Pine worms are not yet discovered. Well, it says, wait. Scruffy Scrumbland. Okay, I know where that is, I think. This is all the way in the top left. I believe it's over in these rooms over here, which is why it's saying it's not yet discovered. I believe it's in those rooms in the top left and all these little weird side rooms. Because that's a name I don't quite remember, but I think it's because it's in one of these relatively newer side rooms over here. So let me go head over here and go find this, and then the other account will be able to find it really quickly. And then we'll go move over to our main account. I just wanted to get these situated real quick so they're actually passiving something. Otherwise, they wouldn't have any passive rolling in the background. So let's go get both of these to their passive real quick, and we should be good to go. Is this what I needed? Is this it? No, that's for Beetle. So that's not it. Okay, let's keep finding it. I'll find it eventually. Wait, it says not yet discovered. Wait, that's weird. Worm Mound. Worm Mound. Wait, isn't that over here? Wait. Isn't Worm Mound right there? I just haven't clicked it yet. Hold up. I think I know where this is. Because there's a mound of dirt over here that they moved from Chapter 2 to Chapter 1. And this is the only thing I recall that actually looks like a mound. So let me go head over here, actually. Because I believe right here is the worm mound. It's in the potato carnivorous plant room. Why is it not showing me on the map, though? I guess because I haven't clicked on the node or something? Because it's showing me I've been in the room or something there. But it's not bringing me to where the room is. But I believe it's this one right here, right? Worm mound. Worm mound. Right? Forge. Soil mound. No, that's a soil mound. Where's the worm mound? Scruffy Scrubland. Okay, this has to be in the north area. Okay, I was right the first time. False alarm. It's a mound, so it was confused. So they're both a mound, so it's like, oh yeah, it's just that mound. No, it's a different mound. Okay, it is in one of these rooms. That's why it's not bringing it up. But yeah, luckily it'll be really quick to find on the other account since we'll find it on this one. The next account we'll be able to get done in like 1 minute since we don't have to go show the other thing either. So we'll go get him there, go get the other account there, and we should be good to go. We will find this thing. Alright, worm mound, where are you? These are bell plants. Those are the new fish. I might as well discover them, why not? Salmon. Worm mound, where are you? Is this it? I think I found it. No, that's just a spray. Some kind of ditch. So hopefully this room has worm mound. We're almost running out of rooms. Has to be one of these. Alright, let's see. Worm mound? Not seeing a worm mound. We got nettle and ram horns over here. Worm mound? No worm. Oh, there it is. Worm mound. I found it. It's next to the trout. All right, there we go. Oh no, I need to upgrade my trout. No. I should have known. So you actually need a better tool for doing a lot of the better activities. It's actually required now for a lot of activities. So let me go do that. Also, I noticed it had a knowledge point thing. Let me go double check in the replay. Was there any other requirements that I needed other than that? Or was it just a trail? 1 second. Looking back. Just want to make sure. Because the only thing I saw there was trowel, but it might have been a second thing. No, it's just trowel. Okay, I got everything else. And bucket technically, but we should be good to go. I still get all the material while we're here too for both the accounts. Just make sure they're topped off. I'm not sure why they really have this container mechanic, but yeah, I do want to make sure they're topped off so we never run out. But I guess we have enough right now. It's probably fine. We'll leave it as is. Oh no, the one's running a little low. But this activity only uses buckets, so we should be fine. We got 917 buckets. So I think we'll live. But I will go get the low one. I guess a little bit higher. It's mostly because mine's a tube and I was AFKing a bunch and they use a lot of these little bracket things. Anyways, I need, I might as well get all of them while I'm here, honestly. Let's see, buy that. Buy that. Buy that. Oh yeah, we got all the better tools now. Which I believe we also have the double action command now, though we won't be utilizing that until we go over to our main account. But for now, let's go back over there, go to the AFK activity, and go do the same thing for this account. Have it teleport over here, get all the material it needs, and go head over to AFK. And now while both of these are heading to their 500 forager grinds, slowly to their 500 forager grind over the next year, because I am going to get them up, but I'm not going to do it at anywhere near the speed we do on the main account. The main account will be streaming every day for the next month to try to power level it, but these accounts are going to take like half a year to a year to go and just AFK it to max. Because I still want to prioritize them getting it up, but obviously I'm not going to bother power leveling them there. But of course, can we go show this double EXP thing? So I can do this and get a double here. And we can do this and then get another double here. And then we could drop both of them to the ground. What do you mean I don't have the forager level? Okay, well I could do it for the previous level, I guess. So we could do this and then double it here because they both use a different tool, so we could just do a double. And then boom, there we go. We got some resources automatically there. I'll drop these though so we can AFK for longer. And bring him to his AFK location. All right, there we go. And we'll just have him AFK here. And now to go do the same thing on the other account. And as you can see, there's a double EXP remaining here. Basically, you have a set amount of time that you can do double EXP for. I'm not sure how many hours this is. I want to say it's like 3 to 4 days. They end up doubling at one point. So I'm not sure exactly what it is. But it's at least a couple days, if not longer. You can now get double the amount of XP for every activity. And you don't start, like this thing doesn't go away once you get to your next level. So for example, even if I hit the next milestone, I can still do this. So even if he was to get level 125, or you know, whatever this is, level 75. Even if you got level 75 forager, we would still be getting double XP as long as we haven't depleted this number yet. So getting to a new activity doesn't just dump you down to half XP anymore, which is really nice. So I'll be able to use up all of this 2 times XP, and then I can go for this, and I might even be able to skip some if the 2 times XP lasts for long enough. So yeah, that should be great. And now let's go do that for the other account. So we have some passive XP going, and then we'll go to the main account to actually do something. Which reminds me, I should probably go have him do something just real quick. Is he in front of something? Oh, he's currently doing this bone thing, though. It's kind of weird. All right, we'll do your allocation in a second. Oh, no, I have so much spare material because of the update. He created, like, almost none. No! I gotta go sell all this now. What a waste. I'm not sure why he wasn't processing it. That's so weird. All right, well, let's go. Well, I guess I'm not doing him a little passive right now. All right, well, we'll do him in a moment. Let's go set up our other account real quick. And then let's go to our main account to do everything we need to go do. I think I did the same one for this one. No! No! Oh, that's unfortunate. Rip. Rip a day of EXP. Because the update kind of ruined the current activity that they were doing. No! That's fine. It's only like, what, 18 hours or so of no progress. Oh, so hello, Greybeard. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been doing well. Hope you've been having a good day. Oh, yeah, it's been great so far. Big changes that's different from the beta testing. Or is it all the same? They have done some things, changes to the beta. So compared to our beta stream that we did 2 weeks ago, there are quite a few changes because they were doing changes throughout the beta. Some of which came as early as like 3 days ago. Or as late as 3 days ago. So some of it is, the most notable, I guess, compared to the beta is now there are some material that is no longer sold at any shops. You actually have to go and gather it, which is in the patch notes, all the material that is applicable for. Also, where am I going? I'm going the wrong way. But for the most part, it's the same as if you were to test it on the beta earlier, like the first time around. There's not too many changes since then. And all of which have been improvements. Except for in Rage Potion. Rage Potion has been nerfed into the ground. But it's still worth using, though. Hello, Peter. Welcome, welcome. Exploring with you now? Nice. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun exploring so far. And we're almost at our main account. I just want to get these alts going so that we have, you know, some XP rolling in on them. But now we'll go over to our main account as soon as we get this thing over. And we'll be good to go. Also, did I end up allocating my points yet? I don't think I did I? I didn't yet. Okay, so I'm going to do 1 into Hope Port and 3 into Mind of Bitumen, same as the other account, obviously. As my plan is to go do raid dens all the way till... Oh, ironically, it's kind of weird, even though this new system. My plan is to do raid dens in Chapter 4 to get my Mind of Bitumen to Milestone 10. I know that somewhat makes no sense, but I assure you it works. We tested that earlier. But that's going to be our game plan for leveling these accounts. Anytime I ever need a knowledge point for them, they're just going to AFK raid den all the way to like 400 something detective, which will also pretty much get their Mind of Bitumen maxed, which will then, I'll just go and AFK, start AFKing combat then. But for now, I'm AFKing them to 500 Forager, which will take like half a year or however long it takes in the new system, I have no clue. But it's going to take them a while. They're only like level 70 something. And I need to get them to 500. Also, I'm going to actually have them to collect some of the monument pieces too, at some of the level ranges, when applicable. So I'm also going to have to, you know, actually build the monument. It's not like we just get 490 and we automatically get it. Well, so it's at 492, actually. But yeah, to finish the monument, you need 492 Forager right there. And then you actually have to go and get the material. I'm not sure how long you have to do it for in the new system, but you do have to do it for some amount of time. All right, let me go bring this over to its new activity. We'll go and touch the plants like we did before, too, just to get the double points. Why not? And then we'll go and, yeah, actually go start exploring on the main account. I'm not sure what order I want to tackle it in. Maybe we'll just go chapter by chapter. But I want to touch every new resource that's in the game. The main goal of today is I want to try to finish out all of the cards for every activity. Will we be able to do that all this stream? I'm not sure. And if we don't finish it, we'll probably do it off stream because a lot of them are probably going to do passives. Maybe I'll try to do most of the actives on stream and just do the passives later, since it's a lot of just like, you know, clicking on something, waiting, clicking on something, waiting. Whereas the active ones are obviously a lot more active. All right, let me go drop these just so they're not wasting space. And we're good to go. All right, the 2 alt accounts are now gaining XP, working towards their 500 Forager over the next year, or however long it's going to take them. But now let's go to the main account. So let me just store all this away. Oh yeah, our level allocation. Now, this one's really important. This is our main account and everything, of course. So, what level distribution have I settled on? We ended up doing a video for it a couple days if you haven't seen it on the channel. We ended up covering a video on how to distribute faux packs, on a bunch of combat stuff in general. But I have decided on the following. We are going to do 1 into Hopeport, because we have to do either Hopeport or Hope Farce. I'm going to do 9 into Chronopolis, just in case there's a reason to go back there, or if we want to get better XP in the future. I want to leave 1 wiggle room, but otherwise Chronopolis is the absolute worst location to be doing combat in. So I want to get as many points into it out of the way as possible, get it all the way to level 9, and then we'll leave it there and maybe upgrade it in the future. If we want to come back at some point, just leave 1 level remaining. Now, also if you want to allocate them all, you can click that button up there. Now we're going to go Mind to Bitumen until we have allocated all of our past points. This is so we don't get too many alchemy supplies. We still want some, but if we do a lot in this area, we're going to get way too many. So I do want to get quite a few in here, but not a lot. And eventually we're going to hear an audio cue of... oh yeah, where's my volume at? Can you guys even hear the sounds? Let's see. We'll up that. No, I'll up everything to 5. Let me know if it's too loud. It shouldn't be. So we can hear everything a little bit better. But now what we're going to do is, where are we right now? We're still going to Mines of Matubin. So we'll do, also keep in mind, all these are permanent currently that we're doing right now. These are permanent changes that affect your account for the rest of the time. They cannot be respect. So we are going to go into this. There's the audio cue. And we can see that we're at our current milestone level. And it does that whenever you're at current milestone level. So now whatever one we choose next is where we're actually going to be going. And I want to go to Hopeport so that we can multi-skill it with Forager. And we're going to be doing that over the next month, trying to get to 500 Forager. And that's pretty much the game plan. And after 500 Forager, I'll probably go back to finishing out Mines of Matubin. And then we'd go back to Hopeport and Hope Forest. But now we are set to Hopeport. And our current enemy would be the carnivorous plant, which we could synergize with potatoes. Though I believe my current forager level doesn't want me doing potatoes quite yet. So I might need to go gain a little bit of levels before we do. What level is potato? Potato is... Why is potato so deep? Potato is at... what level is potato? Am I blind? 427. So I would have to get quite a few forager levels, as I need to get to 427 before we can realistically do that then. Interesting. So we're not at the most ideal level. I guess we'd maybe just do some normal forager then. See what kind of wide cycles we can get on like periwinkle, shark jaw, whatever ones we have here. We also have wall plant, which is interesting. Because I could do that with deaf crow. But the deaf crow is kind of really low. I don't know, we'll figure something out when we get there. But first things first, let me go put away this one little thing. And then, I don't know, what are we doing first actually? How do I want to go about this? There's so many things we need to go tackle as far as things we need to get done. We could either do it by seeing all the new activities, which I think we'll do kind of like how we did in the beta, but I also want to go and get the one-time bonus on everything. So maybe we just start doing that one skill at a time, get one of every resource, and just go from there, starting with Chapter 1 and working our way up. We can even do it with combat. So let's start with combat first. Let's go get the one-time bonus for everything, starting with combat. So this should be pretty easy. I only need to go kill a goblin chief and a ghoul. The goblin, or the ghoul might be a little bit more annoying to go do, though. That is going to be quite a bit harder given how much of a level range he is up. Oh yeah, I can't see his card. I forget how much stats a ghoul has. Well, we can at least do the goblin chief then. We'll ignore the ghoul for now just because he's kind of higher level. We probably could take him out if we had some healing potions. I just don't really want to bother with healing potions at the moment. I'm using like the lowest tier one possible. Oh yeah, let me go rebind. I forgot rebindings. This is really important. Go to controls and I need to go rebind a couple things. First things first, Alt 1, Alt 2, and Alt 3 need to be changed to 1, 2, 3. Even though 1, 2, 3 is being used for something else in combat, you can never use the combat 1 and these at the same time. So having this set to 1, 2, 3 doesn't matter because you're using these 1, 2, 3 at a different time than you're using these 1, 2, 3. Aside from that, Q left click, middle click right. Wait, is that... Okay, never mind. I don't have to change the other thing. You can still middle click move. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what they were saying about the other change because everything else seems to be in order now. That was the only thing it looked like we need to change there. Okay, so let's go just kill this one goblin, and that would be combat basically completed. And then we'll keep moving down the line. And of course, we can see their new distribution. So this guy has lower XP, higher knowledge, and higher rare loot chance. So we'll go and kill the goblin chief over here. And then we'll go and move to Forager and keep doing that. We're just going to get every card done for every single skill and just do it that way then. I think that will be our game plan. Just so we get to see every single new node. And then afterwards, if we have some time, maybe we'll go work on some monument grind while doing some combat and stuff. But I think that'll be our game plan. Do one of every single new node at a given range. Get basically all the cards that we can do. And yeah, we'll go from there. So we'll go and kill this guy out real quick. What is he weak to? Oh, yellow. Perfect. We have a yellow range weapon. Shouldn't need to eat. He's 12 levels lower than us. We're a little under geared at the moment, but shouldn't be that big a deal. And of course, we can use those new potions to help out as well, to be able to get better loot and everything. But we'll just kill this out real quick, get that one done, and then start moving to, what I guess would be Forager then, where we're going to go get every single card for Forager, both of current and of previous, and just get all the one-time bonuses for every single new node, as well as all the tools. I should probably go get the tools first while we're in this area, which is a good thing we came over here, because I need to go right there anyway, so it works out perfectly. It's like it was planned. And we got some nettles. What tier nettle? Wow, really high tier nettle. Like highest tier possible. Wow. Well, you don't really need Forager, do you? Just do combat the whole time. Even more of a reason to do combat in Chapter 1 and 2. Look at that. We just got max tier nettles from killing a level 4. Or actually, no, we're at a pretty high level, though. We're level 937, I think, somewhere around there. All right, let's go buy all of our tools. Let me go buy all the AFK things too, just in case. I don't think we're going to need it, but buy whatever one's kind of low. That's the only one. All right, let me go buy the only tool we don't have, which is the net. Every other tool looks like we have as high as it could be, so we're good to go. All right, next order of business, Forager. Let's go, should we go node at a time or based on area? I should really do it based on area, but it might get a little bit confusing. Oh no. Let's see. Where is this? This is kelp. Kelp's in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I'm going to do it one node at a time. It's just going to be easier this way. Here we have a wall plant. We'll get the highest tier 1. Objective complete. And just in case, I'll do wall plant on all previous ones just so we don't have to check it. I believe these are already done though. Yeah, they are. I'm still going to check it just in case they added like a weird one in between somewheres. So I'll grab that, and then we'll grab the lowest tier 1. But yeah, I'm just going to do this based on resource. And we're just going to tag all of them. Because trying to do it in the other order, we're going to be going all over the place for no reason. And then we'll do it at level 0. We'll drop all the lower tier 1s. I'll bank all the higher tier 1s. Alright. Now let's go, just keep doing it one node at a time. Start all the way from the town and work our way around. So next we have the AFK activity that is right over down here. I don't believe anything new is here other than the fact that we have some milestones that we probably need to go touch. So we'll touch the feather. We still have double the amount of EXP. So this is interesting. Feather is not my current highest passive. But as you can see, we're still... Oh, no, never mind. I lied to this. So this actually is my highest level Forager passive. However, some of the other ones, like Sheep Rib and stuff like that, should still be giving us double EXP. But we'll grab our feather here and then double check whatever other few ones we have a little bit lower down. And keep doing this till we hit everything. Is there any past actions we need here? Ooh, there's like a billion things here, though. Ew. Oh, no, never mind. Wait, do you only get feather here? I'm so confused. Entire Forager profession. Okay, I'm going to do it like this. Shimmery feather. Nice, thank you. But yeah, I'm not sure if we've gotten this one yet. Yeah, we haven't. Let's see, have we gotten all the feathers? Let me see. So we haven't gotten this feather. So is this place only for feathers now? You used to be able to get so many different things here. Apparently this is just feather now. Interesting. Alright, so are all my feathers marked as not having been obtained? Let me double check. Like, do you have a feather over here? Feather. No, we have gotten the lowest tier feather. So maybe I'll skip that one. But out of paranoia, I might still downgrade for it. And then we pass action to 1. I don't think there's a 0 version. Oh no, there is a red and black feather. Interesting. So white feather we do have here. What does it show on the other one then? Where even is red and black? If I go all the way to like the lowest tier Forager, does it show red and black feather? Yeah, and I already have it. Alright, so we don't need to worry about it. The main reason I want to grab these though is in case we still need it for the potions. As we do still want to make the potion out of each one of these. So I still would want to get it even if we already have it in case we haven't done the potion for whatever reason. Just so we don't have to buy it from the shop. Alright, so these are all the feathers. I'll go put these all in the bank once we get near a bank. Is there anything else in this area I need to go do? Yes, the periwinkle. But aside from periwinkle, that would be the entire town done for Forager. And then we'll keep moving west and just get every single new node that we possibly can. Get every single one of the cards, as that'll probably be our main goal today. Touch every single new activity at least once to go get all of these cards. It's probably going to be our main priority. Then starting tomorrow, we get into like the all-in Forager combat grind to try to go do Monument. But we'll try to do this just so we know where every single new node is, so we can have them all marked off, get their one-time XP, all that stuff. Just for completion's sake. Alright, let's go get all the periwinkle here, and then we'll go and teleport over, bank everything here. Actually, I could probably just walk. But let's go get all of our periwinkles in case we are missing any. Let me go do it on past milestone 4. I can do 4, so let me do it on 4 here. Then we'll do milestone 3. Scrap metal is also in town. Oh yeah, scrap metal. I forgot about that. All the way southeast. Good call. Yeah, there's scrap metal over there, isn't there? We'll need that for the smithing ones. For all the one-time smithings. And I definitely need all of them because there's no way we've done any of them because the activity came out today. So these we have done, but I still want to get them just in case. And then we'll bank them all. You know what? Let me go bank all the other things that we put over there. I kind of want to keep one of each for the sake of it. My bank is going to look so bloated because of that, though. But I feel like it'll look neater with it. Don't despawn yet. This is 10-minute ground time. We'll be fine. Give me all these. I'm actually going to keep one of each, even if we don't need them for any reason whatsoever. Just in case. Also, just to kind of have a placeholder, I guess. And let me go store all these away. Then we'll go get scrap metal. And then we'll go and head to the east, or to the west then. Deposit all. Yeah, we're going to bank at one of each in case we need it for whatever, and otherwise we'll just keep a placeholder for us. But yeah, scrap metal can be searched for right over here. It is used for the passive activity in Chapter 3 for smithing. So we'll go get our scrap metal here, and then in the passive activity for Chapter 3, we'll be able to get the one-time bonus for each one of those then, for each of those. I don't think I would really be doing this too much, because I'm pretty sure I'm going to be mostly activating Forager. But I guess whenever we're not playing, I'd still be putting it into Forager rather than combat. So, yeah, maybe we'll get some amount of scrap metals that we could use for smithing. It's just my smithing level is way higher than my Forager level, so I might not necessarily need it. Oh, I don't have enough knowledge points to this one. Oh, or the level, never mind. But the rest of these we should. So let me go grab each one of these. Bank every single one that is applicable. There's a bank right here. And then we'll go head west and start heading to all the shoreline and start doing those. I guess technically we could also do the fish while we're in there. So maybe we'll do every node that's related. So if that's the case, let me go get all these new fish as well. Oh, I'm going to need the puffer boxes. Ah, that means I would have to go do the thing. Okay, I'll skip puffer fish though. But every other fish, I will go do one of each of right now as well, just in case. Especially the new ones. But pufferfish, I gotta wait till Chapter 2 so we can get the pufferfish boxes. Otherwise, we gotta spend an arm and a leg to go get some pufferfish boxes. But we need to do it anyways for the one-time bonus in Chapter 2. So it would make more sense to wait on the pufferfish and just come back to them after we make the boxes at the end of Chapter 2. Alright, so all of these I should already have marked off. The main reason I need to grab these and bank these is I need them for the smithing ones. There's a bunch of passive activities that have scrap metal here. Like this one, scrap metal recycling. I need to go and do those, and I need the scrap metal for that. So even though I have these objectives done, I need these to go complete out the objectives in Chapter 3 for later. As they're trying to add more interconnectivity between stuff. As one of several extra ones they added, that and the pufferfish boxes and other stuff like that. They've been trying their best to add more interconnectivity. And this is a handful of one of the things they did. But yeah, there's still so much we gotta go see. We haven't even touched like 10% yet. It's kind of a little overwhelming. Let's see. Go craft some puffer boxes on your main. How many, wait, how, HMU. What does HMU mean again? Oh, hit me up if you're interested. I currently don't have an account that has trading, available. I probably will be on Hammer Mage, but I still haven't committed it yet. Because they haven't really been really clear on how they're going to be distinguishing, you know, trading from not trading. So I've currently left my two alts in a limbo where they don't have one determined. And of course our main account is non-trading. Alright, let's go and do all the things over here. All of these should be done, but just out of paranoia, I will be grabbing one of each. If nothing else, I might need it for some new dish. If they added some kind of new eel dish or something. So let me go grab one of each of these. Alright, do it on 4. Alright, all these look like they're good. I mostly just want these for the dishes, though. In case the dishes have to be redone or they added a new one or whatever they did with it. So I still will grab one of each. If nothing else, they're placeholders for the bank. I do see the double action. I just want to wait until we get a different one. Like one that's actually useful. But one thing that's nice about the eels, they don't need the gelatin anymore. So I believe you could just put them in all ready to go. Alright, let me go do the tier 0, and I guess we'll double a 6, I guess. In case we need it for a current cooking level or upcoming cooking level. Which I guess we technically won't because this is tier 6. And we're level tier 4 cooking. Alright, I needed what, tier 1 or tier 0? Give me tier 0 eel. And then we'll go double, I guess, the highest tier. Since we're already here. And since we're right here already, give me you. Alright, we're out of here. Alright, that should be all we need at the moment. Triple level is eel. Yeah, eel is one of the best things we could be doing at our level range. Because we don't need flounder. Actually, is flounder used for a dish now? Please tell me flounder is used for a dish. I haven't actually bothered checking that. I sure hope it is. Alright, let's keep going node by node. I will be skipping all the passive fishing, and I will be skipping pufferfish. We will be coming back to them later. We'll deal with that once we get the other supplies for them, but for now, we will ignore them. Next order of business. I guess we'll just do it room by room instead of skill by skill. Because at this point, we're pretty much already doing it that way, and it just makes sense at this point. So next we'll do everything in this room, which is all the flounders and all the kelps. Hopefully the new flounders are used for some kind of new dish. I have no clue if they are, but we'll catch one of each just in case. Actually, there's an easy way to check. Let me catch one and see if it can be banked. If it can't be banked, that means there's no dish for it. So let me double check. I'll catch the highest tier flounder we could do. And if I can't bank this, then we're not even going to bother catching the other ones because I'm pretty sure I already caught every lower tier. Well, let me see if I can bank this. If we can, that means there's no dish, or there is a dish. But if I can't, then these are just purely for profit and are really... Yep, they're pointless. Let me just catch a tier 5 just in case, I guess. But these cannot be banked. But I believe I've already caught in every tier flounder. Just kind of want to double check real quick. So grab a tier 5. Grab a tier 4. And then we'll just drop them all on the ground. Yeah, how could you not do a flounder dish? Flounder is so good. Pass action number 2. Pass action number 1. And I'm pretty sure in the tutorial you literally have to catch it in like level 0 or something. But just in case, I will catch one at level 0. And we should be good to go. And just for the sake of EXP, I will catch one once again at 6 with the double. And then drop all this junk on the ground. Because this is actually what I need to be catching if I want to go and get good fishing XP. That or eels. I'd probably do eels, honestly, just because they feed into cooking. Whereas these feed into the ground. The only reason you would do this is because you would want to synergize it with kelp. With that being said, let's go do kelp. Let me go do every level of kelp. So there's the highest tier kelp. No tools, so we can't double it. Here's the next tier kelp. Let's do one of every kelp, even if we think we found it before, just in case. Kelp level 3. Kelp level 2. Is this the only kelp room? No, there's kelp in the other room. Now let me go grab all the kelp in this room then. Oh yeah, I need to go do all the combat AFKs for the AFK things too. I forgot about that in town earlier. How many kelps are in this room? There should be 3. So grab it for milestone 1, grab it for milestone 0. And then we'll go bank all of them, and then we'll do the same thing for these shells over here. Pass action 0. Alright, and now we'll go do it for every shell. Since we're already in this room, do it for 4 if we can. Nope, not the level range, so we'll do it at 3. This does use a tool. Sure, we'll double it. Why not? Okay, we already have these, but I'm still going to grab them just in case. Do it at 2. I think the next room over has a couple more shells as well, so just grab them there. As well as one more right over there. Grab this one at tier 1. And then grab it at tier 0 in the other room real quick. And what did I miss from the other room? I guess the combat, though I missed the combat and everything. Let's see. Do that tier 0. We should be able to... I don't know. We should be okay on combat, right? I don't think we need to mess with the combat. The only thing we'd have to do is giant ant, I think. Because the way that we end up setting it up, there wasn't really much that we skipped. So it looks like giant ant, when we're in that room, is the only one I have to go do. Because all my other milestones are for different chapters that we'll worry about later. That's something I'll probably do off stream. Worry about all these like weird ones in between. But yeah, we'll worry about most of that later. We'll take giant ant while we're around, I guess. But everything else for combat, I'm just going to worry about later. Like the passive ones. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Alright, anyways. With that being said, that's everything from this room. That's everything from this room except the bass. So let me go get the drop the bass and everything. Is this still called drop the bass? Because that'd be pretty funny. Oh wait, I need a better fishing net and everything, don't I? No, I forgot to grab it. Let me go back real quick. I forgot. I completely forgot to upgrade my co-op net and my spear. I did it for my forager tools, but I forgot to do it for my fishing tools. I guess I should also probably get it for the AFK fishing rod as well. Hello, Ian. Oh yeah, we've still been playing every day since launch. I just haven't been streaming every day, though we will be for the next month. As we're doing the 500 forager grind finally. But yeah, we will be back to streaming every single day again. Or at least for a month, at least till we have 500 forager. But yeah, we've still been doing it every single day. I just haven't been streaming it every day. There's most of it's just been resetting passives and stuff like that. Alright, so what do we need here? I need every upgraded tool. And I'll buy every single one right now, just so we don't have to worry about it. Boom, boom. Let's see. Boom, boom. Buy that. Buy that. Buy that. Buy that. Alright, that should be every tool officially now. And these you can get from Forager, right? Okay, well we get into this from Forager later. For all of our fishing stuff. Alright, perfect. Now, next order of business. Let me go bank all this junk. And yeah, let's keep going room by room. I'll save the passive fishing for last tier just because we should be able to get all of the ingredients we need for passive fishing from Forager. I believe one of the fish that you need as well, you can't even get from the shop. So we would have to forage it anyways. I'm not sure which one it is, but one of them you have to forage for from the passive activity to be able to even fish it up. You're thinking of coming back? Honestly, I would highly advise it with the new XP curve. It's definitely going to be a lot nicer, especially once they add dungeons and like world events, stuff like that. They're starting to get to the point where they're starting to add fun to the game. This is still like their last like restructuring of the game, which makes it a lot easier to like do leveling and everything. It makes the level curve a lot smoother. But they're starting to get close to making the fun content now. Because the next like really major update, well, other than us getting 7-star Minds of Tubin quests, but the next like major update should be dungeons and well, I guess they'll be doing a bunch of bounties in between. But a bunch of bounties for every skill, and soon to be dungeons and soon to be world events. With dungeon and world events probably some of the more funner ones. Anyways, let me go do all the bass here now that we have the correct net. I cannot do it at the highest level, so we'll do it at 5. And we'll double this one because why not? Might need it for chef soon anyways. Alright, so that was a new one. As soon as we see drop the bass, I think everything that level and below we have. So this one should be a new one as well. But everything lower than this, I believe I already have. So that one was new, that one was new. This should be drop the bass. Yep, drop the bass. Okay, everything here, fourth, I already have. But just in case I don't have the recipe or something, I'm going to still go catch them again. So I'm just going to wait here. Hopefully the quicker respawn makes them respawn, like, pretty much immediately. Though I'm not sure if this one got improved on respawn. I know some of the Forager stuff did. I'm just going to wait till it respawns in front of me, and then we'll grab these. Just grab one of each. These I should already all have, but in case I don't have it for the cooking recipe, I'll get it right now. In case they added some kind of new recipe for it I'm not aware of. Because I haven't really looked into cooking too much. We will be once we finish out all Forager, fishing, and everything that we're doing right now. And then we'll go mark off one of each alchemy. Well, almost one of each alchemy. That will require quite a few from other chapters. So maybe we'll save alchemy for absolute last. Because there's material from every chapter that we're going to end up needing for alchemy. Many of which I do not currently have banked. So alchemy will like mega last. And cooking I should wait on too because I need the puffer fish. Alright, let me go do all the starfish now. Let me do it from the highest tier that we could do and work our way down. I cannot do it at the highest tier, so let me already work down. Alright. So the combat I'll ignore. I'll probably do all the combat ones off stream. It's just going to be too annoying to try to figure them all out right now. But I will be holding off on those for now. Alright, upgrade to shell. Oh wait, I'm doing shells again. What am I doing? I meant to do starfish. Wait, where's the other starfish then? Yeah, this I don't need. Oh no, I guess banking a spear isn't really that big a deal. Probably already have some banked from ages ago. I need one more starfish. I believe starfish is still over there. Unless you changed the room for it. Yeah, starfish are still over here if you want some. As well as the jade pieces. Alright, let's go do jade pieces and cod now. Cod, I should be able to do a higher level one for a level or two. But then everything that we do after that should be repeats. So the first two that we catch should be a new one. And then everything else should be a repeat, but I still want it in case we need it for a cooking recipe of some kind. Because some of these you can't buy from shops, and I don't even remember which ones they are. So we'll grab that. We'll grab our pass action for this one. And now every single one that we catch should be cods we've already caught in the past. Also, I'm not sure what I'm dumping my knowledge points into. I guess Forager, honestly. I'm just going to power level Forager over the next month. And now while we're waiting on the respawns, we'll start taking Jade Monument pieces. Which I should be missing all of them. Since I've technically never touched a Jade Monument piece since they came out today. Though apparently that is already counted as us having done it. That's weird. I think it's because it's auto keeps track of your thing. Which I should also double check what we even need for our next monument upgrade. I believe it is jade pieces. Like the highest tier jade piece that we just took. Yeah, there's one of each of those just in case. And I will grab these other 3 cods, and that should be everything from this room completed. And then we just keep moving forward. We're almost halfway done with the chapter. Alright, also I need a storage rift. Look, there's one in the room just north of us now. They added that a couple months ago. Yeah, this game still has a ways to go. It's definitely a slow burn game as far as progress on it. But I don't know, I've been liking everything that they've been doing with it since day one. I would say the only thing that was kind of questionable was the very first combat rework. But a lot of the rework that they did in this update basically fixed most of the gripes with that. Then the fact that we still don't have special attacks like a year and a half in is kind of unfortunate. Like the button's been there for so long, and it's like, nope, still no special attacks. Alright, let's go grab everything from here. These are the same Jade Monument pieces, so I don't need to go for those again. These, I'm not sure if I have at the highest level range. Well, for one, it's locked, so these I should already have. But just in case I didn't make the potions, we will grab one of each. If nothing else, there'll be placeholders in our bank. Really, the other room has some as well, but I'll just wait till they respawn when I go grab all the mana rays. There's probably at least one mana ray that I still need, and then we'll go grab that at level 0. For now, let's go grab the mana rays. These we might already have, but once again, just in case we need it for a recipe or anything. I will grab these at the lower level range. Grab a double view, why not? Let's see. I really love that double action. I just wish the cooldown was way lower. It is such an absurdly long cooldown. Also, while I'm going here, I should go north. I think they added one of the other resources there. Yeah, it was Shark Jaw initially. Now they made it Rack. So now Racks are in the middle of nowhere and absurdly annoying to get. I believe they're needed for the fire potions, which means you're never going to bother making fire potions. The problem with that is I believe you can't buy them from a shop. So hopefully they're never needed for a boss or anything. Because fire potions are probably one of the most annoying, if not the most annoying potion to make in the game at the moment. As they never bothered making a storage rift over there. Hopefully it'll add one later. Also, how do these things not respawn yet? I was going to say. No, I want it at level 0. Let's see, level 0. Alright, there we go. And then we go bank all this. And then, actually, let me go grab all the racks, and then we'll go teleport over and then bank everything. So let me grab all the racks over here. These, I believe we haven't gotten the one-time bonus on the potions for all the fire ones, so we'll be able to go get them right now. So let me go head right over here, grab all the racks. Let's see, where did they place these new racks at? I think it's the same place where the shark jaws were originally in these areas. Which means these racks are technically quest locked as well. Because you have to have started the that one quest. Luckily, the requirement to get here, I don't believe you actually need any requirement. Because I don't think you need the fishing requirement. I don't think you need the foraging requirement to actually get here. You just have to have started the quest up to this point. And that should be good for the racks. How many are in the other room? This one had 4. Is it a 4-4? Because I guess that's not as bad. If it's a 4-4. No, it's only... Oh, no, it is 4-4. Okay. So you can grab 8 of them. Or, 8, and then tele out. I still wish there was a storage rift over here, though. Because the closest storage rift is to walk back over there. And because of how slow you move through this water, it might actually be better to teleport here. Walk down here. Storage rift everything, and then walk back. I don't know. They really need a storage rift, like, in his hut or in the corner. Even if they put it a little bit far away, there just has to be a storage rift there. It's so inconvenient. Anyways, let me go teleport back, because there's no good way to get out of here. Alright, let me go store all this away, and then we'll go do this room. As there should be everything in that room. And then that would be the whole shoreline completed. And then we'll start doing the center areas. So this room we'll do next. Which I think I only have to go do the Gennards. Actually, I might as well do that while I'm here then. Let me do all the Gennards. All these I believe I have done, but once again, in case we need it for a recipe, we'll go and do them all. But every single one of these should be fully completed as far as capturing them before. Grab a Gennard, grab a Gennard. Grab you. Oh, nope, that's why I do this. Look, we found one we haven't seen yet. That's why I'm checking these. Even if I think I have them done, you never know. But yeah, doing all this once will give us a good idea where all the new resources are too, which is why I'm trying to do it like this. Just so we don't really ever have to guess, like, oh, I don't know where this resource is. I didn't bother checking a month ago. But now that we're checking them all now, we'll just kind of know where everything is, where they got moved to. Make sure we have everything done at least once. Alright, now we can go bank all these, and then we'll go exploring around these center rooms then. Also, I want to go check the monument when we go check the monument room. I want to see what active material I need to go do next. Because I think in the beta, I was at, like, Jade, but the current Jade one isn't fully completed. Which will probably be one of the first things we go and prioritize then. When we actually go do our combat forager grind, or just forager grind in general. Okay, so, next, I need to go do the hogberries, and then once I finish the hogberries, we'll go check the monument. Where are the hogberries? Right here. Alright, pass action 4. I'm not up to 4 yet, so we'll do 3. And then grab it at 2. No tool for this, so we can't double any of them. There's one big issue with Forager. Well, quite a few of them do use tools. There are a good handful of them that don't use any tool at all. Also, is there a second Hogberry room? I guess it's the one up north. I guess I'll grab the ant while we're there, too. And one of each monument piece just in case. Because the jade ones are on the beach that we just saw. The stone ones are still where they've always been. Okay, I'm not going to do all the catch up on all the combats. But I will do this one just because we're in the area. Every other one I'll just do off stream. I will go catch up all the other passives, I think. But for combat, we'll wait for later. Just because the way that we have it set up with the new milestone systems is kind of weird. I'll do just this one just because we're already in the area. But every other one I'll just do off stream. All the combat locations except for one are in these exact same locations anyway, so. Alright, there we go. Let me go grab one of these. And then the lowest tier one. And then the only other thing we need to go do is retouch all the stones just in case. I'm pretty sure I can't do it at this highest level range, but I'm still going to double check just in case. 4. Nope, I cannot do it at the highest level range, so we have to do it at this one. And it was past milestone 1 each of them. Luckily, I think there's 4 stones in this room, so we have exactly enough to grab one of each. And then we'll go check to see what monument piece we would need more of. Maybe we'll go finish that today. Since I won't be able to go do like the Forager monument combat grind today necessarily, we could finish whatever progress we have on the Forager once we go and search every single new node and everything. And every new activity. So I'll probably go check that at the end then. Or, you know, we'll check it now, but, you know, we'll actually complete it at the end then. Because I believe there's some progress on my current monument stage that has not been completed. Which is what I'm checking right now. Look how cool these little dragon things look on it. It's Lunar New Year in the next week as well. And it fits with it pretty well. Though it is the year of the horse, though, not the dragon. But they do look really cool. I hope they had a really good dragon boss or several to this game. Okay, good. I'm at medium stone right now. What level is medium stone? I actually can't do it yet. Okay. Perfect. So they ended up changing this a little bit from the beta. But, yeah, it's a lot better now. Alright, so, yeah, we need like 425, I believe it was. Or, you know, level 225. So I can't do those until, yeah, not today. Maybe in 2 days from now we can reach that, or even in the next day. I'm not sure how much XP we can get with the new curve. But definitely in 2 days we could probably do the next tier. But yeah, we still got a ways to go, though. So I wonder what upgrade ended up giving these dragons. Probably the 4th one. Unless I can't go up yet because it doesn't have the base like before. But we're getting there. Cool. Anyways. That's everything from this room. Let's go do all the potatoes. Which I believe I already have, but just in case, we'll double check. And then after potato, I could do the passive that's in this room. I think I'm going to need to because I believe that's for the fishing bait. I'm not sure if all the fishing bait is found here, but I know some of it is. So let me start getting all the fishing bait that we need. Discover. Pass action for... oh yeah, I can do it for 4. Nice. Alright, so we'll do one of each of these. This is for... Actually, which one is this for? This is for the Bone Right AFK in chapter 3. But I'm not sure if I have all these one-time bonuses, so we'll still check them real quick. Yeah, sheep rib I don't have, so that's a new one. These other ones I might already have, though, depending on how I remembered them. But just in case, we will grab them while we're here, just so we don't have to come back for it. And so we get a better idea of where all these things are. So, because before I thought this was something else, I even thought it might have been worms, but no, this is for sheep rib. It seems like every AFK activity now only does one object. Whereas before they did it for like a billion different objects. But now each one seems to be allocated to only one from what I could tell. It took you 8 hours to get there? Oh gosh. Yeah, I'm not sure how long our overall grind is going to end up being. I gotta get a feel for it when we're dumping like all the XP into it. Oh nice, that's actually a new one, really? I would have sworn that we would have had that one by now, but that's why we're doing this. Just making sure that we get everything done. We could be doing it in list order, but I'm just doing it by room order, just so, for our sanity. Because I don't want to have to hop around a billion times. Also, this one does use a trowel, by the way. Similar to how it was in Chapter 2, you actually do gain a XP bonus, since it's using the trowel tool. So your trial tools EXP bonus is actually affecting this AFK activity. So you get way better EXP for AFKing these. Does it actually say that on the thing? Because these should be better EXP. No, they're not. That's weird. Because these are really good EXP because the tool affects them. That's one weird thing with the new EXP like distribution and everything else that they have there. It doesn't make much sense in the sense that it's not always true. Because these are actually a higher EXP than every other passive in this place because it uses that trail. Whereas most other things in this chapter do not use that trail. Same as the one that uses the nets over here. That are all better EXP because they end up using the net. Which reminds me, I need to go do those. There's this room right over here that has the... actually, a node I haven't even touched yet. There's 2 different AFKs because they split them up into 2 different things. So I'm going to go do this since we're doing those AFKs right now. I'm just not doing the combat AFKs. But every other AFK we will be doing. Also, can you still buy and sell monument pieces here? I think it only works for ones you've already done. So I'm at tier 4, so all of these are ones I've already done. But yeah, if you want to sell spare monument pieces, you can. So if I have like a lot of excess of one of the old ones, if I go to withdraw items, I go to monument pieces. I have, for example, a lot of tier 1 for some reason. Like I can come to this guy and literally just, you know, sell it to him. I can go over here, trade him. It's not going to sell for much. But, you know, we could trade them, sell all, boom, 8 silver. And keep doing that over and over again if you want to sell them all if you have spares. Or you could play or trade them, but of course we don't have trading enabled. Alright, it's not on this account. Okay, so there's 2 different things here. There's one new one, and then this one. So I assume these just have the 2 resources split up. So these have the anemone, and these have the, whatever the other one was, like the slug or whatever it was. I think those are used for bait or something. But now they've done it in 2 different pools. Before they were just 2 of the exact same pool, but now they're distributed into 2 different resources. This one is for the alchemy supplies, and the other one I think is for fishing bait. And this is also alchemy supply. These might be for the passive Foport potion, I actually forget. Yeah, never mind. These might both be alchemy supplies. I believe these are 2 different passive potion alchemy supply. And we'll find out when we go touch the other one. Alright, all these other ones I'm pretty sure I have, but once again, just in case for the potion, we'll go do it now. Wait for the wiki. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff the wiki's going to need to update. I'm not sure who's been running it, but gosh, they got a lot of work. That's a lot of things to update. I already know generally what I want to be doing with this update, though. It's mostly the Forger combat grind. And as long as we're doing whatever is near our highest tier, we should be fine. Just wide skill against whatever your highest tier is, and just grab some extra nodes while you're doing it and dump all the knowledge in the Forger. I could be dumping into something in Chapter 3, but when we do the Forger grind, I will be dumping all of our knowledge in the Forger. I just want to power grind it down. And today, of course, it's mostly just seeing every new resource that they added today. As well as old ones, just to make sure we have them all marked off with the new system. For completionist's sake. I'm very much a completionist when it comes to things. Like, seeing a bunch of cards that are not completed will drive me crazy. Like, I cannot gain a single Forger level until we go touch a Shark Jaw. Like, everything has to be completed. And most of these I'm pretty sure we have done from the first time we cycled around these. Because neither of these 2 are new resources. And yes, this is bait for one of the fish that we're going to need to go catch. Oh wait, but I do need 2 of these. Oh no, I think they made it... Wait, did they change it? Oh, I can't remember. Did they change bait so each one uses a separate one now? I am like 80% certain they did. Because before, there was some bait that multied up. But I believe they added enough new baits that none of them multi up anymore. So I'm just going to grab one of each and hope that's the case. Otherwise, we're in trouble. But I'm just going to grab one of each because I believe no bait doubles up anymore. Wow, that was new? Really? That's why we're doing this. How was that a new one? I'll take it, though. But I believe they added enough new baits that each fish only uses 1 bait. Before, there was like some that used like 2 or 3 the same. But they should all have a individual different bait now. Where you get these baits, I have no clue because these passives have always been kind of dead and I never really bothered with foraging as my lowest level skill. But, yeah, I believe they all have a separate one now. And we'll find out in a little bit whenever we get around to fishing. Is there a better decision now between Lone Wolf and guild member? Not at the moment. I would say raids, dungeons, and stuff like that, and even bossing, we'd have to wait before we really know. Honestly, I would even almost wait till chapter 6, which in like 3 years from now. The main reason for that is we don't really know how weapon long-term are going to work. Because you have to keep in mind 4-star and 5-star weapons and stuff. Well, 5-star doesn't even exist yet. But 4-star and 5-stars are not tradable. Maybe the crafting material for them are and stuff, but the actual 4 and 5-star stuff is not tradable. This likely has to do with how the enhancement system works in chapter 6. But there's like so little we know about it at the moment, other than that it exists in chapter 6. Like there's so little we know. So, I don't know. I'm probably not dedicating any of my accounts, honestly, till chapter 6. Which, you know, that's like 2 years from now at their rate currently, maybe even longer. But, yeah, we got a while until then. So I'm personally keeping both my 2 side accounts as undecided. And this one I just went Lone Wolf because I definitely want my main account to be solo. But I still haven't determined the other ones until we have more info on that later. There's still a lot of unknowns with chapter 6 and how that's going to work. As well as how bossing is going to work, how dungeons is going to work, how trading with those materials is going to work. Like, all these I believe we already have, but once again, I believe these are used for a new potion that we haven't done yet. Because they end up changing what potion this is used for. Before it was used for, I think, the green combat potion, but now it's used for enrage potion. Which means I'm going to want to do a lot of these tier 4s if we want to AFK combat later. These are actually really useful. How much does your shop sell them for? Wait, but the shop sells them for free! What's the point in banking these? You go to the shop and be like, okay, I would like to buy your entire stock, and he just hands it to you for no money. They're 3 silver each. They're 3 silver. This is like a lower tier, but still. Alright, let me go grab all the goat horns. Okay, I can't grab that one. Let me grab the other ones. I should probably go bank these while we're next to a bank. But yeah, a lot of material you're still going to be buying from shops. Even though they made some that you can't ever buy from a shop, everything that you can, you're still going to be. Like, literally everything you can. And some of the ones that you can't, unless it's like a really good potion or something, you're probably just going to skip them. Like, if you can't buy from a shop, you're almost guaranteed skipping them. Unless you do, like, the 500 gathering skill related to it first. Now, let me go store all this junk away. Oh, so they change these icons? Why do these look so much different? Or maybe I just haven't seen them side by side before. But there we go. Alright, we're almost there. We've got these few rooms and then the whole top area that they added. Well, technically the top area's been there for a while, but they added a bunch of fish and everything there. For a bunch of new recipes that we'll need for Chef. Alright, Goat Horn I already grabbed. Water Lily I have not, though, so let me grab all the Water Lilies. Ice tier probably can't do. Nope. We'll grab all the other ones. Grab that Water Lily, grab the next one. Should make the last 2 to 3 milestone items not be available in shops. Honestly, that would be a pretty good idea. Like the highest of highest tiers. Because that's where all the end game is going to be, realistically, for every potion and everything. That would get annoying for some skills, though. Like for weapon making and everything. Because you would eventually run out of supply, even if you mine all the way to 500. And monument pieces we already did in the other room, so we don't need to do anything here. And now we're up to the new section. Almost everything up here has been reworked. Oh, I do need to go do these, though, while we're here. This is for fishing bait. This is one of the fishing bait locations. Just to make sure we get every fish for all the new cooking ingredients. But yeah, at the moment, being Lone Wolf and having trading enabled still feels like the pretty similar experience. There's not enough people to really trade with at the moment. At least from what I've heard. I haven't actually tried yet. But from what I've heard, there's not enough people to realistically have like a proper trading economy at the moment. Obviously, if the game ever gets back to like 1K plus players again, it could. I believe they have trading days some weekends though, almost like a flea market. Or like some Saturdays or Sundays, they have like a flea market style trading thing in Chronopolis. But at the moment, there's not much of a trading economy in the game. Even once there is, what are you really trading for the most part? Because there's not much. Like maybe potions? Potions, consumable foods when they are, and like weapons and armor and such. But you can't trade 4-star or higher armor, so the best you could ever trade is 3-star. Or if there's like boss crafting material in the future. They mentioned in the past, like boss crafting material and stuff like that should be tradable from raids and stuff like that. But the actual final product is likely not going to be tradable. Because 4-star plus already isn't. And that's likely due to how Chapter 6 affects it with all the enhancements. Oh, so hello Natalie, welcome, welcome, I've always been well. Alright, let's go get all the bone spikes. Once again, I believe we've already grabbed all these before in the past, but just in case. I'm pretty sure we grabbed these while they were for the... well, then again, maybe not. Oh, no, we did. Because as you can say, we grabbed these back when they were for Botanist, or, you know, for Gatherer. I'm not sure if I ever bothered grabbing all these for when they were for Forager. But apparently the answer is yes, or it carried over. Because I'm not getting any new activation cards here. Alright, let's go bank all these and start doing all the new fish. Also, let's see if I can aggro skip them. No, I couldn't get it in time. One tick earlier would have done it. Alright, let's go bank all this stuff. Yeah, armor's, I would say, is pretty sought after at the moment. Like 3-star armor. Because there's no armor making skills, so armor is really hard to get your hands on at the moment. Like, look how undergeared I am. I'm in full 1-star with a 2-star helm. Like, I'm literally in full 1-star pretty much. Obviously, you can slow buy like 2 stars for Chronopolis, but they're really expensive. Like, you go double check the price in a little bit, but I'm pretty sure they're like almost a gold each at my level range. Like, they are really pricey. But hey, we finally got to one of the newer nodes. I haven't actually seen too many of them because we've kind of been just trying to catch up on all the past stuff as well. But there is the what was it, trout? Salmon? I think this was salmon. It should be salmon. Let's grab the other blau plant real quick before I forget. And then we'll go grab all the salmon. Hello? Tier 0? Oh, it is tier 0. Oh, I forgot. It starts at milestone 2. I was like, wait, why is it such a high milestone level? Alright, now we can grab all of our salmon. We'll start all the way at the top. Oh, actually, I need to go one down. We'll start one down. And these are used for some kind of new dish, I'm pretty sure. Which one it was, I have no clue, but it's used for something. Pass action for... It's a little bit annoying that there's one guy just all the way at the corner over there. In the middle of nowhere. There's a fish trying to swim upstream. Alright, let's go grab the other 3 that are here. Get the last of the milestones. It should be salmon as well, yep. Pass action 2, 1, 0. And I'll make all the chef dishes out of them. Hopefully there's only one chef dish that uses salmon. I would assume so, but you never know. Salmon, salmon, salmon. And I am going to keep all my dishes. I'm not going to go and put them in to sell. So when the other update comes in, there might be a thing for eating one of each. Who knows? So I'll keep them just in case. Oh yeah, we need to go do these 2. I believe this is for fishing material. Let's see. Do that. I can't remember what this one is for, but it's for something. Pretty sure it's fishing material. Because I believe they divided all the fishing material now, so there should be one of the fishing materials here. Because we've caught in 2 different ones so far, I believe. There should be like 4 or 5 or something, I don't remember. But it should be to catch one to fish. No, this is for a Hope Port Potion. Interesting. We'll grab one of each, even though I believe we have in the past, just to make sure though. And then we're almost done with Chapter 1. Because cooking and alchemy I'll save for a little bit later. As there's stuff from other chapters I need to get. For Chef, most notably Chapter 2. And for alchemy, most notably every chapter. So, we'll double back around to them. Oh, I just realized something! I'm not gonna... Oh, no, yes I can. Never mind. Because I did do milestones into Chapter 3. I was gonna say, if you have 0 milestones into Chapter 3, you actually can't grab all the supplies for alchemy from there. But no, I did. It's just my milestone 17 is set to 3, not my current one. But I'm still allowed to go back there. It would just be for less XP. But obviously we're not doing this for XP. What we're doing right now is very inefficient for XP. Is it by no means for XP. This is for completion's sake. Because it will drive me crazy if I don't see every single card completed up to my level range. Like if this whole page is not completely green logged, every single time I click on it, I will go insane. So that's what we're trying to fix today. And then after today, we'll start doing our actual grinds. Most notably the Forge or Monument grind into a little bit of combat. Alright, oh, that was one that's actually new for some reason. Interesting. That's why I'm doing this. I have no clue which ones are or aren't. Alright, so next we have ourselves the Nettles. Most of these we should already have, but once again, we will do all of them. I believe these are needed for Fire Potion. These are used for, yeah, they're used for the Fire Potion. These are also not tradable anymore, by the way. Or, sorry, they're not buyable from shop. I keep saying not tradable. But they're not buyable from a shop. So if you're an Iron Man, you have to get them this way. You actually have to gather them. And if you are a tradable player, then, so where's the other set of Nettles? Oh, they're over here. And you have trading enabled. If you don't want to get them yourself, you would have to buy them from another player. Currently, Fire Potions are not that useful. However, there might be a boss that comes in, particularly in Chapter 2, that might be weak to fire. Given that it's a forest. It'd be the most likely location where a weak to fire boss is placed. Alright, next. So I did all the Nettles. There's another material to the north that I think I've already finished, but I'll still go grab them right here. Which are all the ram horns. I do not have it for level 4. I'm not sure why I keep checking. I think it automatically puts it at your highest level anyways. I still keep checking just in case though. But it seems to by default put it at your highest level range that you can do. And otherwise puts it at the level below if you can't. Which is great by default. Because before, I think in the beta at one point it was doing it based on whatever your milestone was. So if you're at milestone 4, it would put all of them at milestone 4. But it actually put this by default, I believe, at milestone 3. Knowing that we can't do it at milestone 4. Here should be a new fish. These are trouts. And also all the worms that I need here for bait. So let me go do these. This is definitely fishing bait, obviously. So let me grab... Watch it not be bait somehow. But no, this one should definitely be bait. If worms aren't bait, there's a problem. And then we'll go grab all the new trout. And then I think there's another new fish over there, as well as whatever is on the beach. I think there's some shark jaw and something else. What is that other thing? Oh, just ram horn. Okay, I don't need that. I grabbed that in the other room. Oh, I didn't grab beetle from the other thing, or the femur. I'm pretty sure I already have all the femurs, but just in case. And then we're basically done with chapter 1 then. Let's gotta do these 3 rooms then. Well, technically 4 if you count the one we're in right now. Obviously, we still need to do cooking and chef, but we'll come back to those. I mean, cooking and alchemy. But those require stuff from other chapters, so we'll have to double back on them later. Same as for fishing, because I believe some of the bait is also in chapter 2 still. So we won't be able to get it all from chapter 1. Don't forget to buy capes. Oh gosh! I'm not sure if I'm buying all the capes yet. That's a lot of gold to go waste on capes, but we did get refunded a lot of gold, so maybe we will. That's like the one thing I don't mind not having. But I don't know, maybe we'll go do all the capes. If I do all the capes, it'd probably just be up to like milestone 4 or something. I don't think I would go all the way to like the max for each. I don't know, I think I might just ignore the capes for now. I was kind of waiting on capes until what you call it? Until they added like perks to them. We are wearing a cape right now though. We're in the Mind of a Tubin 200 all. There we go. But yeah, we do have a cape on right now. We've been rocking this one. I've just been running the scarf for the last like month or 2. Alright, let's go and grab all of our trout. Past milestone 5. These are new, so we definitely don't have every single one of these. These should all be activation. Yeah, they did mention at some point they are likely going to be adding keep perks. I'm curious to see what they do with it. Because keep perks is something that happened in RuneScape and Old School RuneScape after the Gower Brothers. Which means they've never actually made keep perks before. So I'm curious how strong or weak they would end up making them. Because both Old School RuneScape and RuneScape 3... but keep perks happened after the Gower Brothers. In both situations. Before they were just kind of like a cosmetic flex thing to have. Kind of like how they are in Brighter Shores right now. So I'm curious exactly what they would end up doing with it. Wait, sardines? Wait, is there only one room to catch trout in? Oh no, I need to go back. Is this the only trout room? Fishing. Trout. Oh, no, I wanted fishing, trout. Trout. Yeah, there's only one room. It's this one. I think this is the only new fish where you can only catch it in one room. There's not a double room for it. You can get it with nettle though, which is nice. But yeah, there's not a double trout room. You would have to just take your 3 trout, then take your 3 nettle, and then take your 3 trout, and, you know, keep going back and forth until you need a bank. Or drop them on the ground, or drop one on the ground. The nettle is not obtainable from shops, though. I'm not sure if the trout is or not. Oops, I grabbed 2 of the 1. That's fine. Got a little spare of them. Alright, next. What do we need here? Ram horn, we already did. Shark jaw, we definitely didn't. And sardines, we definitely didn't. Let's do sardines first, I guess. And then we'll work our way over to the shark jaw. Actually, since we have the double bonus, I guess I could grab it now. But then I'm going to get confused as to where we are. Also, bone jaw is currently the highest level thing I could be doing for forager right now. So when we start our forager grind, that'll probably be the first thing we start at. Is doing these 8 shark draws would probably be our best XP rate at the moment. Especially since we have the tool bonus. Oops, I forgot the other sardine. And I assume the other room also has sardines. Also, I'm not going to be able to grab them all right now. I'm going to run out of inventory space. Maybe I do drop the 1 trout. Sorry to get too much junk. Let's see. Discover. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I actually do need to get multiple of the shark jaw. Of every tier. Alright, let me just bank everything now and we'll try to figure it out from there. So let me drop the most recent one we did, which is just this 3 sardine. Oh no, we can just remember 3. I just gotta remember that we stopped at 3, so I need to go do 2 now. But I need to grab multiple of the shark jaws. You know why? Because we need a first time bonus everything. Because we definitely didn't for a lot of those things since it uses a new material. And it's the only one not buyable, so if we run out, we won't be able to. Oh, it actually remembers what your last one was. Nice. Yeah, I believe it remembers all the way until you log out, so I didn't even need to remember that it was 2. Nice, there we go. But I believe that's how it works now. When you lower down a node, it stays that way literally till you log out. I believe it does reset after logout, though. But the entire time that you're logged in, it should remain at whatever you last moved it to. Okay, let me go grab all these shark jaws. Not only are they all for the forager level I need right now, doing this highest tier, but... Oh wait, I just realized, these didn't get banked? Wait, is there nothing you could use sardines on? Oh no! Is there no dish that uses sardine? Because they're not bankable. Yeah, you can only sell them. Oh no, sardines are useless! Rip. Well, we got the first time bonus for them, I guess. What's the point of sardine then? Alright, let's see. Let me go get some of my jaws then. I want to get a okay amount of each. I just realized this room has 2 bones? That has never happened before. Because they moved the racks that were originally in here, this is the first ever double bone room. Oh, this is really good bone value. But let me go get the pass action on the jaw. And then we'll go worry about femurs. But I gotta grab a few of each tier. Because we're gonna need to make shields out of these. And they said they made it 1 less material, so that should be 3 per shield. Which means I need to get like 9 of these in to be able to do 1 of each shield. Some of them I probably already have done. But just in case, since these aren't tradable, I'm gonna grab 9 of each jaw type. As each shield should require 3, and there's 3 different shields. Oh, we hit max knowledge. What am I dumping this onto? I guess chapter 1? I don't have a good EXP potion on me for chapter 1 though right now. I only have a 5%. I don't know, what am I putting this into? Am I wasting a 5% right now? I think I am. Is there anything else I need to put knowledge points onto? No. Okay, I'm gonna only use a 5% right now. This is a little bit of a waste. But the amount of time it would take to go get a better potion just isn't worth it. So I'm putting this on the Forager. Oh, past milestones. Open the Forager profession by clicking... There it is. Got a bunch of unlocks. This is what we end up getting on our next level. The shells and the other thing. Okay, this is explaining a new mechanic. Congratulations, you've reached milestone 4 in the forager profession. When you reach a new milestone, many of the places in the world upgrade to improved versions with higher rewards and higher level requirements. This is so you have new goals to work towards while still allowing old and new players to play alongside each other. At any time, you can use this button to temporarily go back in the milestones or just keep switching it like we have been doing. Alright, speaking of which, there we go. Okay, I'm going to grab 9 of these because the shop no longer sells them and I need to go make all the shields. So we'll do 9, grab all the femurs once, because those we could just buy from the shop if we need to. These we can't. So we'll get another 9 of these, grab one of each of the femur, bank everything, finish whatever we still need for jaws, finish the beetle thing over there. And, oh yeah, I forgot to use the other point. Forager. Yeah, all knowledge is going to be going into Forager for the foreseeable future. Until that number says 500, probably. I was going to wait before I really get 500, but because we're already so close from the monument grind, I'm probably just going to go all the way at that point. Like, we're going to be so close already. Alright, that should be 9, right? 8, 9, yeah, this is 9. Alright, now I just need to get 9 of the other 2 lower tiers, and we'll grab the femurs right now while we're heading to the bank. And by then, hopefully, we'll have the double take again. Where are the femurs? Femur, we'll take it at that level, sure. We'll take it at the level below. I assume we can't do it at 4, nope. Milestone 2. That's interesting. They're still the highest level 1, even like they were in the other area. They were highest level bone in chapter 2 when they were there before. But now that they're moved over here, they're still the highest level 1. I grab the other femur, and then we should be good to go. Pass action. Then our double should be good. And then we'll go do it for the next tier. Then we'll grab all of our beetle. Then we'll grab it for the final tier. And that should be chapter 1 completed. Other than for chef and alchemy. But we'll save this for last. Once we have all the material that we need. Alright, so all that's completed. Now we just need tier 2 and tier 1. Oh wait, and tier 0 don't we? Because I just did what? Tier 3? It should be whatever it's at. Let's see. Where are they? Yeah, I forgot. I need to do tier 0 too. I'm pretty sure all those shields are already remembered being done, but I'll still keep the material just in case, I guess. Because if nothing else, at some point I will need to make shields for, which is one of the reasons when we start doing Forager for real, I do need to go crazy on these shark jaws. Because since we can't buy from a shop, we need it for shield upgrades in the future. Every class, even if you're not a guardian, needs these, as well as all the material. Because you're eventually going to need it for your shield. Like, regardless of what class you are, you need it to upgrade to 4-star shields. Which, honestly, makes 4-star shields probably the most annoying piece of equipment to upgrade at the moment. Hopefully Armor Maker won't be that annoying. But shields are actually... they're also pretty bad, too. They're both really bad, but also really annoying to make. Because it requires 3 different untradeable material. Shark Jaw from Chapter 1, from Forager. Death Stone from Chapter 3, from Miner. And then also that one new Emma, whatever it's called, for the Cryonite shields. So you need Forager, Mining, Boneright, Blacksmith, and Stonemason to make, to be able to make a shield. There's a lot of skills just to make a 4-star shield. And it's all untradeable. Well, other than whatever wood I guess you need for, the carpenter thing. But everything else is untradeable. Like these jaws, the rock, and the stone. I didn't get a double yet, did I? So I'm going to be at like a weird number here since my cooldown's not off yet. Come on, cooldown. 17 seconds. Go by quicker. I might just wait on the final node. Because you should still respawn at the same time due to how nodes all come in at the same time again. I think that's still in place. So I'll wait on that and then we'll grab all the zeros. And we should be good to go then. Just waiting on the timer. Grab our double. Normally you wouldn't do that, but we're trying to get a really specific number of everything at the moment. Just so we can make our shields for Chapter 3. Alright. Now, I just need to go do Tier 0 and do the beetles. I guess we're all waiting for cooldown. I'll go do beetles right now, actually. And then that should be every single node completed in Chapter 1, aside from cooking, alchemy, and fishing, a passive. But otherwise, all the active ones would have been done. Alright, 4 I can't do. It auto-locks it, so it brings... Okay, that's cool. So it automatically brings you to the highest level action that you can do. So the reason it didn't put me to Tier 4 is I currently can't do the Tier 4 one, even though we're in Tier 4 for this milestone. But it auto-adjusts it to whatever your current best active activity is. when you log in. So you don't have to like manually switch it. Because at one point in the beta, I don't believe it was doing that. It was originally just moving everything to your highest level, but now it moves it to the highest level that you have access to. So even if you're at milestone 4, it'll still downgrade it to 3 automatically for if you're, you know, if you don't have the level range for it yet. And if you see the little icon on it, you know it's not as good EXP because you're doing it for the tier before. Because ideally you always want to be doing activities at your current tier. There are some exceptions to it, like alchemy if you need a specific potion and stuff like that. But for the most part, you want to be doing stuff within your tier. Like for Forager right now, obviously we'd want to be doing Shark Jaw right now. I guess Periwinkle could be okay too, but given that they're untradeable, I'd probably be doing Shark Jaw. Alright, just need to get these last few beetles. What are these used for? These are used for, oh, these are for fishing. This is one of the fishing baits, which we'll need when we go and double back to all the passives for fishing. And now this should be the last thing we need. We then go bank everything. We then go get all the 9 of the 0 sharks, which is just one more cycle. And that should be chapter 1 completed, aside from everything that's not completed. But all the stuff we can do at the moment is completed. I have to come back to fishing passes once we get the bait. I have to come back from cooking once we get the rest of the cooking supplies. And then we have to come back to botanist once we've done literally every chapter because there's so many potions that go into every chapter. Let's see. Put all this away. And now I just need to go get the final tier bone. I deposit all that. Alright, let's go get the final tier bone, and let's move to chapter 2 then. I'm curious what all the shortcuts we can take. Is that something I didn't bother checking when we were messing with the beta? As I figured we just wait till the day of, which is now. But, yeah, I haven't actually checked to see where all the shortcuts are. Oh wait, this is already tier 0. Oh! Yeah, I don't need these. Oh, while I'm here, I might as well grab these, I guess, while they're in spawn. But yeah, I forgot, I don't need these because, they automatically start at tier 1. There is no tier 0. Alright, let me just grab them because they're actually kind of useful at the moment. And then we'll go teleport to chapter 2. And then figure out how on earth we want to go order that. I might just start from bottom left and work our way around, I think, is going to be our best bet. And save Carpenter for last, obviously. Because we need to go get all the wood supplies first. Alright, let's go teleport over there. Let's start all the way from bottom left and work our way around. Let's go to Timberwell Village. I can also go upgrade all the tools here while I'm here too, which is great. So I'm going to go do that immediately. Let's go upgrade all of our forager tools. Let's go upgrade all of our woodcutting tools. And then we'll start from this bottom left area and work our way around, ending on carpentry since we need all the woodcutting stuff first. Alright, first things first. Let's get all of our new tools so we can actually do everything. Let's see. Oh, we're already maxed? Oh, there we go. Well, that's good. I think I do need a lot of axes, though. But botanist looks like it's already good to go. Mostly because they slightly changed that when they did the botanist update. They added a lot more tools to it initially, so it already had all of them that you need. But let's go grab... not that. We will be coming back for you, though. Grab this guy. Now, here I should have a lot of upgrades I need to do. Yeah. So give me the handsaw. Give me all these little smaller things. Give me... Is that it? Okay, that should be everything then. That's not too many. Alright, let's start in this room, I guess, since we're already here. There are 2 things we need. First, let's go do all of the orchids. Pass, do it on a 3. Pass, do it on a 2. Most of these I should already have, though. Oh, apparently not. That's why we're checking. Pass, do it on a 1. And then auto create a, Oh, I guess I have to do it this way. That's fine. That's weird. I can't change the level while it's like midway through. But I can when it's fully made. That's so weird. Okay, that one I already have. Alright, now let's do the same for the trees. And just work our way down. Ash tree at level 5. Yeah, all these we probably already have, but I'm still going to check just in case. Ash tree at level 4. Ash tree at 3. And then 3 more of those, and we can move on to apple. Oh, so there's ash trees in that room too. I can just move over there when I'm heading there. Do it at 1, and I assume these are available at 0 as well. If it's anything like the other system, you should have access to this at like level 0. Oh no, you actually start on oak now. That's interesting. Ash trees are no longer level 0. Wait, they're not even milestone 1. Wait, what? You don't get them till milestone... That's weird. They're a milestone 1 activity. Why? Oh! Because they're used for the shield. That's also at milestone 1. I see why they did that now. Actually, before I bank those... Well, I guess we're too late now. I was gonna say, I should go get the apples first, but let's go get the apples now. Should be a bunch of apple trees here. Which are used for some kind of new apple pie that we've never made, not even in the beta. These are just waiting till launch. Let's go grab them all. And then I'll go instant make another one. Order it. Oh, my other tool is not ready yet, though. Oh, no. My auto creates tree isn't ready. Alright, well, let me go get all the previous milestones. Grab a tier 2. Grab a tier 1. Is that the golden one already? Wow, they lowered that thing like crazy compared to what it was. Move that one to 0. Oh, so you gotta tell me they at least made 1 green apple. But all the colors that a apple could be. Okay, I don't have fertilizer. At this point, it might just be quicker to do a different tree. Since I kind of ruined that one's growth cycle. Oh wait, or do I already have them all? I might not even need to, honestly. Yeah, I already have all the apples, right? That should be. Because I can't do the highest tier, and that's already the lowest tier. Alright, we're good to go. Apples completed. And I guess we'll go move east and just start doing all these bottom rooms and work our way north. Oh, there's a shortcut over there. I wonder if I could take that. Oh, please tell me I could take that shortcut. I'm going to start checking these shortcuts to see what level we need woodcutting-wise. I think you need like level 900 or 450 something woodcutting to be able to use them all. And we're like halfway through, so like half these shortcuts we should be able to use. Nice. No, not nice. I'm level 525. I can't use a shortcut. We're close. That's the next shortcut we'll get access to. But currently I cannot use that shortcut. Alright, let's go do Juniper. And then we can go do Aracia. And then we can go do Bamboo. And then store everything at Bamboo. Yeah, 475 is how many you would need to use every shortcut. Which is kind of crazy high, but obviously a lot of those shortcuts aren't really that needed. Oh, so this is what happens when you put 0 milestones into a chapter. I can't even fight these things because I don't even have a single milestone in them. Alright, let's go grab all of these juniper trees. Let me go grab the other junipers just to make sure we get them all. There should be like 3 junipers still in here. Oh, they moved it a little bit because they added a shortcut over here. What shortcut level is this? Here we go. Here's a shortcut we could use. So to cut through north here is only level 175 woodcutting. Alright, nice. Let me go touch the bramble, might as well. Double harvest it. Double the XP. Like, I already got that bramble before. Also, you can't do pass action on brambles because they're all unique bramble now. Because they're all used for unique shortcut. I think there's 10 of them? Like 9 or 10? I don't remember. I think it is 10 because during the tutorial you'd probably use one as well. So there's probably 10 different brambles that you'd have to go through. Yeah, at 0 combat you do get some basic enemies. But I don't think any of the passives, or not that many of the passives, get counted in it. Realistically, to have access to at least one of every enemy in every chapter, you'd have to put 1 milestone in every chapter. But currently we have 0 milestones into chapter 2. Which means there's actually a good handful of enemies I cannot currently fight unless we go gain the levels to go make our next milestone here. But there's a lot of enemies I can't even engage with in this chapter at the moment. Luckily, there's not much of a need to at the moment. I do plan to quite a bit when we go for the woodcutting gatherer grind, mostly woodcutting grind. Because I do plan to do a ton of woodcutting while doing combat in this area eventually. That might be our goal after the 500 forager grind. These 500 forager is way more important than having a few shortcuts in chapter 2. Like, the shortcuts are nice, but they're not like a venture slot nice. Not to mention forager in general is just a really good skill to get supply-wise. Whereas botanist is not that good. Oh, here's one of the AFK trees. So the AFK trees are now like actual trees. And I believe I haven't done any of these activities since I don't think the old ones counted towards them. So we are going to have to touch all of them. Oh, there are passives for 0? That makes sense. So you still have some way of doing it. Wait, I already have this? How? This is literally a new tree. I guess the old ones counted. If that's the case, I probably have all these, but I'll still grab it in case it doesn't count for Carpenter, I guess. But this tree literally came out today, but I guess the past actions on the other trees counted towards it. I'll still grab on all of them just in case, though. And then we'll go to bamboo, store everything, and then go teleport over there, I guess. Alright, past milestone, grab that one. And then after today, we should have pretty much every card completed. So tomorrow we could just start focusing all in on the Forager Combat Monument grind. Because I'm hoping we can complete it within a month. I'm not sure about the new XP curve, if that's realistic, but we're sure going to try. By like mid-March, I want to try to finish it. Not sure how realistic that is, but we'll find out. I'll be putting all my knowledge points towards Forager, and I'll be putting all my passives towards Forager. I'll be actively streaming it every day, every month around noon each day. Alright, is that everything? There we go, now that's everything. I'm not sure if I'm going to need these, but you never know. I'd rather have it and not need it, and need it and not have it. And this should be the last time we ever really need to do this. Because I highly doubt they're going to completely nuke the whole leveling system for like a third time. Well, it's more so combat that got reworked third time at this point. But, I highly doubt they're going to nuke everything again. So we shouldn't have to, like, mass do this ever again after today. Just get it done today, never need to worry about it again, and we're good to go. I have some people doing bamboo here already. Give me that double bamboo. I believe these are still used to speed up your gatherer skill, or, you know, your botanist. I don't really feel like they're that useful, though. Bamboo is definitely in the really high skip category. The pufferfish boxes might be 2, but we don't know what they're going to consume into. Like, once dishes are consumable, it might actually be something really relevant. Yeah, all these I believe I have done before, but... because we did this during the botanist update. But I still want to check just in case. Oh, there's not a tier 0 of this. Alright, so that's everything then. This is one of those activities you get at tier 1. Alright, store all this away, teleport over to Timberwell. Then we'll head east, head down the other area. And then start heading around that like corridor area over there. Still haven't found where you get the new pots from for the pufferfish. Oh yeah, I also haven't been paying attention to the passive activities. Oh, never mind. They all got moved into that one big in-between building, didn't they? Yeah, there's not a bunch of them all around anymore. I forgot about that. They all got moved to Chapter 1. Nice, okay. So we need to worry about that at the moment then. What we do need to go worry about, though, is... what's in this room? It is chestnut, right? Chestnut and pine. Alright, chestnut and pine. Chestnut. It will auto-complete you. Oh, it doesn't even auto-complete you. It just, like, speeds you up. Alright, well, let me grab the other ones. Pass action, 3. Grab that chestnut. Where are the rest of these? Chestnut level 2. Chestnut level 1. And if chestnut does come in level 0, we'll grab it on that one tree once it's done. And while we're waiting, we'll do all the pines. Alright, all these pines, once again, I should have, but just in case, we will grab one of each. But these should already be done just from standard wood cutting in the past. But you never know. Oh, don't chop that yet. Alright, grab that pine, and that should hopefully be grown by now. By the time we finish. And then we need to head south to grab, I guess, willow, though once again, I believe we do have those, but I'll still just double check. And then the only other thing we should need to worry about is everything. We're not even like halfway done with the chapter. All right, grab that. And then we should be able to grab this at tier 1. Did I never grab it at tier 0 yet? Oh, or was I supposed to downgrade that one to tier 0? I think I was supposed to downgrade that one. Alright, quick, grow. I need you at level 0. Alright, let me go store these away while we're waiting. And then... Is there not closer bank here? Doesn't look like it. And then we'll go and get that thing at level 0 and then move to the next room. And then we can worry about tank fruit. And pine's already completed from the previous room. Alright, where's the willow water room? Did I not do that yet? That's right down over here. Let me grab the tier 0 and go do willow water real quick then. That or if the other thing's going to take a while to grow, we could actually do that while we're waiting on willow water. Oh, you should be grown. Pass action 0. Oh, never mind. There isn't a 0 version. Okay, we're good to go then. Alright, so next thing. Let me go start working on the tank fruit. And then if we get time gated out of it, we go head over to the south. So do that, do that, do that. Do you come into tier 0 variety? Yes, so I do have to come back one more time. So while we're waiting, actually I don't even need to water you. While we're waiting, we will go do all of the willow tree real quick. And then by the time we do all the willow tree, they should be grown and ready to go harvest at level 0. Use our anti-poison shield. It'd be fun if we could actually fight those plants eventually with that shield. Like have the cutscene the first time, but then make that room a combat room related to that. Let's go grab all the willow trees. Which once again I should have, but now it's like a lop activity, so maybe not. Oh no, never mind. It's a lop, but you just use the other thing. Yeah, that's a new one. But probably because of level range. All the other 4 I should probably already have. Oh, or not. Okay, wow. Well, good thing we checked. See, this is why we're checking every node. You never know. I know for sure we've grabbed these before. Which is why that one didn't trigger anything. I guess maybe they changed the level ranges for them is why. So these lower level ones we probably all have, but the higher level ones we didn't. Because when you unlock each one is quite a bit different now. Oh yeah, you only get them at tier 2. So we're already good to go then. Alright, let me go store all this away and we're good to go. Don't need anything else here. But you don't unlock that till tier 2. Alright, now we just go back over here, grab that one at level 0 or whatever we needed. I think it was level 0. It's one level lower than whatever it's at now. If it's not grown, I should be able to spray it up. Or water it up. Yep, and then spray it. No! He auto picked it up though! No! No! I didn't tell him to do that. That's a problem. I don't have tank fruit level 0. Maybe I'll just go look it up. Do I have tank fruit level 0? Tank fruit, tank fruit. Yeah, I do. Okay, we just skip it. We don't need it. But what if we need it for some recipe or something? Okay, we'll harvest this one. We'll wait a second. Yeah, I really like the auto grow that you can end up doing with these. It's pretty cool. I guess I'll spray this while we're waiting. I don't really need it though. I just want to harvest this one. Yeah, look at that. He like auto does the thing. I didn't actually tell him to water. He did it on his own. I just want to wait till this grows and then I can use pass action to make it a level 0. I don't think there's anything in that tree we need, room we need to go do. Because pine we already did and the beehive we already built. Oh yeah, that reminds me. I did in the beta, but I haven't done it in the main game. I need to go upgrade my, final beehive. Actually, do we have the carpenter level for it? We should. Yeah, Yeah, there it is. We need level 254 carpenter. But we needed the oak logs for it, but now we can get the oak logs that correspond to it. Before you needed like level 300 something woodcutting. But now that everything's closer together, you only need 207 woodcutting and 204 carpenter. Which we do have. Or sorry, 257 woodcutting and 254 carpenter. But both of those levels we have. Whereas before it was like 250 carpenter, but like 360 woodcutting or something absurd. But now we can actually make it ourselves and also woodcut it ourselves. So I need to make sure I grab some tier 5 oak logs later. Okay, while we're here, can I take the shortcut? Yes, this is tier 1 bramble. No need to use pass action because there's no such thing as a pass action on it. As all the brambles are just brambles now. Each one has their different location for a shortcut. Here has all the leeks which are used for cooking. Most of these I already have banked, but we'll go grab some. I'll just grab one of each tier. All of these should have been grabbed in the past, but just in case. We'll grab them now. And I just need one that tier 0, but once again, I'm pretty sure we already have done it before. It's just a dish corresponding to it. Maybe we'll need to do something for it. I don't think so, though. Have we already done pine? I believe so, since it's already marked. So I guess we'll just auto-crate one real quick. Because I gotta make sure he doesn't, like, auto-take it at the end, because he did that last time. Like, if I water this and then upgrade it, he's gonna try auto-taking it. That's weird. Did I just waste my thing? Yeah, the problem is he's gonna try to take it right here. But I can do that, and now we're good to go. Alright. And now, what are we still missing? Pine already did. Brambles, elder. Oh, elder's new. But it might be counting as a different tree that we've already done in the past. I guess I could also do the woodcutting thing while I'm here too and go get all the passives for that. So elder tree is new, but it might have already counted in the previous system. There's also a bramble over here. What level bramble is this? Oh yeah, we could do these. This is for the shortcut to go south. I believe I've already done this though. Yeah, we're good to go. Alright, let me go get all the lops from this tree then. We'll do it at current level and work our way down. Oh, this is actually one of our highest level activities then, if we were to AFK. Let's see. Yep, this would be our AFK activity if we wanted AFK woodcutting. Until we start chopping wood at the other place. Which if it still uses the tool XP, which it should, it's probably better to cut... Well, then again, these also use the tool. But my other tool's more upgraded. Oh yeah, these are already marked as having been done. I'm still going to grab one of each, I guess, just in case. But these still are marked as done from when we did them in the previous format. Even though the tree's new, the actual resources still categorized similarly to how it was before. So even though it's a brand new resource, it's technically counted as done. That's not going to stop me from doing it, though. Yeah, you can double action Bramble. It doesn't give you a resource, but it gives you double XP. It doesn't cut it any quicker, though, unfortunately, like it does with the Botanist. Like, with Botanist, if you do it, it grows the plant instantly. But it doesn't cut a Bramble instantly. Hopefully that's a change they make in the future. Because right now it's just for double XP and it's pretty useless. But they can make it so it just instantly cuts down the Bramble so you could use the shortcut quicker. Would be some great quality of life to add to it. Because I'm pretty sure that is not the way it works now. It just doubles your XP, but doesn't instantly kill the Bramble. But hopefully that's something they'll adjust in the future. Alright, we almost got all of these, then we'll go and bank them and head to the next resource. And then we're almost halfway there. Though one thing I have specifically been skipping, though I guess mostly because it's mostly in Chapter 4, they said that they added a first-time bounty bonus for a lot of things. I wonder exactly how that works for something like Detective and a few other ones like that. Because there's a lot of different bounties, as far as like combinations and everything. Like obviously Merchant has it, it's always had it. But I believe they said they added it to Cooking as well, and potentially also to Detective. Alright, it should be the last one we need for this, and then we can move on to next zone. I mean, next area in the zone. We're about halfway done with this zone, though. Because even though it looks like there's like a billion trees here, so many rooms have repeat trees. Like, we did pine all the way over here, and now we have like 6 rooms of pine over here, not even more. Like, almost 8 rooms of pine. Even with all the new trees, there's still so many repeated trees. So I don't need to do pine here, I don't need to do the enemy here. Actually, I can't even fight him if I wanted to. So wait, like that lowest milestone. Aside first trees. I assume this is the same situation as... Oh, no, it's not. Oh, these must be used for the crates. Given that we could take these down, these are almost guaranteed use for the pufferfish crates. I'm like 80% certain these are the ones. Because these aren't a passive activity, these are active. And they're all new, so they have to be for the pufferfish thing. And I believe there's not a tier 0 version of this. So whatever I get from this tree should be the lowest. Oh yeah, tier 2 already, perfect. They were already at the highest tier. Nice. And wow, this is so close to a bank. Cypher trees are actually really good. Maybe pufferfish fishing isn't completely dead. Because this is actually a pretty good woodcutting location. Well, you would have some amount of downtime, but it's not that long. Alright, where am I going and why are we going there? Bramble, tier 1, we haven't touched yet, but it probably already counted. Otherwise, just a pine tree. I don't know, do I go over there just to touch it? I guess I will. It seems like a waste because there's a good chance we already have this done from ages ago. But just in case, we will go touch it real quick. And then I'll just tele back to get back to middle. Oh yeah, we'll double check what the other shortcut is too. I don't even need to teleport back. As long as I have the level for it, I can just cut right through. Though given how good of a shortcut it is, that might be a really high level. Right, more pine trees we don't need. No, it's pretty low level. Nice. It's a really good shortcut and you get access to it at level 125. I mean, yeah, 125. Because that makes it easier to get to northeast of Mines of Matubin. Wait, that one... Oh yeah, I know what room that is. I was gonna say, why is there a room over here that's not a quest? This is where you do that new smithing AFK activity that doesn't require any material. I remember what room that is now. Alright, so this is now a new AFK tree, and... Or I think this is AFK, right? Or is it not? Or is it used for something else? I believe this is AFK tree, though. No, it's not. Wait, what is this used for, then? What are teak logs used for? Is this for the shield or something? Teak plank. I have no clue what teak is used for. But yeah, this is another new tree. I don't believe this is the one for the pufferfish cage, but I don't remember what on earth this is for. Because it has to be for some kind of active activity. Interesting. This bramble's way too high of a level. And that's just a shortcut to get to the attunement tower. Which isn't really that useful these days. Because you can't attune anything. Alright, teak. Those are also teak, so we don't need to worry about that. Though it will pass action to 0. I guess we just go east here. And let's see. Poplar I haven't done. But it's easier to do Poplar in these 2 rooms. So let me go do these 2 rooms. Oh yeah, did I not bother doing the woodcutting AFK in the other room? I completely skipped over it while I was over there. Though, in all fairness, I probably do have all of them done already. Since it's the same thing that was in the previous thing. Same as the poplars we're taking right now, and then they should be new. I was doing it out of paranoia that we might miss one. And just easier to re-repeat everything than to forget one, have to go all the way back, and then go do it again. Especially if we're doing like carpenter or something. And it's like, oh no, we forgot to go get this one node. Because maybe we did on woodcutting, but we forgot to make a log out of it or something. But I forgot to do the AFK while we're in that one room, so I guess we'll go backtrack to it real quick. Maybe after we finish Viper, since we have to backtrack anyways after that room. Though while we're here, I will check what the shortcut is up to the north. I want to see what level it is. It is a level way too high. Way too high. Alright, let me go grab... actually, no, I don't need to grab anything from Viper. I just teleport now. Because they just have poplars. I already got poplar. That's what we just did right here. Okay, let me go do the AFK activity down here. Then we'll go do the activity up north. Though, actually, I probably should have done that before I teleported. And then we'll go and cycle through the rest of that top area then. Actually, it might even be worthwhile since we're in this area to just go west, because those 2 rooms we haven't done either. Alright, so here, I'm pretty sure I've done all the wood cutting, but just in case, we will do each one real quick. This is a really quick action, so it won't take that long at all to get them all. Done it already. Yeah, there's a good chance we already did these, but just in case. Because they changed up the level range of quite a few things. So there might be a situation where we weren't able to do it before, but can do it now. Luckily, this is way quicker than an average AFK activity. This and that one alchemy thing where you're preparing stuff, for whatever reason, is like a mega quick AFK activity. Alright, one down. Let's go grab the other. Nice, nice. Alright, let's go grab the other one up north. I was going to walk there at this point. Actually, you know what? We'll go west first, and then I'll cycle to the east when we head over there. Because this one has two things in it. One we haven't identified yet. The other one is the, Wait, what would be here? They moved the other thing. Because now dandelions are only in that one room. Which means there's no dandelion here. What did they get replaced with? Oh, they just got replaced with more cypress trees. Wow, there's a lot of cypress trees in this room. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The only one only had 5. But the one that had 5 is in the room with a deposit box. But I guess you would do the 6 a couple times and then go bank with the 5. Alright, let's go to all the dandelions. Once again, should be a resource I have pretty much all of them of. As I say, we just got a new one. So maybe not. Okay, never mind. Okay, good thing this is why we're doing this. Dandelions is one of those that should have pretty much been done, but we literally just got 2 new cards in a row. So apparently not. And this one will just go in quick build. I just got to remember not to auto take it at the end. Right, move away, move away. Otherwise your character is going to auto take it. Alright, so the first 2 are new, the other 2, or the other 3 were just old ones. Alright, anything else we got to do in this room? In this room I do. There's something new over there, though it's probably just one of those teak trees or something. And over here I got to grab these, which might be the same as the plant we just took. Yep, where the first 2 are probably going to be new, but the other ones we've probably already grabbed in the past. Yep, exactly so. And now these we probably have already grabbed before. The 2, 1, and 0. Yep, same thing as dandelion. Unfortunately, I don't have the auto build right now, though. And I guess we could just assume we have the 0, but in case I need it for some weird potion, we'll go and make it real quick. Oh, it's literally level 1. It's like all the way down. Like, that means this would be the first activity you would ever do, which makes sense. Because as soon as you enter the area, this would be the first thing you ever see. So it makes sense that this would be the level 0 activity. I don't have any fertilizer for it. Alright, let me just go bank, and by the time I go bank, by the time I come back, it should be ready. We'll grab some cypress trees, I guess, while we're doing it, because honestly, I kind of want a couple of these. In case pufferfish is actually ever worthwhile. Was something gone crazy? You can't grab these. Oh, there it goes. That was weird. It wasn't letting me click for a second there. Alright, bank all this junk. Grab our hopefully fully grown glob plant at level 0. Alright, there's something else I should go do when we get next to a storage rift soon. I need to go grab all my 10% XP potions. Alright, it should be growing any second now. I just gotta remember to pass action it. Come on, little guy. You're almost there. No! Wait. That wasn't the final stage? Well, I guess we're doing a little bit of wood cutting real quick. And then I'll go grab the XP pots for Hopeport because I'm going to need them later. Because the XP pot we have right now is really pitiful. It's only the 5%. But we need to get the really big one. So I'll grab some of these cypress trees because they're actually pretty good for our level range anyways right now. But more so because I'm probably going to need them for some fishing at some point. But then again, I'm already past the fishing level for it, so I guess not. But I'll still grab a few over here. Gotta wait on the plant anyways. Do these until we get to the bank. Trade out our healing potion for what should be a 10 or 11%. I have no clue these days. And then go and whenever we get our double knowledge points, we'll dump that into Forager. Just so we get a little bit more Forager XP whenever we go and use those. There should be one more cypress tree on our path. We'll grab that. And then bank everything. grab our XP pots that we need, and keep moving forward. Also, the hitbox on these things are really weird. Also, please tell me I could use a storage rift from here. Don't you dare walk too— No! Don't do that! Why? Why would you do such a thing? Deposit all withdrawal items. Oh yeah, I should have unequipped the other potion first. Move the backpack. Should have done that first. Withdrawal items. XP potions. Nice, I still have a handful of them. Give me every last one of them, honestly. Yeah, literally all of them. Oh no, I guess keep one in there. Alright, move to potion belt. There we go, 11% for chapter 1. Even higher than we ever had access to before. And those were our old 10% that we had. Which is technically 1% higher now. Alright, now with all that out of the way, let's go and grab a level 0. Which I'm pretty sure we already grabbed before, but it's not going to stop me from hoping. There we go. Alright. Next. Let's do all the AFKs for the one over to the east. You trees will come to you soon. Whatever tree is in here, I believe, is a repeat. I'll double check just in case. Yeah, it's just Martiques, so we can ignore those. Obelisk Tower Room, we don't need anything in there. Now we do all the AFKs from here, and then we can start moving to Oak. And move our way over to the west then. Which is now connected over there instead of being a dead end. Which is also why that one room, I believe, was moved for the AFK activity. Speaking of AFK activities, let me go grab this real quick. Pass action for... This one is probably new. Every other one is probably a repeat, though. Nope, even that one's a repeat. Still not going to stop me, though. These only take a few seconds, luckily, unlike some of the AFKs. Got it. Got it. Got it. And then we only have 2 chapters, then. We'd have to go back for Carpenter, but Carpenter shouldn't take that long at all. We could do almost all of it in one inventory. Probably 2 inventories. And all of it's right next to the bank anyways. Oh, no, I wanted to do it at level 0. Alright, next. I guess we just head west. And go to Oak Tree. Go basically through this whole new corridor that's been added. There's Mahogany's over there. There's a shortcut over there that hopefully we can use. Otherwise, we're going to have to walk all the way around. Which could be very annoying. Also, I need to grab some extra tier 5 oaks if we can. I need to remember to keep these on me. Because we actually need these to go build the beehive. I think we need like 5. I'm pretty sure every lower tier we already have. But I need these for the final beehive we don't have created. As the level requirement for has gone down crazy amounts from the new update today. Like, you need 100 less woodcutting levels now if you're doing an Iron Man style. Well, I guess this requirement technically went up if you're not Iron Man. It went up like 4 carpentry levels. But the woodcutting requirement went down by like 110 levels or something. But the carpenter level went up by 4. Which means there's someone who might have the beehive created but not have the level to create the beehive, which would be really funny. As there might be at least one person out there that has the created beehive but not the carpenter level for it. That'd be very unlikely though. You'd have to have 250 to 253 carpentry, have made the beehive, and yeah, it'd just be that 3 level range, which is absurdly unlikely. Also, how do I already have some mahoganies? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, because it's a tier 1, I was gonna say, how do I already have this log? It's because I grabbed the same one twice because it's a tier 1 activity. Oh, I forgot to keep the oaks. No! Alright, let me go downgrade the oaks and, what's the downgraded oak I should already have? But I'm gonna need to grab like 5-ish normal oaks. I even need to go grab them from the bank that we just put in. Because all these we should have already done, but it's not gonna stop me from checking just in case. Then we'll go to the north room, grab those. And then we might want to cycle back just to grab like 5-ish of them. Maybe even head up to the hive and just double check how many we need and grab them while we're heading over there. Just so we don't forget about it later. And then we can go head west over here. Maybe I'll head west from the other side now since we did all the mahogany. Just in case I can't use that shortcut. Alright, grab this at tier 1, tier 0. Both of which we've probably done before, but just in case. We'll do it like this. Grab the tier 0. Oh, this tree wasn't here before. They actually moved the trees a little bit. Pretty sure this tree got added. Same as the other tree in the corner. These two are already here. I don't recall this one here, though. And that one may not have been there. I believe they also removed some of the trees from up north for the oaks. Now let me grab these at highest level, and I need like 5 of these, I think. So grab this one, and then just head north, and we should just be able to get the other ones by the time they respawn. And then we should be able to go make our beehive. You know what, we'll grab this one too while we're here. What if he needs more than 5? There's like 4 or 5 or 6, I can't remember. Rather have too many than not enough. Though it's a small walk to go get oaks if we need them. But after making this beehive, this would be a 10% increase to all botanists across the entire chapter now. I would officially have every possible upgrade. It looks like they might have put a new tree up north, because there's a question mark room in a room that otherwise would have been oak tree in the past. The other thing that's interesting is the room that would have been hickory is now, I mean, the one that would have been oak is now hickory. Alright, let's go see what's over here. So I would assume this is hickory as well then. Yeah, they changed it to hickory. Is hickory new? I can't remember. I think it is. Hickory sounds new. No, it is not new. Oh, yeah, I remember where hickory was before. It's where the mahogany trees are now. It's in, like, that little area. Oh, we also got the new clovers over here. These are used for the luck potion. Same as the sage, just north of them. Before we do anything with them, though, let's go get the 10% speed boost from the beehive. Which is why we grabbed all the oaks. There's a beehive right over here. And we should be able to make it now. Why is it locked? I have the level for it. Repair. That's weird. Why is it showing a lock on it? Showing like a weird purple lock. But we have the level for it. Alright, there we go. That is now every beehive completed from like several months ago, whenever it was. What was that, like October? I don't remember. But officially, all the bees have been housed. And now across the entire chapter, we have a 10% bonus. This one just does it for this area, but it's the last one we have built. So now every single botanist activity now has a 10% speed bonus on it. Which this affects 2 really useful ones, sage and clover. These are needed for the new luck potions. So let's grab all these, because we'll be needing them to make them into luck potions later. Which luck potions give you double the amount of rolls for getting higher rarity drops whenever you kill an enemy. Oh wow, this is only tier 2 and above. These are really high tier. I guess the clovers are probably similar then. Let's go grab all the clovers real quick. Let's get them out of the way while we're already in the area. That clover we've already had before. That clover we also already had before. That one we also already had before. Why is there only 3 clovers here? Why is this one a mile away? And yeah, level 2 is the lowest it can go down to. Similar to the sage, because they're both used for the very strong luck potion. It's one of the best potions they added in the most recent thing. That and maybe the dungeon potion, but the dungeon potion we can't use yet, so we don't know how strong it is. But the dungeon rare room potion is probably stronger even than this. We just don't know how strong it is until dungeons come out. But the other potion that got added, and I can't remember what material it's for, but it increases the chance that you find a rare room when doing a dungeon. Which the usefulness of that is still to be determined, but it sounds strong. Alright, so we did all that. I just need to do this one passive activity over here. Grab one of each of those in case they count as a different category. And I do need to backtrack back to the east, but the only thing we should need over there is Suave Tree, which I'm pretty sure we already did. Though there was like 2 botanist things there too, so I guess we will have to go for those too. I think they're for the Necromay potion. Unless they changed them in this update. Before they were used for Necromay potion. But let's grab all the AF keys from here real quick. Which I'm pretty sure we already have marked, but just in case, we'll get them. If nothing else, maybe the highest tier one we haven't gotten marked yet. And then that is pretty much chapter 2 completed. I would just have to go do all the carpenter stuff real quick. Most of which should already be marked off, but we'll still go do one of each just in case. But most of carpenter, if not all of it, should be marked off already. Well, with the main exception being the pufferfish boxes, of course. And whatever I guess teaks are used for. I have no clue what teaks are used for. It might be for the new shield for Hammer Mage? I mean for Guardian? That's the only thing I can think of, in which case I might need some more teaks. if we need to go one-time bonus anything there. Because even though I grabbed more of the shark, if that one's not tradable, then I might also need to grab more of them. Oh yeah, these are just using the old system. That's really weird. Every single one of these, despite these being brand new trees, are counting as already done because they already did all the passes for everything in the past. But these are counting as done even though they're a new resource. Because even though the tree is new, the actual resource itself is the same, just by a different name. So they're kind of categorized similarly, so it doesn't actually give us the first time bonus. Even though this tree was literally added today. Alright, we did everything over there. I just gotta go do everything east of here. Which is whatever that node is, and which is probably just a bramble shortcut. And then Suave and the plants over there. Well, we can teleport back over there. We'll do everything to the west first, and then we'll go east. I just need to grab tier 1 and 0. And then grab all this. Double check what the bramble level is for this. Grab all the yew trees. Grab the little bit of foraging we can do over there. And we should be good to go. And then all we have to do over the other side is Suave and the other two little plants. Whatever's in between that we might have missed. Alright, this should be the final one we need. And then we only have like 2 rooms over here. Because what do I need over here? I need maple. And I need yew. And hailberries. And dockleaf. Alright, so 4 things over there. Plus I gotta check the 1 room shortcut level. I'll take it from the other side though, so we can get blocked out the shortcut. I'm not gonna bother banking here. I don't think it's gonna fill up that much inventory. Well then again, maybe I should. He's having to backtrack for it would be kind of be annoying. Alright, next is another one, the AFK trees, but once again is probably one we already have if it's categorized like the other trees. That's not going to stop me from checking. Oh, this is where the wild men were moved to. Alright, lop that at 4. But since these are just the same as the previous branches, these are likely already noted down as completed. It also makes this north area kind of weird now. Because now you only really come here for the quest. You're not going to see people actually gathering and stuff here because the leeks that you otherwise would have gathered are no longer here. And the yew trees that you otherwise would have gathered are no longer here. So it's kind of just like a dead-end quest location now where you pick your class. Unless this area ever gets reused for something in the future. Because before, this road would be pretty bustling. Because you'd have a bunch of people doing woodcutting, you'd have a bunch of people doing gatherer, back when it was gatherer instead of botanist. And you'd have a lot of people picking their class. Back when there was any new players. There's still some new players, not that many though. But now, yeah, other than new players, there's gonna be no one going down the street now. Like, you only ever come down here for quests. Either for the main quest to pick your class, or for, that one hand quest. I forget what it's called. The Blade of Spores, you also come up here. There's one of the 3 ingredients you need is in the room north of us. In that room, like, right in the middle. But aside from questing, you never come here for any reason other than, I guess, this AFK thingy. At which point you would log out within seconds. So you wouldn't be here for long. Like, we'll be here longer than you normally would be when actually doing the AFK activity. That's because you're trying to get one of each. One more, and then we only have the 3 resources to the east, and then the 3 resources to the east, west and east. And then that should be chapter 2 completed, other than just doing carpentry once for all the resources we've been gathering. Most of which is probably already marked down. The main 2 we probably need to do is teak and whatever the cage was called again. I forget what that resource was called. But the pufferfish cage and teaks are the main 2. Alright, we're good to go. While we're over here, let me go check the brambles first. I want to see what level the shortcut is. This one's not that important, though. So if we can't use this one yet, it's not that big a deal. But that probably means we can use it since it's not useful. Yep, we can. That's not particularly useful. It's not the worst shortcut ever, but there's not too many use cases for that thing. Oh, that was actually a new U log. Interesting. Everything below that should be a repeat, though. Alright, now let's start doing the hogberries. I can't do it at tier 3. Hopefully they start at tier 1. So I can get them all in one cycle. Tier 3. That's not new. Okay, all these are probably not new then. Tier 2. That one, what? That makes no sense. Tier 1. I'll take it though. And tier 0. Alright, now we just need to get the rest of our U-logs, which we probably already have categorized, but I'll still grab it just in case. Store drift right over there if we need it. I'll just grab these while we're heading over there. Grab 210. And then we should just have to do the room north of us. The one thing I didn't check earlier, I want to see what the U-tree situation looks like to the west. I'm hoping it's a better layout because it's not right next to a storage rift. But it might just be a completely dead content room that you would only do if the bear room's really overflooded with people. I believe the room limit for combat rooms is still like around 3 or 4 though. They end up lowering it by a lot at one point. I think it's like 3 for most combat rooms. So you're never going to get like too crowded, but even like 2 other people's already pretty crowded. Yeah, there's like 1 U tree here. You would never do it here. Never mind. Whereas here you can easily do this triple without going that far. Oh yeah, did I ever grab tier 0? Or do you not have tier 0? Oh no, you do. Let me grab a tier 0. And then, sure, we'll grab double, why not? It's like 0 XP though. And I'll just grab all the oak dock leaves up north then. So, dock leaves, what do we need from you? I don't remember what dock leaf is used for these days. I think they changed what this thing has been used for like 2 or 3 times now. Let's see, what is it used for now? You are used for... Oh no, it's still used for Hopeport XP. I could have sworn they changed it to something else the previous update. Did they just change it back? Let's see. Oh, wrong chat room. There we go. Yeah, they're still used for XP. I could have sworn they changed that at one point. Oh yeah, they're not buyable anymore. That's true. Okay, I think we're gathering them. Alright, there should be everything we need. Up, wrong way. I forgot how to point forward. Alright, check wiki on luck potions. How do we get to wiki? Because it has how it works. Oh yeah, I was kind of confused on that one. I might have mentioned it wrong in my one video. Because it seemed like it only did it when you get a 1-star drop. But then I saw otherwise. Let's do it on this one, I guess. Search for... luck potion. Luck potion. Luck potion is a type of potion that doubles a player's choice to receive an uncommon, rare, or epic, basically anything higher than a 1-star, drop from a monster. There are 8 levels of luck potions ranging from 6 to 13 charges. The first tier of luck potions may be crafted at Milestone 2. Luck potions are created by from luck preparation bottle, blah blah blah. Mechanic. It is if a common drop, including including coins. Oh, and other non-equipment drops? Then, oh no, that was weird. Why was I not getting charges down some of them times then? Because I know for sure I've gotten resource drops before that didn't. But is it because it's in a common category? I'm not sure how that works. Because I know 100% for sure there was times where I was getting a resource drop and the number was not ticking down. So you lose charges for a lot of things then. It's not just when you get like a item drop. It's almost everything. Well, those charges get consumed pretty quickly though. Oh, he mailed the mechanics? Okay, that makes sense. Let's see. Interesting. Yeah, he mentioned it through the thing. Thanks. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't know for sure at the other time because I was just going based on what I've seen for like a couple instances. That's weird because did they change it between the beta then? Because I know for sure I was getting resource drops at one point and the number wasn't going down. Like in the first stream that we did of it. But it might have gotten changed by the second thing. I'm not sure. But yeah, apparently like almost everything ticks them down basically. As far as the luck potion is concerned. So they lose charges really quickly. Oh yeah, was there anything else I had to do while I was over here? I think it was everything, right? Should be. One easy way to check. Let's see. If we go through some of these menus, we should only see the stuff over to the east. Oh yeah, where's the new gecko plant? That's one of the ones that is not tradable. Well, I guess we'll find it soon. Because that's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Okay, we're good to go. Alright, what do we need over here? Nothing over there. No, oh wait, why am I walking? We literally have a teleport to get over there. No, that's not the right one. That one is. Alright, so what do we need here? Beehive we did. Hickory we did. Hickory we did again. Suave we definitely didn't. We'll take the scenic route since we haven't touched the shortcut yet. That also has a linden in it, which seems to be a woodcutting thing. Let's see. This is a shortcut I can't take. Why is that such a high level? That is an absurdly high level shortcut. And this, I assume, is just an AFK activity based on the fact that it has an AFK activity sign. But these are similarly to all the other trees, probably already done. Even though this is a brand new tree, it's still using the same resources as before, so it's still counting us as having completed it. But that will not stop me from trying to complete it. But we'll grab one of each of these, then go grab our suaves. Then grab our... Yeah, we already grabbed it. Okay. Still going to get one of each just in case, though. We need it for carpentry. And then the only thing I need to go get to the east is thistle, bitter fruit, and apparently I need to go find where that one passive is. How did I skip that? How did I completely skip over a passive that's for... Oh! It's because it's in the botanist house. I didn't bother doing all the botanist ones. Like, I think I see what the problem is now. Because I didn't bother doing all the new seeds that you need to go do for the botanist thingy. Which might be annoying because we have to grab each seed individually, and I think there's like a different seed per tier. So we're going to have to grab like 1,000 different seed packs. Not literally, it's like a few dozen. But I don't even think we could fit them all in one inventory with how many seeds we would need to grab. But yeah, that's why it's not marked as completed. Because they moved pretty much every passive in this, well, every botanist passive basically got moved to the greenhouse. And any of them that otherwise wouldn't have fit just got moved to chapter 1. Like the sheep bone thing and stuff like that. And they just removed the coins and a few other ones that used to exist in this chapter. Alright, now we just gotta do this at tier 0. And then we just have the 3 resources to the east, and that should be woodcutting 100% completed. If I forgot something, then we'll come back later at some point. Not today. Just trying to get a good bulk of them done. But if we miss a few, it's not that big a deal. Let's get them done off stream later or something. Particularly like all the passives for combat, because that's one I just don't want to deal with at the moment. Okay, so let's go over to the east. We'll grab all the suaves on our way there. Hopefully our immunity shield will last long enough. These all should have already been gathered in the pass, but I will still try just in case. Alright, we did that, we did that. And now we can just grab a tier 0 from the other room. There's nothing over there, right? This is a passive. Yeah, just more suaves than a passive. Though I should probably go double check, but we could do it from this side. I should double check what room that level that room is. You just surpassed you in foraging while watching the stream. Nice. Yeah, foraging's our lowest level right now. We've been putting it off until we could do combat synergy, but now that they finally did the update, we can finally do combat synergy with it. So we can finally go do it after so long. But it's our lowest level skill. But hopefully it'll be 500 next month. Alright, these are a really high level shortcut, but it's not even that useful. The 2 highest level shortcuts aren't even that useful, but I guess that's kind of good that they aren't. Because gosh, they have an absurdly high requirement. Alright, we should only have 2 things left then. We should just have the thistle in here, and then the other necromane material in the other room. And most of these I've probably already grabbed at the lower level range, but still grab them just in case. I say that as we get a new one immediately. That's why we're doing this. Yep, double new. Why? How? So these 2 we should already have then. So similar to what happened with the dandelion and the globe plant over there. Where the first two we already have, but the higher two we didn't. Which is kind of weird. Like, this would be the 4th resource now if this one does that. Oh, does this room still have brambles? Yeah, this has the lowest tier bramble that you need to use during the quest. Oh no, the bramble suave! Say goodbye to the bramble suave. We can never do it ever again. Because this bramble's stuck at level 16. This used to go all the way up to level 400 something. That's the only slight nerf, but there's still other room synergies you could do with it. But you can no longer do the bramble suave. Or swave, however you say that. But yeah, the bramble, that bramble room's been nerfed into the ground. You can use it for early game, but, you know, we barely use it beyond that. So why are none of these new? I'm so confused. This is the same, like, complementary resource, is it not? This is Necromay Potion, and this is Necromay Potion. How is one so different than the other? That makes no sense. Let me go use my knowledge points on Chapter 1 before we waste even more knowledge points. Where's my 11% we grabbed? Also might need to look into making bigger ones. Oh yeah, I have a key to 1. I forgot, we actually don't need to click it anymore. I just click the 1 button. And then you can hear drink animation, then we have Hope Port. And we're putting this in the Forager. And you guessed it, Forager! Alright, there we go. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Does anyone know how many knowledge points you need for a level now? That's one thing I actually have not paid attention to at all yet. Probably something I should know. Is it the same at every single level range now? And does anyone know what the number is, not counting XP potions? Because based on how much XP we got, it looks like about 12-ish, give or take a little. It's hard to tell since we're using 11%. Oh, did we just pass you again? That's funny. You had a knowledge point burst. Anyways, where are we going? I am going and doing all the foraging now. Because I believe... oh, no, I wanted to do all the botanists, then we'll go do all the carpenter. I was going to do whatever we're missing here. And technically all of them, just because we need one of each resource anyways, and I'm probably missing a lot of them. So here we have to grab a seed. So I'm just going to grab... can I stay in this menu? Oh, this is going to be annoying. This is going to be very problematic. This one we might have to do later. Same with the rest of the cooking ones. Because this is going to be kind of annoying to do. Yeah, I think I'm just going to skip this one. Because what we're going to have to do is grab all the packs, do that, grab another pack, grab them all, move it down 1 level. This is going to be so annoying. We're going to have like 1,000 packs on the ground. Luckily only 100 could stay there. But yeah, I'm going to do that one off stream, which means some of the cooking stuff we'll have to do off stream too. It's just the passives though. So some of those passives I'll do later because that's going to take like 15 minutes of us just juggling seeds. Let me go do all the active carpentry and all the passive carpentry here real quick. But yeah, the botanist and any of the cooking things that you need the botanist stuff for we'll do later. That's just going to be way too annoying to try to do now. Alright, let me do all these. Once again, these should already have been completed, but these actions are pretty quick, so they don't take that long. But these likely were already completed in the past, but now that they're 2 different activities, they might count differently than before. Nope, already completed. So now you do the seeding over here and all the not seeding over there. It's divided into 2 sections instead of just the 1. Oh, they also moved the bank a little bit. Is that closer or further? I don't even know. It's either exactly the same amount of tiles or it's 1 tile closer. Because before it's all the way in the corner, but you're also diagonaling into it. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's the same distance. But you do move... oh no, out of combat, I think you still move diagonally the same speed, don't you? It's only in combat that you have like the slower diagonal speed for some reason. I actually forget that. But it's the same tiles away, it's just... if you move slower diagonally, then it is technically closer. But I'm pretty sure the slower diagonal thing is only a combat mechanic. It doesn't work in the overworld. I'm pretty sure diagonal is the same speed in overworld. It's only in combat that it moves really slow. Like, it's 1 tick slower to move diagonal than a cardinal direction. Only in combat, though. Outer combat, I'm pretty sure they're the same speed. And then we'll go do all the logs. Make all the new cages, which I think are done on that little thing over there. Oh, come on. And then that should be Carpenter fully completed then. And this chapter basically fully completed other than the botanist seeds we need to go do. It's just one of those things we're going to save for post-stream, I guess. Just because of how annoying it's going to be to do it now. Generally, any of the passives in general are kind of annoying to do now, but these are a bit quicker than the botanist one. It does look like we have all these done, just making sure though. All they really did was divide it into 2 spaces. They didn't actually make more activities. It's just the same activities divided into 2 spots. I wasn't sure if they like added more or something, but nope. Not a single one has been added apparently. It's just divided up a little bit differently. Alright, we're done there. Alright, now let's figure out what on earth we gotta do here. Because gosh, this is a mess. I guess just grab one of everything and start crafting. I'll do all the actives first. Oh, I did not mean to click that. So I assume the teaks are used for shields. The other thing that I'm grabbing, the ciphers, should be used for the pufferfish boxes. And just in case, we'll make a couple of them. Maybe like all of them. Alright, let's go make these. Yeah, these should be for guardian shields. I'm pretty sure. Unless they still use ash logs. Oh yeah, I forgot. They get divided in half, don't they? That's a problem for my inventory space. Why aren't they counting as a new thing? Wait, they make an ash plank? Oh, this is an ash log. This isn't teak. Wait. Never mind. These are still used for the other thing. Alright, let me go get rid of some of these. I forgot that they double up. Let me get rid of the 1,000,000,005s we have. I still want a couple though. Give me like a, I don't know, a few. Give me like 4. I assume we get double cage out of them too, unless it does only make 1. Alright, let me finish the rest of these. These shouldn't be anything new. These are just ash logs. And these should still be used for the guardian shields, I would assume. Oh, I can't do this one yet. Oh, we got it for when we do. Alright, next. Let's go make all the cages. So these should be the new pufferfish cages. It even says pufferfish box assembly station. That'd be really weird if it doesn't make a pufferfish cage. That one down. They actually get crafted pretty quick. You do only get 1 cage though. Their crafting speed is pretty nice. Not sure what its XP yield is like at its level range though. But it might be good if the speed is that quick. Though the only problem with these is, these probably don't go in the same storage, do they? So you'd have to bring them to the further location. Because these aren't a carpentry supply, so they probably don't go into Timberbank. Like if I click deposit all, I don't think they go in, do they? No. You would have to use the normal storage box. Because even though you made this with carpentry, it's considered a fishing object. So you would have to use a storage rift to store them. Alright, there we go. So that should be all the new cages made. Let me go do the teak logs, since this is the last main thing I think we need. Everything else should technically already be done. So the rest of those I'm probably not going to bother with right now. I'll just check them off stream. Because I'm pretty sure 100% of them have already been completed. We'd even go check the pages and probably see it too once we finish the teaks. So let me go do the teaks, and as long as we see some clean pages, we should be done with it. And then the rest is material I can just deal with later. Oh wait, mahogany's too. What are mahoganies for? Let me grab mahogany and teak. Because both of those probably have their first time bonus. But all the other stuff should already have been done. I'll just run them off stream just in case, if not. I'm looking for, I don't know, just give me all of them, I guess. Where's my, try to grab mahogs. Just give me every mahog we have. Mahog. Oh, so I wish this menu worked better. There's so many changes I would love to see with this menu. The fact that you can't favorite stuff to top is definitely the biggest one. Wait, this isn't new? Oh, I just grabbed juniper. Wait, what? 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 Oh, did I accidentally grab a juniper as one of them, I think? I was gonna say, why did a mahogany just make a juniper? I see what the problem is. Well, I accidentally grabbed a juniper as one of my logs. But no, these are all mahoganies. Oh, these are for chapter 5. Ooh! This is a resource we can pre-get for chapter 5. Wait, does that mean teak planks are used for chapter 5 as well? That would make sense. Him and his teak mahogany for construction skill. Alright, let's see. Yeah, I didn't do teak yet, did I? So that means all the teak logs are probably for chapter 5 as well. So yeah, woodcutting might be the next pivot then if chapter 5 is coming around. Because after we finish 500 forager, I think we go do 500 woodcutting so we're prepared for chapter 5. Then I maybe do some merchant leatherworker, since that also feeds very heavily into chapter 5. Because those would be the best skills to do. Woodcutting, carpenter, merchant, and leatherworker feed the best into chapter 5 if you were to do any skills at all. Woodcutting carpenter gives you teak and mahogany planks, whatever on earth those are used for. And merchant gives you bricks, tiles, though you can't currently do them though. But it gives brick tile venture, as well as obviously all the leather that is used for armor. Whereas this feeds more into builder. Merchant leatherworker feeds more into armor making. But this feeds directly into builder for chapter 5. So yeah, we have some new material that we can go and farm for pre-doing chapter 5 if we really wanted to prepare. And of course you can also make alchemy potions for chapter 5 if you wanted. Though unfortunately you can't get the supplies, so you have to always buy from the shop is the only problem with that. Okay, that should be everything completed. Let me go double check. There shouldn't be a single thing in any of these pages that hasn't been marked off in woodcutting, carpenter here. I mean, in, not woodcutting. Well, woodcutting too, but carpenter's the main one I want to check right now. So everything in here is completed. Everything in here... Oh, I'm already at tier 1. Everything in here is completed, except for the cape. We're ignoring those. Everything in here is completed, except for the cape. We're ignoring those. Everything here is completed. Everything here is not completed. Suave poles, U-poles. Poplar poles. Okay, let me grab those real quick. Actually, let me go bank all these and then go do those. I knew I would have forgotten some if we don't check it this way. Okay. So I need to go grab my poplar, my suave, and my U. And just go craft those real quick because all the level changes made these so these are lower level compared to before. Like you before, you need like 315 carpentry. Now you only need 240 to do the exact same resource. So let me go put all those away. And those should be the last 3 we need unless there's something in tier 5 we had to go do. Which is this oak pole. Hope I didn't want that. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm still so stuffed from Super Bowl yesterday. I ate way too much. Alright, so let me go do the ones we still need. So I need the highest tier oak that we have. And I also need the poplar at the highest tier. The suave at the highest tier. And the U at the highest tier. And then that should officially be everything completed for construction. I mean for carpenter. As well as for woodcutting. So all that passive material I could just drop then. It does seem like they're all already completed. I was wondering why I didn't do the pop-up. I forgot, these are the 2 stage ones. So I do have to go to the other station before we can process them. Because it only gives you the completion bonus when you do the final step there. Yeah, so far the main things we know about Chapter 6, unless they're going to be overhauling it like crazy, is we're getting 3 new skills. Armor Maker, Builder, and, Gosh, what was the other one? Oh, so why didn't that count? Did I not grab poplar? Oh, I grabbed pine. Whoops. I grabbed pine instead of poplar. I was gonna say, why is there no pop-up? Yeah, I grabbed pine. Whoops, this is the one I actually needed. But the main things we're getting from Chapter 5 is Builder skill, Armor Making skill, and Delver. Delver is likely to be kind of similar to Forger. But they said that they're going to try to make it different, so we'll see exactly what they do with that. But you're still going to get like a lot of alchemy supplies, stuff like that from it, and some other things maybe that feed into Builder. Builder, we don't know exactly what utilities are going to be. Maybe you'll be able to build shortcuts or some other things with it. Maybe you'll be able to build shops that will have better stuff as you keep going through the chapter. A lot of the actual reward system for it we don't really know, as well as the gameplay loop. It's the one that's like most up in the air as far as how different it could be compared to anything else. But armor maker should be pretty straightforward. It should be pretty similar to how weapon making works. Maybe you'll have a slightly different process, but overall, you're likely just going to be use various metals, stones, and bones in combination with leather in order to make armor. And that's also likely what Delver will be used for, to get all the bones for Guardian. And a lot of the stones and other things are probably already obtained from Chapter 4. Those currently not known for sure if they are or not. If they're just going to repeat the metals from Chapter 4. These obviously Cryonite armor is made of metal, and Hammer Mages are made of stone. And of course Guardian's made of bone. But I believe Guardian's the only one that's really getting a new resource, unless they're all coming in through Delver. Like all of them are getting new material through Delver. In which case Delver's going to be really feeding heavily into Armor Maker. It's definitely feeding at least into Guardian, but it might feed into potentially all three of them. A lot of it we just don't really know at the moment until it comes around. Okay, so that should be everything in Chapter 2 completed, other than worried about the botanist thing for later, which feeds into cooking. Next, let's go do everything for Mines of Matubin. Mines of Matubin should be a pretty straightforward one, because a lot of the nodes we're just not going to need to mess with. The only reason I did it for this chapter was just to make sure we got like all those extra upgrades and everything, but seemingly it was only at like the really high end. But most things in this area we shouldn't really need to do much with. We'll start all the way from the southwest, I guess, and work our way around. I'm not going to do the smithing and other thing first because we need to actually grab some material. But let's start heading out and see what we can end up grabbing, and then come back to these two last, same as bone right. Alright, first things first. Also, some of those I might not bother filling out as well, because a lot of these just aren't worth filling out. So all the one-time bonuses on the weapons I won't be doing, but maybe the passives we will. Speaking of which, I'm out of passive right now. Well, if that's the case, time to start mining. Oh no, maybe we just go and... Oh no, should we ignore the passives? I'm kind of tempted at this point just to do the rest of the passives off stream. It's because they have like a really long load time before they actually do their thing. I'm considering it. You know what, we're going to do it. I'm going to do all the passives later. I'm going to just do the more active ones for now. Though I will go do the new passive if nothing else. And mess with the two new ones. But not counting the new ones, I'll stick with only actives. Alright, first things first, let's go get the new stone. This is used for Cryonite shields. You can technically multi-skill it for this as well. I technically mentioned that Chapter 3 and 4 have no multi-skilling, but it's technically not true. Chapter 3 has some multi-skilling, it's just not in the same room. Which makes it not as useful to do, but you could still technically do it. But, one of the main things we have here, of course, is the new Durabine. This is used for Cryonite shields, or for every class if you want to upgrade your shield to tier 4. Or, you know, to 4-star. But this is the new shield making material. It is not buyable from any shop, so you have to mine it. And it's in 2 rooms. This room and the room right to next of it. And I assume there's 10 nodes. Let's see. Yep, 10 nodes. Wait, more than 10? No, exactly 10. As you would expect from a node here. No! It is more than 10. Wait, what? There's 11? Oh, no. There is 10. I did the double. I was going to say, how did I get an extra 1? But I know how I got an extra 1. It was from the double mechanic. It was the double mechanic. Yeah, we're going to need this for all of our shields, so I guess we'll do 1 inventory of each. Also, this gives you plenty of time to go bank them, too. Though I say that, maybe I should do 2 of each, because now that I'm looking at it, we're probably going to need 3 for each shield, or 4 for each shield. So I'm probably going to need like 12 each one. So maybe I'll do 2 inventory of each, just so I have some spare if I ever need it in the future. Just so we can make all the new shield thingies. Alright, let's go over here, grab these again. The only problem with this is, you know how many times we're going to have to do this if we want all this material now? That's the only problem. Because I'd have to cycle each one of these twice. Which is, a lot. But it would get all of our shields done for, the rest of time. Well, not the rest of the time, but you know what I mean. As far as the first time bonuses for literally everything. I don't know, let me go check this right now with the Durabine. Let me go check it now before we go mine this like a billion times over. So this is the highest tier I can... Oh wait, I can't even smith this though. Well, let me go one tier down. I can't even smith this yet. My smithing level can't even use tier 7. So let me go to tier 6, do what we just did again. Grab 2 full inventories. And then we'll go and try smithing all the shields and see how many they use. So that will give us an idea of how many we need to get, as there's 3 different shields per tier. And I assume each one requires 4. So it should mean we need 12 of each. But I just want to double check that. So we'll test that with tier 6 since I can make every shield already at my current smithing level for tier 6. So we'll test that as soon as we get the next cycle in. I'll just teleport over there, check the shields. And if it works out, then I'll have to do that for like every tier. But let me double check, because some of those I might have already done. So I might just have to mine some of them, but not make the shield. Like this already made the shield, this already made the shield. Tier 5 I already made them all. I keep thinking that's the back button. That's the all the way back button. There's like 2 back buttons and it's confusing me now. Let's see. That's the wrong back button. This is the right back button. So I've done all the shields for tier 5. I've done all the shields for tier 4. I've done all the shields for tier 3. I've done them all for tier 2, and I've definitely done them all for tier 1, because we did everything pre-200 at one point. Alright, so I just need to do it for 6 and 5 then. So I might as well just get them now then. Because I only need 6 and 5, and I just need 1 of each. So we'll do 1 inventory 6, we'll do 1 inventory 5. Actually, I didn't even need 5, did I? So I just need to get 1 of each on our next cycle, and we're already done. Because I already did 5 in the past. Yeah, we're good to go. Nice. Alright, never mind. Yeah, I just need to go do 1 of each now. And then we can go and smith these in to some shields if we want. I assume the system 4 is exactly the same. Though it wasn't working during the beta when I was doing it. So I didn't bother testing it on all the other updates as much. So all these should be new. I only want 1 of each though, since we're already done with these. We'll just have 1 of each as a placeholder in the bank. I don't know, maybe we grab 2 of each just so we have 1 ore and 1 of the other thing. Yeah, the extra EXP you get from Milestones is pretty low. That's not the reason we're doing it right now. The reason we're gathering all these right now is out of paranoia of completionist sake. Actually getting all those milestone things is really bad EXP and a complete waste of time. But it allows us to go see all the new content in a way that feels rewarding and completionist-like. So I'm doing it. But there's no point to be doing what we're doing right now. I just want to have 1 node of everything completed. But it also gives us an idea of where everything is and everything. Because they've moved quite a few things. And added a few activities. Also, while we're here, we're going to do the scrap metal new passive activity. I'm going to be avoiding doing all the passives that aren't new at this point. All the older ones that we don't have completed, I'll just do later. But any new ones, like this new scrap metal one, we'll go try out. Which let me do it right now before we go make our shields. Shouldn't take that long. So we should have the scrap metal that we grabbed from chapter 1. So now we just grab all of the scrap metal we got. And then we make it into material that then can be sold. I'm just going to drop it onto the ground though. Because the value of doing it for a few seconds is probably near 0. No point in bringing it to a shop. And it should tell you where you need to go bring it to. I actually have no clue what NPC you have to bring this to. It'll show us as soon as we finish it who we have to sell this to. I assume it's like one of the guys in that area over there probably. Probably wants it. Maybe like the ore guy or something. I don't know, tell us in a second. Wait, who wants scrap metal? The guy you sell is to the recycling shop. Wait, where's the recycling shop? Is this a new NPC? Oh, maybe he's down there. There's a question mark over there. Like, I need to figure out where the recycling shop is. Not because I want to sell this, but because I need to figure out where it is. So we can do the full cycle of this. We're probably not even going to get like 1 silver from this, probably even less. But I need to know where it is in case we ever do this in the future. Because we're going to be doing a lot of Forager soon. And eventually our Forager will catch up to our smithing level. Also, why is this back out so long? I thought he was about to put it in again, but that was just him having a super long animation. But yeah, I guess it might be that guy then. Because he's the only one marked with question marks down there. And that's just for some kind of new stonemason thing. I'm trying to think what got added to stonemason that could possibly be though. Alright, so with these, let's go find the scrap guy then. which I assume is that guy, but maybe he's not. Unless he's in the room with me right now. Is there a new guy for scrap metal? No, no new NPC here. Alright, let's go check the only room that seems like it could be then. And this is all the way northeast, which is really annoying. But it seems like it's this guy since there's a question mark here. And I can't think of anything that happened to Stonemason that would put a question mark over here. Because they didn't add a new passive activity over here, I don't believe. This might just be the scrap metal NPC. No, they just divided these into two sections. The indoor sculpture and the outdoor sculptures. Okay, where's the scrap merchant guy then? Recycling shop. Recycling shop. Oh no, if I was a recycling shop, where would I be? Recycling shop, recycling shop, recycling shop, recycling shop. Recycling shop. Recycling shop, recycling shop. Does it not exist? Oh, recycling shop. It's in the room. It's in the room with us. Where's the recycling shop then? Recycling shop? Oh, Dabble. Dabble buys your stuff. It's normally just a quest NPC, but now they do recycling as well. Alright, we found it. Okay, now let's go do these shields. So I assume the process for this is still exactly the same. But just for the sake of it, let me get one of each bar. And then we'll go do, let's see, we'll grab one of you, 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 grab one. I can't actually craft that yet. And just craft like a billion of these. Ah, there we go. So we put in one of this, one of that, a billion of the other one. And then we go make our 3 shields, and that should be everything with smithing pretty much completed, except for the passive all the way northeast or northwest. And we'll get there when we get there. Because that's where we have to go do the minecart system. So we'll do one of these, do one of that. And then we'll process all these into bars to go make all of our shields and have some spears. And then we should be good to go. But that's this chapter almost already completed then. There wasn't really that much added. I guess we'll go try stone mining, since it did get buffed, but I should already have all the nodes for them. Anything that really changed is that it got buffed. They didn't really add anything new to it. The only difference is I might be able to do the highest tier now compared to before. Now that they added like a couple different tiers. So there might be some tiers related to some stuff in this mine that I need to go grab now. Oh yeah, there's a lot of tiers I need to go grab. Never mind, there's a lot of things we still gotta go do. There's a lot of in-between tiers we don't have. Oh gosh, a lot. Let's see, all tier 1 should be completed, right? So tier 1 is fully completed. Tier 2 is fully completed. Tier 3 is fully completed. Tier 4 is when we already need to start doing new ones. Oh gosh. And I'm at tier 8. Yeah, there's quite a few of them that we'll have to do for a couple of them then. Starting at tier 4, we're already going to need to start doing some new ones. That got added in between everything. And in tier 5, I got to do it for almost everything. In tier 6, I got to do it for like literally everything. Other than the one we literally just did. And tier 7 is kind of similar. And tier 8, we just have to do the one minecart then. That'll probably have to be our next focus, since that makes up a lot of the chapter then. As far as exploring everywhere. Because most everything else is just done at the stations. And I'll worry about the passives off stream then. You feel like a noob right now? You're so lost. I don't know. They didn't change that much. If you need anything explained, let me know though. There's definitely a lot to take in all at once though. If you haven't been keeping up with anything that they've been going over. Or the beta itself. Because there's quite a few things that were changed all simultaneously. We went over a video a couple days ago going over how to do level distribution for all the zones and everything. Alright, and this should be the new material we need for the shields. I should technically already have enough, but I'll just process everything we have on us since we're already here. Except for that one. I'm not going to bother putting in only one at this point. I'll do another set of 6 and then go make our 3 shields we need. And that should be everything with smithing except for the passive. And except for all these other weird items, but I'm worrying about those later. That's a later issue. Those I'm not too worried about at the moment. I'm only doing the shield right now just because it's new. Well, the shields aren't new, but the way that you do it is new. Alright, and then we should just be able to make the shields normally as we normally would here. Resource itself is different, but the actual process should be the same. Oh, good thing I grabbed more. The amount that you need for each shield has changed. You need 5, 6, and 4. And the best shield only requires 4? What logic is this? What? What? So this resource isn't worth using unless you're using on the highest level shield. But the only exception being is if you're crafting it for the first time bonus. But aside from first time bonus, you should never craft anything but the highest tier shield here. And just wait till you have the higher level smithing for it. That's so weird. Unless they make those shields better or do something different in the future. Because right now, all shields are pretty similar statted. And most of the difference with it is whatever RNG system they have attached to it. Oh wait, did I do the right one? Yeah, I did the right one, just making sure. Maybe we'll get a 3-star. Because honestly, anything I make here will be an upgrade. But then again, now that I say that, this is being crafted at like a way higher level. It's at like the bar level, so I won't actually be able to use it. If it's a tier 3, I could downgrade it. But if it's tier 2 or lower, I can't do anything with it other than sell it. Because they actually made the apothecary thing, or whatever this thing is called, the infusionist. They made that person able to downgrade to any level. So you can still only upgrade up to whatever level you have. Like if the 3 pieces you put in are a level 500, the highest you could do is level 500. But you can actually do a lower level now. So if you have 3 503 stars that you bring to her, you can make it into a 400 or a 300 or a 250 or whatever you want, like a 267. Like whatever you need, you can make it into. That change happened a couple months ago, not today. It's actually been in the game for a little while now. I think they did that in the quality of life update early mid-December. But yeah, you can always downgrade from her. You can only upgrade up to what, you know, what it infused into before. But you can downgrade to any level you need. Interesting. The shields are worth more, though, if you do the better ones. But they're worse XP. But they do give you more money. Interesting. Alright, let me go bank all this because we don't need any of this. And that should be pretty much everything we need to go do for smithing. We just got like a billion mining things we got to go do. Well, I guess all the one-times for all the other stuff too, technically, but... let's just take this one resource at a time. First things first, let's start mining everything. We did all the beans over there, but we still got all the other material we got to go do. First things first, let's go do all the andesite or whatever this thing is called. We saw that we already did the first 3 tiers, so let's just do it from tier 4 and do one of each from tier 4. So we do tier 4 and work our way up. That was not new, but this one should be probably. Tier 5. That was indeed new. Tier 6. That was also indeed new. Tier 7. And I don't think we can do the tier 8 at the moment. While we're here, I guess we'll just grab 3 of them. Alright, so that's all the new andesite that we could do. Andesite has been completed. On to the next rock. Let's move to iron. We'll do the same thing. We already know we're complete up to tier 3, so we'll just do tier 4 and higher. And just grab a bunch of whatever the highest tier we can do. Alright, lower it down. Make it all the way at tier 3. Not new. Tier 4. Also not new. Tier 5 and 6 might be new then. It seems like that in-between areas where they kind of filled out. Tier 5. Yep. Tier 5 is new. Tier 6. Tier 6 is new. Tier 7, which is also the highest I could do at the moment. Tier 7 is not new, but I'll grab them over here. Alright, next we gotta go do flint. And then we'll go do basalt. Then I'll go do the new AFK activity real quick just to get it done for smithing. That's the one that doesn't cost any materials. You make horseshoes over there. It's basically the best smithing AFK now since it doesn't cost anything. It's just pure profit. So you don't need any other material to be able to do it. It's the same thing as making statues for stonemason. Or, you know, same premise. No material, you just get free XP and money from it. which is great because the rest of the skill needs so much, burns so much money when you end up doing all the other activities. Alright, store all that. Let's go to the Flint. We'll do the same thing again, start from tier 4 and work our way up. Milestone tier 4. That one is not new. Let's see, is it going to do the same thing again where 5 and 6 is new? Because so far every rock has been that way. That's so weird. Yeah, 5 and 6 is new, everything else isn't new. Yep, it's doing the same thing again. 5 and 6 are new. But now we're going to do tier 7 and we would have already grabbed it before. Yep, it's not new. That's so weird. It seems like only tier 5 and 6 are new. Or maybe one of the other higher ones. Let's do basalt and then we'll go do the minecart system. After we'll do basalt, then we'll go check top right, then we'll do the minecart. We'll save the minecart for last in this area. Just because it's going to be the most time consuming thing to do in this area. So this one should not be new. This one should be new. Yep. This one should also be new. That's weird. It's only tier 5 and 6. This one should not be new. Oh, that one actually was. Though it could have been I wasn't at the level range to mine it previously. Alright, now let me go store all this away. And all these we should have completed already, but let me just double check the bone right thing just in case. All they did was, they divided the 3. So that's where you make your dinosaur fossil, this is where you make your mammal fossil, and this is where you make your Wendigo. Or I guess technically spooky fossil. Alright, let me just double check the passives and just see while we're here. I do need to make a saber-toothed tiger. So that would be done at the mammal fossil. And then we could check it back here and see if there are any that we have skipped. We need to make a T-Rex and a Spooky for the level tier below. I guess we'll do these while we're here. Already in the area. And there's our cement that we were doing earlier. That was originally the highest tier cement, but now it's not the highest tier cement anymore. Now we would need to do a T-Rex at 1 level below. And then we would do Wendigo at 1 level below. But we shouldn't have to do too many of these. Because we already did a lot of them previously. Bone mail I'll probably skip for now because that's all the way back at the shop. That's something we'll do when we're prepping for chapter 5 probably. At some point. Or even soon, we'll see. Or just monument grind's definitely highest priority at the moment. But after monument grind, we can kind of do any grind we want. I just kind of have to rush the monument grind. But after monument grind, it's either going to be wood cutting combat grind in chapter 2, or start prepping for chapter 5. But they would have to give signs of life that chapter 5 is coming this year. If there's no signs of life in the next month or two that chapter 5 is coming out this year before the 2-year anniversary, then I'm not going to bother prepping. At least not yet. But it has to show sign of life. I would sure hope they get it out before 2-year anniversary. Which would be by this November, of course. If they were to do that in time. Which means we need to start prepping by at least September, if not earlier. The only problem is I will be at like a 2.5 month trip this summer. So hopefully chapter 5 is not coming out this summer. Because that would be awful. It was originally going to be last year's summer, but it got moved to this year's summer. Let's see. Oh yeah, I need to do Spooky again at tier 5. And is there anything else we need to do other than the bone, which we're skipping deliberately for now? Let's see. Another bone, but we skip that for now. Because I can't do it in this area. The only other thing we have then is, I guess, Spooky. Why is there so many more Spookies? They had like a Spooky to every tier. Probably because that one's sharing it with the other dino. But it had so many more Spookies. Tier 3. Tier 4 we already had done previously. And I assume the rest are just done. Yep, everything's done. And we'll check tier 1 just in case. Should be all done though. And nope. Why is there so many more Spookies? They added so many more Wendigos. Alright, and then we'll do a tier 1 Wendigo. Tier 1. And that should be everything, right? Tier 0. Yep, we're good to go. Alright, that's everything. All right, now for smithing. We just need to go make all the horseshoes, and then we go do all the remaining mine carts, which should be like 3 of them. I think they added 3. Though maybe more, because it might have given me access to one I didn't have access to before in the previous system. Because now you get one every 50 levels, starting at 50 or 100. They got 100. But one of the levels you start getting it every single time. Also, speaking of new activities, let's go to the one smithing new one right up here. They said that they plan to release it in this year. Oh, that's nice then. With all the minigames and dungeons, etc., it sounds rather like wishful thinking. Oh no, it doesn't sound like they'll be able to get it done this year. Based on their current pacing. I would sure hope it's before the 2-year anniversary though. But I'm doubtful they'll have it in by November. But you never know. There's just a lot of other stuff they got to get done first. But they got like 9 months, so that's still a lot of time. And all these should be new because this is a brand new thing, so every single one of these should be a new activity. And then we'll go do the mine carts. Which I should only have to do 3 mine carts for, maybe 4. I gotta figure out where they are though, is the problem. Some of them I might have not the slightest clue. Obviously this is where you pick up horseshoes. So if we have a horseshoe cart, this is where we need to go. The bones are still all the way over there. Which is some of the other new ones, I might not know exactly where they go. I know when I was doing that one video the other day, I found the rat room had some kind of new resource. It looked like gravel or something. So if we have like a gravel one, it probably goes to the rat room. So hopefully you can figure out where they all are. Whenever we make our mining guide, I will eventually be covering all that and everything. I've just been waiting closer to 1.0 for a lot of various guide stuff. Because I want to wait until stuff stops changing every like few months. Alright, just a few more horseshoes to do. Actually, I might have a level range where I could do horseshoes. What level is our smithing thingy? We're currently at what, milestone 6? Is horseshoes worth doing at my level? No, I don't think it lets me do it, right? If I do 6 right now, it won't let me. No, we don't get double XP for it. No! Yeah, I can't do it. Wait, I already do 3. I lost track now. Oh no. But yeah, we're a while away before we can do it again. I can't do horseshoes again for smithing until level 366. Which is in... Gosh, I hate doing the math like this. It's in like 17-ish more levels. 18. Somewhere around there. Alright, pass action. Move it down to 1. Alright, let's make sure I've gotten all of them. I really wish the arrow was over here. I want to click to the left, but I can't. So horseshoe level 1 I haven't done. Horseshoe level 2 I already just did. Oh, is this the last one? Because I don't think there's one at level 0. Oh no, there is. They actually added level 0 horseshoe. Nice. Alright, that should be the last one we need then. Alright, that's everything completed. That's everything there, that's everything there. That's everything there. That's everything there, should be. Oh, except for Propaldium jewelry for some reason. A lot of those I'll fill in later though. Most of the passives I want to go do off stream. It's just going to be way too annoying to try to figure them all out now. Alright, what I do want to go figure out right now though, is let's go do all the new minecarts. So let's figure out which ones we have and have not done. You unlock at milestone 1 and then every milestone after. Flint, check. Iron, check. Basalt, check. Limestone, check. Fossils, check. Nickel. There it is, nickel. This is one of the new ones. If I was nickel, where would I be? It only is telling me where I pick up the minecart. It's not telling me where I need to go. If I was nickel, which room would I be hiding in? There it is, nickel station. Oh, that's the one with the rat. Alright, so we go down. Go over here. Go straight again. The main thing you need to memorize when doing these, like if you're like mega farming it, is you already need to like preemptively know where the arrow is going to appear every single time. Because every second you waste there's... because ticks are really quick in this game. It's like, what, 0.325 a second? It's like every second you waste, you're wasting like 3 ticks almost. So it's really important to like, almost like mash click the arrow. Because I don't believe you can move out of this. Like I'm mash clicking right now and I'm not moving out of it. So you generally want to be mash clicking the exact location where the next arrow is. which is the main thing that speeds up this activity. Not by much, but it's like a few extra minecarts. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. I forgot, you don't turn it back into there. You have to turn it into the door. Haven't done this in a while. But you always want to make sure you click the arrow like as soon as it pops up, even just mash clicking it preemptively. After you do it like several times, you'll kind of know exactly where every arrow will be for each one though. But since we're just doing it once, you know, we're just trying to get it done to get it done. Alright, next, tier 8, and that should be the last one then. Because I can't go any higher then. Not my level. And this is for the second to last one. I can't do the gravel yet, which I'm not sure where that goes, but I guess it's whatever one hasn't been used. But we can do horseshoes, which of course goes exactly where we just were, doing the horseshoe AFK. And then there's one more at level 450. And this is technically the highest activity I could do right now as well. Is it the best XP rate I could be getting? I'm not sure. Because it might be a little bit better to be doing, you know, Adathrol at tier 7. Because we're actually getting material from it, rather than just gold. I do recall this being pretty good knowledge in the past. As far as like knowledge points that you get. Like each turn-in is like over 10 knowledge or something. Like it's more knowledge than doing one set of rock or stone. Like if you were to do one respawn set, this is definitely more. And then we bring this to the other door because it's closer. And we get paid. How much XP is this? Like 150k if we were to do it. Alright, so that should be all the minecarts completed. Now we just got to go through the rest of the stones we haven't already done. So let's keep going through them. We did flint, we did basalt. I guess the next one in the order of business then is to go get the Cabernice and then just work our way around the cave. And let's go check every tier of Cabernice that we need. Though if I had to guess, let me guess, it's 5 and 6 and maybe the highest tier. Let's see. If I go check this. Tier 4, we don't need it. Tier 5, let me guess, we need it. Yep. And let me guess, tier 6 we need as well. Let's see. Yep, we need tier 6 as well. Tier 7 might be new. And that'll be the last one. Yeah, tier 5, 6, 7. But yeah, we're just going to check them before we get there. Then we go and grab them all, and then we're good to go. So I'm just going to grab the 3 that are here, since there's exactly 3. 5, 6, 7, we should be good. So we grab 5. Grab 6. And we'll double the 7. Yeah, there we go. Alright, now we need to go get the Flatniums. I think we need this as low as 4 for some reason. I guess I'll just do every number higher than 4. And these I actually will get all of them of, because this actually makes our best in slot weapons. At least in the current state of the game until they add special attacks. But even when they add special attacks, it probably also makes our best in slot weapon. Because the weapon that's on the cape for, the combat cape for Cryo Knight is the very heavy blue two-hand weapon. Like it is for all of the characters. But it's the mega damage two-hand weapon. Which means it's probably going to be pretty meta. And I'm really hoping they give it the Zamorak Godsword spec. I actually got that in RuneScape recently too. I actually got it literally last week. But, on the hardcore. But, it's basically a big looking sword, just like how it looks in, for Cryo Knight in this game. But it's like a big looking sword that does like a freeze effect, which would be perfect for Cryo Knight. It just like freezes your enemy in place and does more damage. I'm really hoping that gets that special attack. I'm also hoping that the rapier has like a move forward kind of effect and stuff like that. Because I'm hoping that there's some extra movement beyond just like the standard just click everywhere movement. But we'll find out whenever they finally do specs. In like 3 years from now. I really hope we get special attacks soon though. Out of any one thing that hasn't come into the game yet, that's probably the one I would want the most. Probably even more so than dungeons, honestly. So I'm curious how he does Dungeoneering 2.0. Now that he has had over a decade to do it again. His Dungeoneering came out, what, 2011, 10? Somewhere around there. Never really messed with it much though, because I quit like a few months after Dungeoneering came out. From RuneScape 2. And I never tried RuneScape 3. Though I might soon. They seem to be doing a lot of integrity changes over the next year or two. Now that they've replaced their CEO for like the 1000th time. Until they replace the next CEO in 2 years. When the next company buys out the company. Alright, there's no ores over there. Why am I walking there? What I came for are these. Hey, Mighty's is over here. Grab a tier 4. Grab a tier 5. The OG. Gosh, his level gap is so much higher than us. I think at one point we caught up a little and got within like 1,000. Now he's like 1,300 ahead. I haven't been playing too much lately though. Though I will be the next month if nothing else. Alright, that should be everything we need. Oh, is there any rock I forgot? I think that's everything, right? Why do I feel like I'm forgetting one? Oh yeah, I forgot Deathstone. Well, I'm here to grab these since I need to head over there for Deathstone anyways. Is Deathstone the only thing we didn't get? I feel like it is. Deathstone. Deathstone. Yeah, it's just Deathstone's the only one we haven't completed. And you don't have to grab the Deathstone from the cage anymore. Oh, you might though. Because I need every tier of it. I might not have every tier since the new update. Let me double check what my tier look like. Oh yeah, good thing I checked. I got a ton of 5 and I got a ton of 8. That's kind of funny. Well, I got 5 at least. Give me like 1, I guess. Wait, do they stack like oh wait, they stack like crazy now. Oh no, I wanted. I forgot about that. They like mega stack. Oh, that's really nice. I don't need that many though. Give me 1. Can I even use the 8? I don't even think I can. It's outside my level range. So let me just go buy 1 explosion for every tier that I need. Tier 4, let me start all the way from the beginning just in case. I think it starts at tier 2. Tier 2 completed. Tier 3 completed. Tier 4 completed. Tier 5's in my inventory. Tier 6 I need to go buy. Tier 7 I completed. Right? Where is it? There it is. And tier 8 I can't do yet. So I just need 5 and what, 6? So we're not gonna have to do that much then. Yeah, just 5 and 6. Alright, give me 1 explosion. I guess give me 5 since we're gonna be over there anyways. Wait, why'd you show 7? Well, I guess because I can do 7. Well, give me 1 6 and I'll do a couple 7s then. In case you want to make some shields out of them. Give me like 4. A little bit of money, but we need anyways. So it's interesting. Even though Death Knight's not tradable, or not buyable from a shop, the explosives to do them are buyable from a shop. Also, all those tier 5s I should probably go sell out, but at least we can do like a ton of tier 8 whenever we get there. We have so much tier 8 dynamite right now. Like, way too much. Well, Mark's at way too much tier 5. That might be something we need to go sell out later, because I have no use case for that much. But yeah, let's go see the new Deathstone thing. I believe it's still mechanically the same, you just get double the amount of Deathstone now. I think it's still abysmal for knowledge points, though. Unless they, like, mega buff the knowledge point rate. Oh, not what I wanted. Pass action, tier 5. Also, they moved this rock, didn't they? I could have sworn that was a little bit closer before. What is this one? Tier 6. And the rest we do a tier 7. Yeah, you still can't do anything while an explosive is going. But you drop 2 death stones at a time now. Oh, yeah, you can't even leave the room either. It's really weird. Especially since it seems like they kind of copied old school RuneScape a little bit for this one. Yet they made it so much clunkier. Because blast mining is an old school RuneScape, except the resource you get from it's useless because it's just general resources. At least in Brighter Shores, it's useful in the sense that the material you get is good, but the activity itself is so much nerfed. Because in old school RuneScape, you could do like 3 or 4 at a time, but they made it so you can only do 1 at a time in this game. Which is a lot clunkier because you have to keep waiting. Alright, that's everything then. And we'll just grab everything from the other room. Alright, let's grab all this, and that should be everything we need then. Alright, is there anything else I have to do in this chapter? I don't believe there is. There's like some weapon crafting stuff and some passes, but I believe at this point we have done at least the core of the new stuff. So I think we'll leave it as is, and I'll just worry about the rest later. And a lot of those weapon stuff I'm going to just do later. Even before, I wasn't really worried about them. But that's pretty much done for here then. As every single active seems to have been completed, which is the main thing I was looking for here. Passives we'll just worry about off stream then, for the most part. Other than the new ones. That we'll try to do now. But yeah, it seems like we got every active done. Okay, so let's go move to chapter 4, and then we'll double back on the cooking and alchemy. And see what we can still do for that. But first, let's go to Chronopolis. And go over to Chronopolis Market. Okay, I need to make a quick bathroom break, and I know exactly what we can test to do that bathroom break with. I'm going to do our highest level raid den. And see how much EXP we get. Though I might have to do 2 because I might not come back in time. I'll be back in like a minute or 2. And we will see what kind of awful EXP yield and level enemy we have for this. So these are static levels. You don't need to have any combat levels into this chapter. Your tool also no longer works for this area. So like the manacles don't give you any extra XP, but they end up increasing how much XP you get. So what level are these enemies? 8. That's not good. This is basically a level 400. I say that's not good because our combat level is more than double. From a normal enemy, I'd get like 200 something thousand XP. Killing all 5 of these is less than 1 enemy normally. That is so bad. But anyways, I'll be back in 1 minute. Ugh. Alright, we're back. Oh, I made it just in time as well. But it is how I plan to get all the knowledge points on my old accounts. It is also how I plan to do them on combat, because it doesn't matter how many milestones you have in Chapter 4, they are now static leveled. So what that means is you can do combat in Chapter 4, doing specifically crime den raids. Do that till like, you know, pretty much max detective. And in doing so, you will end up getting combat XP up to like 500 something-ish, or you know, around that. And you can dump all of those combat milestones into Chapter 3. So that you can skip the really bad passives that Chapter 3 has that mostly just gives you the forager material, or, you know, the alchemy material. So that's pretty much my game plan for the alt accounts, is whenever they need knowledge points, I'm just literally going to AFK them in the middle of the room, go do something else, and just have them go gain knowledge points while gaining detective and combat XP. That's going to be the main way that they train combat up to about 500, which allows them to completely skip over Mines of Bitumen, because they only have to do Mines of Bitumen for like 1 or 2 milestones. Anything beyond that, you're going to get way too many alchemy supplies. So that's pretty much my game plan for how I want to go and do that for the alt accounts. As far as the main accounts, obviously our XP gain for that is not the greatest. So I'm not sure how we're going to go about training detective. Could just passive it. Oh yeah, I want to go see those new passives. I got to go see that. I haven't actually bothered trying this in the beta. But that one meme of, you know, the person who's like trying to connect a bunch of strings together with a bunch of different pictures, like, as if it's like the Epstein files. Like, yeah, they added that to the game. But I think it's this one right here, the crime map. So we haven't done any of these, so let's go do that. They also did the bookings. There's one of the few passives I actually do want to do, because I want to see if they added any kind of fun flavor text or images. But yeah, this new crime board. And it's actually a good passive. Oh no, not for our level range. Our best passive would be the booking prisoners. Let's see, will there be any spoiler images that come up here? I wish you could zoom in. I don't think I can zoom in any more than I am right now, because I can barely even see what that is. It just connects all the thingies. And then he starts over again. I'm not sure if there's any like spoiler images, like how they had a party hat for the other things though. There might not be, because it seems like it's the same images again. Another one down. And then we'll go book all the prisoners. Apparently one of which is actually our best activity that we could be doing right now. Because raid dens are probably pretty dead to do at our combat level range. So we might actually just be better just to go and AFK that until we have our real activity again. I won't be doing that because I need to start working on Forager, but it is an option. If we want to try to get to the point where we can do Detective again properly. Until we get to like our next investigation actively or something. Oh yeah, that reminds me, rarities. Oh, actually, let me finish this board first before I forget where we left off. But yeah, I'll do that before we check the other thing. Rarities now apply, which means whenever you're around the investigation hall while doing a merchant run, it might be really worthwhile to start doing merchant with detective. It already was before, but merchant and detective got buffed even more because now there's rarity for both detective and merchant. It is particularly relevant for detective because you can just grab one big task ever so often and just kind of ignore if it's not. Or try to take like a quick task otherwise. Because if you can get a 2 times, 4 times XP task for detective, that is so much extra XP. Like so much. Alright, let's go see if we can go find one. See if we can find like a really boosted up detective investigation. Because even if it's not at your level range, if you find like a 2 times or higher, that is already like beyond your level range. Obviously, taking a normal one at our level range would be kind of bad. But if I get an investigation for, you know, level 306 or 8, even though that's like 30 levels below us, a little more than 30, like 33, 32, 33. It's 33 levels below us, but if we get even a 2 times XP on it, it is already above our level range for how good it is. So it's worth kind of routing it in. The only problem is you got to walk a mile. Now, if we could only get a sign at the front of this place, like they did for Merchant, could you imagine that? That'd be so good. If we got a detective board right outside, that kind of wouldn't work because that'd be kind of weird. If you had something like that outside the establishment. I don't know, it's kind of weird for the Merchant Guild too to some degree. They could definitely do it for detective too. Yeah, that needs to be a reward at some point. We need a detective sign at the front like they have the bounty one for the Merchant. Let's see if we can get a good one. Show me anything with 2 times or higher. Easy. First try. Oh, the cooldown on this is a lot longer though, I notice. They used to only be 2 minutes. View details. This is Goose Inn, Hall, and Courtyard. I forget where most of these are, but I believe I know that. It's just you go east and then up. Okay, cool. I'll go do that right now, actually. And then I'll come back to go do the AFKs. But yeah, might as well try to use the new tool because now you get XP per step as well. So East Courtyard, Connie's Hall, and Goose Inn Bar. So Goose Inn Bar should be this area right here. Let me go double check the other one. Hall is just all the way north. And East Court you'd have to end on because of where it ends. Oh no, East Courtyard's in the outside. Let me do East Courtyard first and then we'll go all the way north. Not what I wanted. Check that. Oh, I forgot to get a new magnifying glass. Let me go get all the tools upgraded while we're there. I forgot. That reminds me, I didn't do that for chapter 3, but I guess my pickaxe is already maxed out, so it didn't matter. Because I already have a max tier pickaxe, so it didn't actually matter at all. But I forgot to buy the tools for chapter 4. Yep, buy one of those, buy one of these, buy one of you. Okay, now we got everything. Alright, now that we have everything, now we can go do the investigation. But yeah, at double XP, this is really, really good value. It's also double gold, I believe, too. And if you combine this while also doing like merchant, ends up working out really well too. But we're just gonna do it just normally for now. Let's stop talking to the other person. And we could double the XP reward as well. And look at that, double 54,000 drop. The name is Nick. Then we'll go East Courtyard. Then we'll go all the way to north. Then we'll go telly back. Which is it quicker to telly back? Well, the benefit of tellying back is you could also get merchant tasks. I'm probably not gonna do that right now because then oh, I don't know. I guess we're messing with merchant next. The only thing we really have to mess with merchant though is rarity. I'm not sure if there's any new tasks. Let me go double check. Is there anything new I have to do for merchant, or is it just rarity stuff? Yeah, I think it's just rarity. It actually moved me down a little, oddly enough. But otherwise, it's just rarity and ventures and other stuff. Yeah, well, I'll still go show it for the rarity mechanic, I guess, if nothing else. Kind of like what we're doing now for this. But it's the same thing. You just get like double, quadruple XP and stuff like that. Which is as good as it sounds. Oh, hello, Timmy! You done all of the delves, pure faction. You did them last week with the faction. Last two you needed. Oh, nice! You finally completed them all. Huge congrats. Yeah, quite a few of them have been made easier with the 5th troop that end up coming out in the game. Oh, wait. Oh, no! This one's inside? Oh, no, it's right outside. I was gonna say. I could have sworn this one was an outside one. Good it is. Alright, now with that out of the way. Also, I want to see if you can use Hourglass on the final step. I want to say the answer is no, but I kind of want to wait it out and see. Because if you can use Hourglass on the, or Magnifying Glass on the final step, that is so broken. That sounds broken beyond broken. I don't think it's as much extra XP, but I think it's still doubled in a normal search spot. So I'll go do that while we're stacking up the merchant tasks, since I need to teleport over there anyways. To go show merchant, at least for one run. Though it doesn't seem like there's any new nodes we gotta go do, but we'll still do a merchant run just for the sake of it. Alright, and then we go and teleport over to the market. And as far as what we need, we're looking for square button black here named Nick. We'll double check that once we get closer. But since I want to go save this magnifying glass to see if we can double the final thing, let me go just grab some merchant tasks while we're waiting and see if we can get anything with rarity on it. Yep, perfect. We got soap. Take it immediately. And that can kind of help dictate what pathing you want to go for as well. Because obviously anytime you see one with 2 times or higher, you're going to want to go for it. So even if it wasn't necessarily an item that was worth going for before, it would be with the 2 times or higher XP. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, we didn't really get much to synergize with it though. Which is kind of bad. Oh, we'll just keep those 2 for now, I guess. That is horrible synergy though. There's nowhere we're going just to turn those 2 in. We could though. If we have another investigation that goes that way. Because now I kind of want to go do detective plus merchant at some point again. Detective merchant is probably my favorite thing to do in this whole game. When you do detective and merchant at the same time and multitask them. Unfortunately, we got some pretty bad boards for doing that with that set. Though not really, because one thing I didn't bother getting is the pizzas and stews there. Pizza and stew is actually really good synergy while doing detective merchant. Oh, yeah, who are we looking for again? I'm looking for a green square black hair Nick. Green square black hair. Green square black hair Nick. Green square black hair Nick. But I want to go wait until this thing goes in 30 seconds just to see if we can get it for the double. I'm not sure if you can double the final step. It wasn't working when I was doing the beta, but I assume it's working now. I sure hope so. I don't know, find out in a second. Oh yeah, I just realized my ventures got cleared. I should go set my new ventures. We can now go do double merchant to go get both grapes and the other thing. Grapes plus cinnamon sticks. Unfortunately, I can't do the correct level cinnamon sticks right now, but I can do higher level grape and the lower level cinnamon sticks. So I might want to push up to merchant a little bit. But then again, I'd probably be putting those into oyster. It'd probably be better to do oyster since we're doing so much chapter 1. And I do have access to oyster, so you know what? Maybe we just do double oyster instead. And start working those up. I don't know, maybe we'll do this just once, just for the first time bonus, if nothing else. Because I do need it for the first time on grape. Though I don't need it for cinnamon, but I don't know, I guess we'll still do the cinnamon, why not? Anyways, can I do my double on Nick now? And the main reason I say that is I also want to drink a 9% here. No, you can't do it on the final step. No, they got me. You can't do it on final. Okay, do we have another double one here? Otherwise we won't bother. Okay, we won't bother. Alright, there we go. And now let me go do the 2 things in the front, and then I guess we come back here. Actually, I'll do the passives later. Let me just do it once just to kind of see what it is, though. Where's the booking prisoners activity? Booking prisoners, booking prisoners. I'm wasting XP time. Where's booking prisoners? Where are you? Not yet discovered. What do you mean not yet discovered? Well, I guess it's in the room where I haven't discovered it yet. Booking prisoners, booking prisoners, booking prisoner. I have no clue where this is. I have to go check it after because I can't even find it right now. Is it over here? No, that's crime. That's investigation. That's evidence. Interrogations. Where on earth do you book prisoners? Do you do it in his main room? Detective lobby. Where on earth do you book prisoners at? I'm so confused. Where do you even book them? Okay, let me just go do the 2 things I want to go do while we have this XP potion going. I want to go do our highest level grape and our highest level cinnamon stick. Just once for now, and then we'll start putting in oyster like crazy. I just want to do it while we still have the 9% potion going. But I need to go find where that is. That's one of the new activities. I assumed it was in the main hall, but apparently not. Let's have to talk to him and do something with it. Discover, tear down, 5, give me my cinnamon sticks, yes, I'll pay whatever you want. Grape should be the highest tier already, we'll grab that for the first time bonus. Yes, I'll pay whatever you want for them, sure. Alright, there we go. Nice. Oh, I forgot, it doesn't do the first time bonus until you claim them. Oh well. So I didn't actually have to rush for those. Oh yeah, while we're here though, I wanted to go check to see how costly it is to get tier 2s here. Pretty costly, it's still like a gold each. It's really pricey. But it is still scale to your level as you'd kind of expect. There should be a pretty mega upgrade. You can't really compare it to what you're currently wearing though, still. Oh, there's the 3 shields we sold earlier. But, yeah, it's still pretty pricey. A lot of it is upgrade compared to what I'm wearing now though, I'm pretty sure. Especially those gloves. It's just really not worth it for what is effectively like 7 silver or 700 silver. That's just so pricey for such a small upgrade. Alright, where on earth is this detective thing? Spotting thieves, not what I'm looking for. Though while I'm here, is there any spotting thieves I do need to go catch up on? No, the way that's sectioned off, I just need to figure out where booking prisoners is. Not yet discovered. But it could be in a room I've discovered before. Because would you not just book prisoners in this area? I couldn't think of anywhere else you would book prisoners at. That is a gate that you can't get through yet. You wouldn't do it at the merchant tower. Oh no, if I was booking prisoner, where would I be? Because this is the crime map, we found that. There's the interrogations and the investigation board, we found that and did that. This is where you do evidence filing. This is interrogations. But it's not booking prisoners. Maybe if I talk to the person in the main room here, it'll like pop up or something. Talk to... Any wanted posters? No, it's the other guy that gives it to you. But I probably should go check to see if he has any new wanted posters, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure where you do booking prisoners at. I can't find it. Where are they hiding it from me? Let me talk to this guy. Do you have any wanted posters? I'm caught up on wanted posters. What are you doing here? Out of hours, organizing, merchants. Yeah, nothing about it. I'm so confused as to where you do this then. Because wanted posters outside. Spotting thieves and stakeouts is where most of these symbols are. Smuggling. That's where you do the new brick and tile, but those aren't in the game yet, I don't believe. Oh, so hello, Stefan. Booking prisoners is just east of the market portal. In a new quest area. Oh! Okay, that's why I can't find it. They have it quest locked. Now, let me go head over there. That's not the telly I'm looking for. Thank you, Stefan. I wouldn't even think to check there since there was nothing there earlier. Was it all the way to the east there? That's not it. Is it down here? Oh, that's why it was locked earlier. Oh, you can come here now. Okay. That's what it was locked up for. I thought that was for like some kind of other future quest progress thing. Alright, there we go. Alright, we're not going to do all these right now. Or maybe we will. We're already here. No, it's easy to get back here. I'll do this later. Well, we found it. Thank you, Stefan. Is there anything else we have to do from this chapter? We basically showed everything, other than I guess the new pier. Let's go down to the new pier. Let me go do it with a merchant run, though, since we have a merchant run that ends at orange. And orange is exactly where we'd want to be for it. Oh, so I guess I technically didn't do the new leathers yet. Could try that, too. There's a lot of leathers in between that we haven't... Oh, gosh, there's so many new leathers. There's so many new leathers we gotta go catch up on at some point. Oh, that's gonna be a nightmare. That is a nightmare and a half. Luckily, at the lower tier, we only have to catch up on boar leather. Oh yeah, I haven't bound the books or anything yet, too. That's another thing. I won't do all of them right now, but we'll go do one just to figure out where it is. Though I think, pretty sure we know where it is. While we're here, though, let's go check the merchant thingies. See if we can get a good set going for northeast to south. Northeast to south items. Let me check the upper board. See if we can get a nice full set of northeast to south. And then we'll go check the pier and go check the leatherworker stuff. Let's see. Ooh, 4 times epic. That's not on route, but we got to make it on route now. So that's one of the new mechanics that's kind of come in now. Like, if I was doing this route, I would never, ever, ever take Spectacle here for this specific route. However, for 4 times EXP and gold, there's no way we're turning that down. Like, there's 0 shot we're turning that down for 4 times EXP. It's not even that far away, honestly, for this route. The only problem is I think I'm over-encumbered is the only issue with what I'm doing now. Actually, even if it wasn't for that, I'd still be over-encumbered with the way that I took this. So let me take the ones that matter more. Which is the Spectacle. I guess I'll take the banana, just keep double orange there for later. Which is kind of unfortunate, but there's just no way I can fit double orange into this run. Since I took too many items that need to go from top to middle. But this is so important to take whenever you see a 4 times, even a 2 times. But 4 times in particular, you gotta drop everything and just do them. Oh, I forgot, we don't have to shortcut because the doors got reset. Oh no. I gotta go do this real quick. Let me go unlock this better door real quick. I forgot, all the doors got reset, so I gotta do all the shortcuts. It shouldn't take that long to go kill these real quick, though. They're like level 0. Ugh. Oh no, Timmy, it's definitely gonna happen next year. They've never done more than 1 set per year for the Gems of War thing for the dragons. And since we just got one, they're definitely not doing it till early next year at the earliest. Like, they just released one like a month ago. Not even. And they've yet to ever do 2 per year. Which just remind me, this game really needs a dragon boss. The skill for this area was even called Dragon Guard at one point. There's even a bunch of shields still in this chapter with a bunch of dragons on them. Yeah, there's still no dragons in the entire game. Luckily, once we activate the shortcut, we're never going to need to reactivate it again. So what time is it? I got about like 2-ish hours left. Like 2.5. And I'm probably going to grab dinner. Which was pretty much just leftovers from last night's Super Bowl. Because there's so much leftovers. Alright, last one we gotta go kill. Except I wanted to do it with a ranged weapon, but I guess we'll go melee him. Not too big a deal. We're only like more than double his level. We'll be fine. The XP drop for this should be so pitiful as well. But of course I'm just doing it to activate the shortcut. Alright, there we go. And we're out of here. Now we have access to the shortcut forever. Alright, now let me go grab the rest of the stuff we needed. So what am I doing here since I'm doing a bit of a weirder run? I guess I'm just trying to get rid of all the high rarity right now. Which means I gotta go take banana and double soap so we can get rid of the 2 high rarity options. So I'll grab double soap, grab 1 set of banana. And then we turn everything in. And then we go south and go go check the new pier. I'm pretty sure you can't do anything with brick and tile yet. Oh no, has anyone actually tested yet? Because I'm pretty sure in the beta you couldn't. But who knows, maybe in the live game they finally added it. But I'm pretty sure brick and tile still does nothing. I'm like 90% certain brick and tile is still useless until they do a quest or an update or something for it. Alright, let me go use the XP potion. I have a lot of these made for the 9%. Technically they were 8% before, but they got upgraded 1% in the update. And now we get to turn in our first ever higher task. Oh yeah, we're at max. Oh no. I just wasted some knowledge points. I forgot we're at max already. Well, I guess I'll just drink at 11% and put it into Forager. Because we care about Forager the most right now. So I'll put that into Forager. I'll put that again into Forager. There we go. Almost a level. Alright, now let's go bring in banana, bring in the spectacle for 4 times bonus. Our first epic task, which is pretty much always take. If you see this on any board ever, it doesn't matter what the task is, you should do it. Honestly, even 2 times is probably in that category. But there is not a single 4 times task bad enough to not do it for 4 times. Even if you have to go gather the resource by hand. It is still worth it to do it for any skill for 4 times bonus. Oh, you can cancel XP pots now if you wanted to. That is occasionally worth doing. Okay, we'll do this. Oh yeah, they moved where some of these shops are, by the way. That's where one of the 3 leather shops are now. A 4 times turn in right there, huge. Unfortunately, I didn't have the inventory to go do double banana. I mean double orange. But I'll leave them there for now. Hopefully we won't need it while we do cooking. Alright, now the only thing that they added that we haven't really looked at yet is they added a second pier. One of these is for bricks and one of these is for tiles now. And based on the icon, this looks like it is brick. And the other one is tile. I'm pretty sure this guy does not function currently though. Once the storm stops, I might have business, yeah. So this is probably locked behind a quest or something that eventually stops a storm or whatever they're doing. But as it currently stands, brick and tile ventures do not function, but probably will before Chapter 5. Anyways, I think the only thing we haven't done yet is the nightmare that is every leather. Let me just do the new ones, and I think off stream I'll just worry about the rest. I'm just going to do all the boar leather. Because for my sanity, I'm not going to bother with the rest at the moment. But there are some other leathers in between everything else we got to go do. But I'll figure that out later. Let's just do all the boars. Let's see. I'll just do one of each. Actually, you know what? We'll do a full set of the highest tier. We're already going to be there. Might as well. These should all be the same process as far as what we have to do for them. And it should be the final thing that we see as far as new content then. Other than everything for cooking and alchemy. But otherwise, we would have pretty much touched everything. Oh, and the new potions. I guess it's still a good handful of stuff we actually got to go do. But we'll mess with all that for the next 2 hours or so. And then tomorrow we'll start the month-long grind of getting 500 Forager. Will be the game plan then. And I will be doing some synergy with that with combat. I'll just stream every day around noon Eastern Standard Time for some amount of time. Some days might vary though. Like I have a dentist appointment, not tomorrow, but next week's tomorrow. Like Tuesday next week. Which I'm not even sure if I would be able to stream that day actually. He's like right dead center in the day. It's a really inconvenient time. But I figure we just do full inventory over here. I won't go do every single one of these though, but I'll do all these off stream. Like all these we haven't completed here, all these we haven't completed here for each tier. But for now, we'll just do the new boar leather. Just to see what the 3-cycle process is. So it's soaking, then something something. Actually, I should go do that just to see what it is for the other one. Let's see, it's soaking, then scrape. So it's soak, scrape, and then lag. It's soap, scrape, and then stretch. Oh, that one's actually pretty good. This one's actually pretty good to get AFK on because you don't have to really change your camera angle that much. So yeah, this is actually a pretty good new hide then. It's a lot better for AFKing compared to some of them. Or you have to click like way further or click in a way that like something might be blocked. But no, this is a really good AFK hide then compared to some of them. It's just center, scrape, and then rack. Let's go get the first time bonus on these, and then we'll go do the whole set of 5s that we have. And then we'll go head over to Hopeport and do everything we haven't done, which is all the new cooking ingredients, like all the new dishes. And then we'll go do, as well as storing them away, as well as messing around with the new cooking bounties. And I believe we have that thing where we have like the insta bounties as well. I'm pretty sure we're at the level range where that occurs. Let me go double check if I can find that page. Because I'm pretty sure our cooking bounties automatically get done. So notice how this is glowy. So if you go check these bounties in the top left corner, you can see it's glowy here, but it's not glowy here, not glowy here, but it is glowy here. This means we have bountiful bounties. Essentially what this means is whenever we finish out a task for the given skills bounty, it will immediately get replaced with another bounty. So you can just keep spamming them. So instead of the normal 1 hour cooldown that you would have on cooking bounties, as soon as you complete out a task, it is immediately replenished on the board. which is very, very, very strong. Especially for the higher rarity stuff. So, yeah, it's great. So I'll mess around with that some for the cooking real quick. Though I'm missing a lot of the ingredients, though, so a lot of stuff I probably wouldn't be able to go and cook at the moment. But I'll make sure to cook one of each and kind of mess with the bounty stuff a little bit. Some of it I might have to buy from the shop if I want to do it for extended duration, though, because I'm missing a lot of stuff for it. How much Dragonite and Gems of War could you stack up within a year? I don't know. It depends on a lot of factors. If you're actually buying it, how much you farm Vault events, stuff like that. Which we do have this weekend, by the way. I probably won't be streaming it much, though. We will be focused on Brighter Shores a bit more the next month. But I will still be grinding it off stream. But, I don't know. I would say tens of thousands. It really depends how much you grind it for. Or if you buy the daily Dragonite thingy for, what, 300 gems or whatever it was. Because Dragonite's infinitely farmable. Alright, we're almost done with our leather. And I'm not sure how I feel about the new XP curve yet. If it feels better or worse. I haven't really made a determination on that yet. I feel like after a few more days, we'll kind of know. Like once we're 3 days into the Forager grind, if we're hating it or loving it, we'll find out. That'll be the true test. Is like this weekend, by the time we were doing the Forager combat grind, are we still enjoying it or is it dragging on? That would really determine how the new XP curve feels. Like, does it feel like we're making meaningful progress through everything, or does it still feel like it takes forever? Like, obviously it still takes forever to get to 500, but I mean that in the sense of, does it still feel like we're getting meaningful progression while we're doing everything? Because we are constantly getting new stuff, like, every few levels, if nothing else. Like, one more level, we're already at Shell. Then 2 more levels, we're already at a new resource. Like, it's crazy how quick you move through some of it. Like, pretty much every hour or two, you'd be moving to a new resource, especially if you're dumping knowledge into the skill itself as you're doing the skill. And pretty much every skill is like that now, like even Leatherworker. Like, the gaps are a little bit bigger for Leatherworker. But, like, every 5 or 6 levels, that's like, what? Like, 4 or 5-ish hours? I'm not sure how the level curve works, though, in a new state of the game. Like, you should be able to gain a level every hour for Leatherworker. It's one of the slowest skills in the game, but it should still be around there. Especially if you're dumping knowledge into leather while you're doing it, which you normally should be. Also, let me go check out the discounts. Am I aligned up on these? Yeah, we can already do up to Strong Black Cow. And Strong Black Cow is at 1 more level. So yeah, it is much better, the Merchant to Leatherworker synergy. Like, I'm only at a 5 level difference as far as how high my Merchant needs to be compared to my Leatherworker. Which is really close. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let me go bank these, and then let's go ahead to Chapter 1. Let's go do all the new cooking recipes. And we already forged all the stuff earlier. The only thing I need to go do real quick that we did skip earlier is now that we have our pufferfish boxes, I do need to go catch all the pufferfish real quick. But after we go catch the pufferfish, we should have everything to do all the active cooking. I'm still missing some of the stuff from passives, but we'll worry about that off stream. But I'll go do all the new active cooking. So we'll go bank this in center. Oh, excuse me. And then we'll go and catch our pufferfish. I'll grab the pufferfish cages while we're in here. You can also grab them from the fishing storage if you wanted to. But since I already have to be at this storage, I'm just going to grab them both here. Since we're putting a bunch of leather away. Otherwise, you would grab it from the fishing storage over there. But you can use any storage roof, so it doesn't really matter. So we'll deposit all, deposit all, deposit all. I'm not clicking the button, otherwise it brings you out of the menu. And then withdraw items. We click here and then grab... Oh, good. I still have some of those supplies from back in the day when we did it. Oh, nice. That's huge. That'll make it a lot easier, even though I already grabbed some of them. Because some of them is not tradable. The good thing I kept them. I kept them exactly for a moment like this. Knowing that we might eventually need it for something like this, I was like, you know what? I should keep them. Good thing I did. Because that exact moment is now. Or technically later when I go passive them off stream, but that is technically now. Good thing I kept them all. Alright, let's go catch our new pufferfish. Unfortunately, it does consume 1 cage per catch. But it does seem like it's pretty good carpentry XP, if nothing else, and woodcutting XP. And who knows, maybe they buff the fishing XP on these things too. So tier 6 I actually can't do because I don't have a tier 6 cage. I guess I'll go buy one real quick. Because this is one of the weird situations where my level alignment doesn't work. Because I have the fishing level to catch them, but I don't have the carpentry level or woodcutting level to cut them. So we'll just buy a cage, I guess. It's probably pretty expensive, but I'll just do it for the one time. Because if you don't want to make your own cages, you can buy them for an exorbitant price here. How much does he want for one cage? Where even is the cage? I know it's here. There it is. Yeah, 7 silver? Little pricey for one pufferfish when you could catch it for 1 spear before for free. But, yeah, we'll go head over there, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty pricey. You definitely want to make your own. Going from catching it for free to 7 silver each is quite a jump. But all the pufferfish are used for recipes now, unlike before. Whereas before, you only ever needed it for one. Oh, you can't do a double command on them, though, since you only use one at a time. Well, let's go catch one of each. Oh, wait, I already caught that pufferfish. Well, I guess I still need it for food. For the dish. So I technically already got the catch bonus from when we speared them way back. But I haven't cooked these, so we do still need to have them for cooking. Should be all the tiers, because there's not any cage lower than tier 2. If I try moving it lower, it's not going to go any lower. Because tier 2 is the lowest. So now we'll move them back to tier 5, just so we can use the rest of these cages real quick. See what kind of dish we can make out of it. I'll just wait a moment for them to respawn. You could go to eels at this point. I believe they made the spawns a little bit quicker, so it shouldn't take that long, right? No, you definitely want to still move to eels. I think grabbing triple eel would still be worth. Though just doing eels in general is way more worth than doing these days. Eels are just so much better. I may have to grab some tier 4 eels as well. I'll grab a couple tier 6, but let me grab a couple tier 4 because I believe we can make a dish out of it, right? Yeah, the jellied eels, because I don't believe that requires any gelatin anymore. So it's way more worthwhile doing eels compared to ever. So they might have nerfed pufferfish into the ground, but they kind of like mega buffed eels. So I'll grab the tier 4s because that should be the ones at my level range for cooking right now. Even though we get way less fishing from it. And then we'll go check what cooking has in store. As a lot of that, I'd even check in the beta. I was kind of going to wait for launch like today before we bother checking any of it. And today is today, so let's go check it. Alright, let's go put all this in storage. All of this should go into cooking storage. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't. Easy to use it for cooking. Alright, let's go like one ingredient at a time and start making stuff, I guess. Or that, or just grab like a wide variety of everything in there that's new, just to make sure we have enough in the bank. So let me go over here, trade. And let me just get an assortment of everything that looks new, I guess. What looks new here? So this is definitely new, soy sauce. Grab like 10 of you. Is that it? This seems like the only new one. They lowered the price of these by a lot to make it better to go and forge the other supplies. These apples we already grabbed from the other chapter. Highest tier bacon I might need potentially. Highest tier egg I might need as well. All these are passives that we'd grab from the other chapter, but I'll do that later. This potato I can't get yet at my level range, but I'll be able to get it for forge in another day or 2 or 3 from now. So let me grab like a couple of these, I guess. Because these are stuff I believe I haven't done yet. Like that highest tier bacon. Probably need some bread with it too, unless I need it for something else. These beans, I think we grabbed from the tree, so we should have them in the bank as well. Alright, that should be everything we need, I think. That should be everything. Alright, let's start looking at everything we haven't cooked. Also, let's see if I can get any bounties for them immediately as well. If there's anything worth doing a bounty for here. Okay, anything worth doing a bounty for here. Tasty leek pies, I think I can make 1 billion of. Omelets are really easy to make 1 billion of as well. Poached trout, I definitely did not catch enough of those to do that. We're going to make some poached trout, but definitely not 10. Alright, so let's start making stuff that we need to go make. First things first, let me start doing it at like the lowest level and just work our way up. Oh, I'm going to need a lot more of each trout. Oh no, I won't, because I grabbed one of each. So roasted chestnuts. What do I need to make roasted chestnuts? View recipe, just chestnuts. Well, let's do these one at a time and work our way all the way from the bottom. Actually, I'm not at the bottom yet. Alright, now we're at the bottom. Okay, I need salmon squash. For salmon squash, you need this and the lowest tier salmon. Alright, let me go store all this away and do this one at a time. Alright, so for this, I need like 10 of these. And let me grab every salmon we have, and it should trigger each one. So give me a salmon. Give me, oh gosh, I'm gonna have to go all the way back each time, aren't I? Give me a salmon. Give me a salmon. This is so clunky. Why has this not been adjusted? Give me a salmon. And give me a salmon. And each one of these should be new because it's a brand new dish. Preparation table. No, not that. Where is that? Oh no, that still works. It knows on its own. Oh, not high enough chef level for that one. Okay, so I can't do the tier 5. Oh, I can't even do the tier 4. But I can do every other tier. Alright, the other 3 should be able to do. So we'll do tier 2. And I will be saving every dish, by the way. Oh wait, did they move the storage for it? Oh, they moved it over there next to the cell guy. Before, I think they moved it over here, but then moved it back over there or something. Yeah, it's over there now. So instead of selling, we're going to store every single one of our dishes. And I assume we just put it in here, and then we go put it in storage. Yep, we just cook these in the little pan thing. Put it in the oven. And that will be all 4 of these completed for first time bonus. And then I'm storing all of them for whatever this mechanic will be in the future. I will not be selling a single thing unless someone wants a delivery order. And then we just store them all away for when these are eventually consumable or whatever on earth they're doing. There we go. Alright, next order of business. What's our next recipe? Next recipe is apple tart. What is that? Tart? Yeah, apple pie. View recipe. You just need this pastry dough and each of the apples. Grab an apple. Grab an apple. Grab an apple. Grab an apple. Oh, so I might need to go grab a tier 4 apple. Because I'm pretty sure we can do 1 tier up. Oh no, what's our chef level? Tier 4. Can I make the next tier of apple? Because I probably can. Let me just buy it now. Because I almost guarantee could. Nope, never mind. It's all the way at the higher range. Okay, good. So our gatherer level actually is matching with our cooking level at the moment. Perfect. So let's go make these. I assume this is pretty similar to the other process then. Let's go put them all in the pastry dough and put them in the oven. And then store them for later for when they're not useless. Alright, 2 more. Ugh. Final one. Cook them all in here, put them in the storage. Also, if we do ever overstore meals, because I will be storing everything going forward instead of selling it. Selling it would be really quick, because all you have to do is go to here and then go to there. Like, it's literally 2 steps away. It'd be slower than if you just sold it to them initially. But until they make these consumable or whatever on earth they're doing with it, I am saving literally every dish I ever create for until that happens. And if we do need to sell them out, it's only a few steps away. It's not that big a deal. It's probably the closest person in the entire game from the storage to the place where you sell it. Alright, what's next? Let me go back to tier 0. So we're done with tier 0, right? Yes, tier 0 has been completed. Let's move to tier 1. I gotta go make roasted chestnuts, which I believe just required the chestnuts. So if I go to C, all I have to do is just cook each one of these once. That one is way too high of a level, though, from that one kill we did, which I think was in this chapter. We'll grab that, we'll grab that, we'll grab this. We'll grab the next tier up, and I definitely cannot do the max tier 1, so we're not even going to bother trying that. And then we just put these in the oven. Wow, a lot of oven dishes. They're really getting a lot of work out of this oven. Like almost every new dish, or actually every single one we've done so far has been in the oven. There's not a single one that hasn't gotten in the oven yet. Alright, that is all chestnuts completed. Now we need to go do all the poached trouts. So we'll go store all these away. And now let's go poach trouting. And what do you need for this? Just a trout, nothing else. So this one you probably put on the other griller thing. The thing next to the oven. So we'll just grab one of each trout. So that makes trout actually pretty good then for EXP. This wasn't the fishing... No, the fishing location was a little... No, that was the salmon. Wait, where did you catch the trout at? Where's trout? This might be a good combination since these are just a one-time cook thing. As long as they're like close to a bank. Where were trout located again? That's not what I want, a trout location. Yeah, you can multi-skill them with nettle. Where you do nettle plus trout then bank. And if you have a weird inventory, you could just grab nettle or ram horn on your way back to the bank over there. It's not the best banking situation, but yeah, I guess mana rays are still better than this then. Mana rays are still better than trout, most likely. Let me grab the rest of my trouts. What happened to my tier 3 trout? I got scammed. Where's my tier 3 trout? Hello? Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. That's salmon. No, wait, where's my tier 3 salmon then? What happened? And the tier 5 we definitely can't use. Not this level range. And these I should just put in the grill. Oh no, boiling pot. Never mind. You just boil them once and you're good to go. But what happened to my other salmon? I know, I might need to go back for one later. Luckily it's somewhat close to a teleport. And then we'll go store all these away. Alright, what do we still have for cooking? Next, tier 3. We're done with tier 2, right? Oh no, we still have something to... Oh yeah, pufferfish come in now. Let me do all the pufferfish. For pufferfish, you need... It's not telling me the recipe. There we go. Pufferfish is just the caged up pufferfish with a soy sauce. So we just got all the pufferfish earlier. We bought the soy sauce to go with them. And we'll just grab every puffer that we caught earlier. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Grab the puffer, and that should be all of them then. And how do you prep these? Chopping table. Get rid of all their poison sacks. Oh, I just realized. It said I needed lemon juice. Or was it still... Did that say the wrong text? Because that definitely should say soy sauce. That was weird. Let me try doing this again. Could have sworn that one said lemon juice and not soy sauce. That time I said I ran out of pufferfish. Alright, these other two are outside my level range, it looks like. So the rest I can just store away. And the rest of these we put into storage. These are done, right? Yeah, all those are done. Alright, is that everything for tier 2 completed? Yes. Let's move to tier 3. What have we not cooked yet? Everything, good. Tier 4. I need lobster, therminade, grilled bass. Really? Oh, that's the new bass. I did end up catching one, so we're good to go. Cotton chips and Grenard. Let's do this one at a time. Let's go do lobster therminade, which uses the 3 things and then all the lobsters. Since I don't have access to the venture, there's a good chance I don't have these other lobsters. Yeah. I need to go buy them. Alright, let's go make a fish strip. Oh, so let me go sell every single one this tier lobster, I guess. Give me all of them. These are just dead content now. Alright, goodbye tier 3 lobster. You served us well. I'm never gonna need you again. Hopefully you sell for a few pennies. I'm gonna go do all the fishing I need to go buy right now. But I guess we could do it from the first time bonus as well. But I'd rather just sell them later when we go for those. When we start clearing all of them out. First things first, let me just sell all this. And now let's figure out what we want to buy. I need a tier 4 lobster. I'm just gonna buy all the fish that we need now. For like the passives and everything else. Grilled bass I should already have in the tank. Cod and chips I should have there as well. Grenard I should have there. Just the ventures I need, like the oyster and the other one. And that's actually should be it then. Alright, we're good to go. This is the only thing I need to buy is literally one lobster. I'll do the venture later. I'm not going to bother with it now. It takes 11 hours. Grilled bass. Okay, everything else I should have. I literally came here to buy one lobster. Unfortunate. Well, we got what we needed now. What's wrong here? Give me a double on the high tier one. Give me that double eel. Every time I cross this bridge, I'm going to grab a double eel now. If we're not using our spear for something else. Give me that double eel. Though the amount of time it takes to go into the water and go back out, I'm not sure if that's actually worth it unless you catch all of them. Alright, now that we got our lobster, let's go make the Therminate thing, and then we'll just keep going down the line. Everything else we should have already. It's only 3 more dishes. Alright, deposit you, grab everything we need for this, which is not that. I need, wait. Why is all the juice stuff not here? I could have sworn I had some pre-banked. Did they nuke them? Oh no. Did they? Also, what is this even used for anymore? Oh, it's used for Gennard soup. Oh yeah, they got rid of the other one then. But yeah, where's all my stuff? I could have sworn I had some spares of those. Well, I guess we'll go over here then. No spares for us. Alright, so I need all the lobster stuff. Let's buy exactly how much we need for now. It's not too big a deal. We'll buy more later. I'll buy one of you, buy one of you, buy... yeah, you still gotta do a lot of walking from bank and back. And I believe this was the other ingredient you needed to make the sauce. And then we make the sauce, chop up the lobster, make it into a thing, boom, done. Alright, what were our current cook tasks? I need to go do these two. I need to go cook 6 leek pies and 10 omelets. And then we could check how the bounty board thing works. Oh yeah, boiling pot. So we gotta boil it, chop it, and then put it in the sauce. Oh no, we just have to do this, make the sauce, and then I think we combine it together. It's been a while. But you do that, and then you combine it together over here. And we should have a completed dish, I believe. Alright, next. What's on our next thing to do? Grilled bass. So I just need the tier 4 that we caught earlier. Should be the one right after drop the bass. Yep, there's drop the bass. Let's see. Yep, drop the bass. And then we'll grab the one that we actually need. And that one just gets grilled. And then the only thing we still have to do is Gennard soup. And cod and chips. What's everything you need for cod and chips again? Cod and chips is a higher tier potato that I can't currently forge. But I think I might have one saved from earlier unless it nuked them. Because you were able to forge these earlier, but not now. Yeah, I already have these. Actually, we have a ton of these. Do we have those? Yeah, we got a few. So is this that plus the cod of tier 4? I think it's really easy to tell what matches what. Also, apparently I caught a couple of these earlier. But, how do you do this again? I think you do this, chop it up there, and then combine it or something. Chopping table and boiling pot, batter barrel. Oh, yeah, you gotta batter them. And then I think you combine them in there, unless you have to chop table them first. Preparation table, yeah. Oh, wrong thing. The potatoes gotta be prepped. And then you combine them in the deep fryer. Oh, wait, frying pan? Oh, and you gotta... Oh, yeah. Wait, what? No. I'm so confused. I think I did a step wrong. Yeah, I was supposed to chop it up on the prep table. I messed up this potato. No! Yeah, you gotta chop these up here. And then combine them in the fryer. What I was trying to do that for is like mash. Which actually, what level is mash? Yeah, I was trying to make this. Which I would need a sausage for. I don't know. I guess we can make a sausage out of it real quick. Why not? Where's the sausage? Well, I have 2 of them now. Oh yeah, I forgot. You get double mash out of it. Oh, that's cool. So every potato becomes double mash. Because it's like multi-step. That was one of the changes that was in the change log. I forgot about that. So every potato gives you 2 mashes now. Wait, every potato gives you 2 chips too. Wait, every potato gives you double for some reason. That's so weird. So what do I need for the other thing? Just another cod, I guess? But yeah, that's what was throwing me off. Is you get double from every potato. Every potato gives you 2 of whatever you do it for. So you get double fries and double mash from every potato. Weird. So every potato is like 2 potatoes now. Every 1 potato. What was the other thing I needed? I needed, cod of tier 4. Which I have like a billion of. I gotta batter it. And then we combine it together. And then the other one, we just double the mash together. So we combine this, get another one of that. And then the mash, deep fryer, frying pan. Yeah, you just combine them in frying pan, right? And there should be everything completed in our inventory. And now the only thing we gotta go crate is Grenard soup. Which should just be the Grenard plus the stock that we already have. Which I will go do that right now. And that should be everything cooked. And then we can go worry about the bounties real quick and just kind of mess with those. So I just need this and my highest tier Grenard. Which is, well, not the highest one I have in here. I need tier 4. And that should be everything. Well, I got a lot of tier 5s for next milestone. From the previous system. Wait, that was a tier 3. Scammed? It just gave me 1 tier lower. Is that a bug? I just put 2 tier 4 ingredients and got a tier 3? Or is it just doing it 1 lower for each one? We'll find out if this one works. Or did I get scammed? I got scammed! No, this one's for tier 4. I'm just not at the level range to do it. Duh. No, I am. Wait. Oh, it's a different Grenard. Wait, what? I put that Grenard in there. Oh, it's in the wrong order! That was the tier 3. But the tier 4 is after the tier 5. What? Someone messed that up. They'll fix that later. But yeah, it's ordered 354. That's what threw me off. Because I was just doing 1 before 5, because that makes logical sense. That 4 would be before 5, but it's in order of 354. I'll fix that later. Alright, now we can just mess around with the bounties. So we currently have the Bountiful bounty, so our bounty board gets refreshed automatically once we complete a task. And currently I have a task for 2 things. 10 omelets and these leek pie things. Which these leek pie things are probably the main one I want to go spam because I believe I have so many spear leeks. So let me actually get rid of the other omelet. And I think we're just going to go all in on leeks here. Because I'm pretty sure I have a lot of this material from before. Because I'm pretty sure this is the one I had to do post 200 for Gatherer back when it was still Gatherer. So I have 2,431. So also this oyster stack. I want to go do some oysters. Too bad we don't have a task for it right now. But we do have a task for the leeks, so let me go make the leeks. For this, we'll grab 8 of this, 8 of this. And I actually have so many of these banked already, too, from when I was making a ton of them. So we're already good to go. And then I just go put them all in storage. I go do this, and then they automatically get completed. Then we get new tasks there. Then we hopefully get more leeks, and then we just keep repeating. Since we have the Bountiful bounties that auto-refresh as soon as we get a task done. So every time we get a task done, it should replace the task on the board. And hopefully we get a higher rarity one. Because we haven't seen higher rarity for cooking. It's the only one with a bounty board so far we haven't seen a higher one for. Which would end up being a delivery task. So you get a lot more for delivering them now compared to before. Especially if you get like a 4 times bonus on them. And these are cook-only tasks that we have right now. So we only have to cook them. You get a lot less reward for them. But you're getting more than nothing. And the fact that you don't even have to sell them and they keep them for eating or whatever on Earth keeping them will do in the future is so nice. Oh, also tells you how much progress you have on your next one as well. That's cool. Unfortunately, it's going to do this in a weird order. Where even though this one only requires 1, it's going to put it into this one first because it works from top to bottom. So instead of finishing out this task, it's going to give 1 out of 8 to this task. But then when I do another 8, it'll clear them both out, so it'll be good to go. It shows a little progress bar on it now. Alright, we'll store all this away. We'll save that for later. Store that away. And then we'll do another 8 to go get those down, and then we'll go check the bounty board. Actually, we check the bounty board right now, actually, every time we go there. Let's see. So these should... Oh, no, I didn't refresh because these 2 are the ones that are on the board. So notice that there's 2 bounties here that will refresh in 48 minutes. What should happen is I complete these 2, and those 2 will be replaced with a different task. So let me go do that right now, and those should be replaced. This only works if you have the Bountiful bounty thing at the current level range, though. Which I think only affects 3 of the tiers? It only affects 1... What is the full list? It affects Milestone 1, Milestone 4, which is what we're at right now, and Milestone 7. So unfortunately, you don't get it all the way at the end. That'd be kind of crazy. But only 1, 4, and 7. So this is the second to last time we ever get to do it then. And 7 would be the absolute last time. Unless they ever eventually make 10 have that effect. Which would be a really good reward for getting 500 Chef. Or maybe they'll make that the 500 Keep perk. Where you just always have that as the Chef bounty board where they always refresh instantly. It's just really weird that you don't get that on the final bounty. But they'll probably add the final bounty at some point. Because that would give a good reason to do Chef at level 500. If the bounty board just auto-refreshed every time you did a task. Because otherwise you only get it for 150 levels. At tier 1, 4, and 7. Oh, these should be double task completion right here. What's nice about this is you just get the XP and paid immediately. You don't even need to go deliver it or anything. It's just free XP. And since we have the bounty full bounties, the bounty board should be refreshed, or at least the top two. And there we go. They're refreshed. Now it's me to go do 11 omelets. Which means we'll go do 11 omelets. I believe omelets do lose you money now, by the way, though. You actually lose money doing omelets, but they're better XP. So better XP, but you lose money. Whereas before they were good XP and good money, now it's good XP, but you lose money. I technically have some banked, but I'll just grab them all here. I'm not sure how much we're losing, but we are losing some amount. You can actually even see it if you go to an object here. So if we go to Chef right now, and we click on omelet, view recipe, no, view rewards. Actually slightly below on XP. Wait, why did you do that then? I thought it was above average on it. But slightly below average on XP, slightly below average on knowledge. And they made it... Oh no, never mind. The profit margin is 25%. Wait, where's the omelet? Oh yeah, because there's not one for if you go and forage it, because you can't forage it. That makes sense. But never mind, you actually do profit with them. They end up changing that. Too many people complained during the beta. Because I could have sworn that was negative profit at one point. But no, they made it so it's still profit. They just lowered the XP and knowledge on it to compensate. Not by much, but it's by some. So it's not as broken because it's pretty broken. Since this is a 1 ingredient instant cook item. And we got double bounty completed with it. And now we just deposit all here. Also, did I accidentally sell one of them to him? I meant to deposit earlier. I think I accidentally sold. Gotta remember not to sell to him. And then we got tasty omelet into the other thing. Perfect. And guess what? I think I have 3 omelets ready to go. I grabbed a couple eggs earlier, so we're actually perfectly fine with that. So we just grab our 3 eggs from earlier, or however many I grabbed. Yep, grab those. Exactly 3. How convenient is that? And then I'll go make these 7 chicken things. And that's pretty much how it works when you have the bountiful bounties. Is you pretty much just spend all your time in here until you get a good delivery task, in which case you go deliver. And now I can go check the board since we just got a new task because we completed out the omelet. And now it wants me to go do even more of these pies. Thank you. Because honestly, this pie I think is like the best thing I could even be doing at my level range right now. So now we grab 8 of these, 8 of these, and 8 of the leek. Also, if you have trading enabled, I highly, highly, highly advise just buying up like every base material. I'm not sure how much people are charging for them now that they cost cents. But if you can find someone to run you like thousands of the base material, that would be like the first thing I would do with trading enabled. You should be buying thousands of like this and the chicken and, you know, like the really basic base material that everything uses. Because otherwise you gotta walk back and forth from the shop 1,000 times, which they still haven't fixed. It's like the last thing missing with Chef. 2 of them. One is you need to be able to consume them, which they are planning to do soon. But the other is you need to be able to better bulk buy all the ingredients. Either make them 100 stacks or something. Like the fact you have to get them one at a time is so slow. Or at least make some of the other ones stack to 100, like the ones like the oyster, where you need to make a, you know, have 100 stack of oyster in your inventory, but the lemon stack's only to 1. It's just so annoying to have to keep going back and forth from that shop. But honestly, this does feel like better XP than what we would have gotten in the previous system. Like, how much do I need for my next level? We're halfway there. It looks like 500,000. Well, obviously 400,000 at this point, but still. Does this seem a little bit quicker? I'm not sure if it's the bounties that are really helping it a lot too, though. Because we keep getting constantly like big XP drops towards it. Oh, I'm starting to get blocked by annoying tasks though. That's the only thing bad with doing the bounty board is you do need to have access to every ingredient, otherwise you're going to kind of get locked out. Because right now I'm starting to get locked out with too many tasks that aren't good. which is leading to us get to the point where we might not be able to do this soon. But I'm mostly just testing it right now, so if we do get walled off, it's not that big a deal. And of course, it still resets every hour if you do get walled off like that. Like if all 4 of the tasks are just horrible there, obviously they'll still reset on the hour. Or 5 minutes after the hour, whenever it was. So you're never like locked out of it, even if you have the bountiful bounty thing. It's just you might not be able to do it for infinitely if you don't have everything banked already. Luckily, I do have a lot of stuff already pre-banked at this level range. I said hello to Drew. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, the other thing we could go check too. I wonder how much the XP rate is for Oyster. Because I have so many of these banked. And the profit margin is 90% if you already have it banked. They might be worth making just for the money, honestly. This is all the way at the beginning of my milestone, but it's probably still worth making. Just because the only thing I need to go buy is the oyster juice. I mean, lobster juice, I mean. We already have the oysters. Might be worth considering. But yeah, that's pretty much everything with Chef. And now that we got that bountiful bounty completed, there'll be another one there. And we'll keep storing our dishes for when they're eventually consumable or whatever they're doing with them. What does that leave us as far as what we haven't tested? We haven't messed around with the Enrage Potion or the Luck Potion, both of which are amazing. We haven't in the beta, just haven't in the live game yet. Is that it? Other than all the passives? I think that is. We're almost there. Okay, all these are not worth doing, so we're just going to ignore this now. Alright, next. Yeah, let's go mess with some of the new potions, I guess, then. Hopefully from all the forager we did earlier, we already have them good to go. Let's go make one of each. Let me just double check what material it is again. And since we've never made any, we're definitely going to need to make all of them. And from all of our gathering from earlier, we should have one of each. One of the reasons why we did all that. Alright, so I need pondweed and bell plant. This makes the enrage potions. Pondweed and bell plant. There are all the bell plants. Why do I only have 3? Oh, because my forager level. I can't make the highest tier 1 because my alchemy level is way exceeding my forager at the moment. So that's why we can't do that. But I'll grab all of these and then combine these with the, what was it again? The pondweed. So grab a pond, grab a pond, grab a pond. And I guess I'll buy the other one just to get the first time bonus out of the way. We could always forge it, but yeah, let's make it. It shouldn't be that expensive to go make them or buy them real quick. So I just need tier, what, 5 and 6? Because I should be able to use the tier 6. Well, we'll know for sure. If he's not selling tier 6, then I can't use tier 6, but no, I can. We will forge these later, but for a one-time bonus, it's perfectly fine just to grab these now. Just to get these all out of the way. Even though I'll probably be making these at some point regardless. But it's only a few silver. It's not that big a deal. What am I looking for here? Pondweed. I need 5 and 6 here. 5, 6. And we should be good to go. Alright, that should be everything. Let's go make all of our potions. Oh, so hello, VLET. Welcome, welcome. Did I like the new update so far? Yes. I've been enjoying it a ton. We've basically been going through one of every single activity in the entire game. Just to try all the new stuff, figure out where all the new locations are and everything. And at this point, we've pretty much done everything except a new Enrage and Luck Potion. Both which are really nice. Enrage Potion allows you to AFK up to 10 minutes, depending on how upgraded they are. And with the lowest tier 1, I think doing 3 minutes. The only downside of them is 2 downsides. One is you get no knowledge while doing it, which is a pretty big nerf. And you also have to fight something that you can obviously AFK fully without drinking any potions. So you're going to get a natural nerf in gear, gold rate, and EXP just because you're fighting something weaker. But beyond that, yeah, you can AFK for up to 10 minutes at a time, which is great. They also added a new luck potion that doubles the chance that you get a rare drop. So like a 2, 3, or 4 star piece of equipment from a enemy. But here are the new Enrage potions. There's a 3-minute one, the lowest tier one. And I believe they just go up by 1 minute every single time. These are definitely something we're going to be utilizing a lot in the future. If you're playing actively, or, you know, compared to playing actively, they're pretty bad. But they're still pretty decent if you want to go get, like, gear upgrades and stuff like that. But don't actually want to be, like, actively playing that much. Especially if you have access to really high alchemy and forager to be able to get the really good ones. Because I think the highest we can make right now is a 7-minute. 8 and 9 minutes are really good. Particularly 9-minute is, like, the most optimal one. Because the ground timer lasts for 10 minutes. Alright, there we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Alright, nice. Alright, I should probably keep one of those to mess around with it. Oh, let me go get the other potions first. So let me go get all the luck potions. What do you need for a luck potion again? I should have it banked. I just forget what material it is. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I know this one. It's Lucky Clover and Sage. We got these earlier. We were even talking about it, that those were the ones needed. That's the whole reason why we made our beehive there. Also, one bad thing. I have so many cinnamon sticks tier 5. But the grapes that went with it in the previous update are now grapes 4. So I have so much spare grapes 4 that I don't need. I guess I go sell them all. I'm not sure what to do with them all. It's actually really problematic. I have this absurd excess of grape 4. I guess I should go sell these all real quick since I can't do anything with them. Because my cinnamon sticks are tier 5. Which would not be that bad at XP. It's like the final thing I can make like right over here. So those are actually pretty good to go make at my level range. Because I believe these still make more. You just get less potions per hour. So this is actually still probably my best XP rate relative to cash. But the problem is they made it take a different grape now. Which is not ideal. But yeah, I gotta go sell all these grapes. Let me go do these real quick. I probably lost money on these. But they both were the same tier before, but after the update they're a different tier. Which is very unfortunate. No, not potions. I want the potion supplies. Where's forger stuff? Ingredients. Where's my grapes? Let me just sell all of them now because I don't think I'm ever going to need them. And I don't have trading enabled, so I can't sell them to anyone. So I just got to sell them to the shop. Little unfortunate. Not sure how much money we're losing on them, but we're definitely losing some. But it's better than having nothing from them. So we'll cash them in for a couple gold. I like we really need it at the moment, but better than nothing. We can put it towards buying all the other grapes. So I should probably sell some of those excess cinnamon sticks. What am I doing here? Not that. I keep going to the wrong menu. Where is my grape? Right over there. Boom, boom, boom. Go to grape. Sell all these. All right, a few more trips and we're almost done. It's actually crazy how many cinnamon sticks we have too. Those are all from Venture, by the way. I've just been doing that Venture like crazy for passive. Because I've been needing a long time Venture. And it's either that or Oyster. And Oyster at the time was just way out of my level range. Or, you know, it was way too low of a level. Whereas the Merchant one wasn't that bad. So I have just so many cinnamon sticks. The problem is I actually bought these grapes, so we lost money on them. But the cinnamon sticks were all from the Venture. All 20,000 I have. Not a single one of those were bought. That was just all Venture. Over the last like several months, however long it's been. Alright, a few more trips. Technically I need to buy some more grapes too, but we're definitely not buying that many this time. Maybe like a few thousand at most. Just have some potions for that chapter. Also, I keep going to potion. I need to go to grapes anytime I want to sell these. Alright, a few more inventories. We're almost there. And then maybe I'll buy one single inventory of grape, or even a little bit less, because we're going to get some from the Venture anyways. Actually, no. I can just do it from the Venture, right? Because I think my merchant level is, No, it's giving me tier 6 grape is the problem. I'm not getting tier 5 grape. I'm getting too high of a tier of grape. Alright, 2 more cells and we should be good to go. And then we'll go make all the luck potions and then we'll go mess with them a little. And you know what? We'll go mess with it while we're doing, well, I guess I don't really need to do fear at the moment. But we could test it with the luck potion while we go do a little bit of foraging luck mix. And actually kill the enemy we need to go kill. The only problem is it's at a level range where the forager isn't as good to do though. For the main enemy I would need to go kill. I would need to actually actively go train forager tomorrow to get up to where we need to be. Anyways, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to get to grape. I'll save a little bit there in case they change them for whatever reason. But, yeah, we'll leave like 2,333, I guess. If we need a little bit of cash, we'll sell them eventually. It's like half a gold. Alright, there we go. Oh yeah, and since I do need to grab some, I'm not going to grab like a crazy amount. Let me grab like 1,000, I guess. Let me grab, like 1 full inventory of grape. But tier 5 specifically. Were those too expensive? Why do you feel like they're so much more than what they were before? Oh no, I need the third time bonus on them. I'll just wait till all my first time bonuses come in, I think. I'm gonna ignore that for now. Because we still need a first time bonus all the ventures. But, oh, that's not what I wanted. I just minimized the game. I still need to go do all the first time ventures for everything. So I guess we'll start working on that over the next like week or two. Because there's a lot of ventures we need to go get done for that. And in that time, we'll get some of those grapes that we can go mess with. Anyways, what am I doing? I'm trying to get luck potions. All that was just to try to go get my luck potions that are in here. I just got distracted with a billion grapes. So we need sage and whatever the other thing was. So we'll grab sage. We'll grab sage. Not that sage, other sage. We'll grab sage. And we'll grab the final sage. And now the only other thing we need is not dock leaf. What was the other one? It was sage and clover. I'll grab clover. I got a lot of the other tier clover. So much so it almost seems tempting to go make that. I'll probably just sell that back to the shop though. I think we're out of the level range where that would be relevant. It was originally for cryonite potions, which is why I got so many of them initially. But then they changed it to working on nothing, and then they changed it to working on luck potion. Alright, but let's go test these lucks then, and I think that would be everything in a new update pretty much. And like a small handful of ventures I didn't bother with. And we'll go test this on the best enemy that we could realistically kill right now, which at our current level range is the carnivorous plant, which has the potatoes in it that we can multi-skill. My level is not good enough to go do the higher level potato, so we'd have to do a lower level potato, unfortunately. So I just drop the potatoes on the ground and just keep hitting them then, and focus on the combat. And see if we can get at least one higher rarity drop with all these potions. Or see if we just completely waste these potions on nothing. And I'll bring one fear potion, though I'm just going to do that, I guess, to kind of show how the AFK thing works. That should be kind of show right now. So let me go on an enemy that we 100% can kill very, 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 very easily. Which I guess would be, what, Thief? Or Deaf Crow? Yeah, it has better loot modifier. Let me go try it on Deaf Crow. So I'm just going to go Rapier a bunch of Deaf Crows, I guess. Because we can't use the Cryonate thing. So let me go grab the Fear Potion just to kind of show them real quick. We'll do just a small 3-minute one. Oh, so you can't buy these from the shop, can you? I think you only buy up to tier 1 now, and that's not a tier 1 potion. So you can't even buy any of them. And you only buy plus 50 for the fire and the other thing, oddly enough. You can't even buy a 40. So they're even more expensive if you ever need some of them. Interesting. Some of these potions are quite a bit more expensive too. Let's see. I was still not sure why these are so expensive, given that they're so cheap to go get now from the chapter, or even just buying them outright from the store. You can still buy every forensic potion, though, oddly enough. That's the only potion you're allowed to buy every single one. Otherwise, only tier 1 is what they changed it to. But yeah, let's go use our luck potion, go test this out, AFK on the Deadeye Deaf Crow. They should never be able to kill us. And then we'll go and kill the carnivorous plant and do a little bit of multi-skilling with it. Just as a little bit of a sneak peek of what we'll be doing for the next month. Which means I might want to go try to get a lot of these luck potions. Luckily, you get them from this chapter. Also, there's a lot of people in here. Let me go to the overflow room. Hopefully overflow room doesn't have too many people. Oh, one person. Alright, so we just drink our luck potion. We just drink our fear potion. We click the enemy that we want. And now it'll remain aggressive for us for the duration of that fear potion, or enrage potion, which is 3 minutes. And I do want you to default to Rapier. That is pretty important. So let me go wait until we finish this kill, as I very much need him to not use a Necromay weapon against something immune to Necromay. That would be a very bad idea. And now we can literally just stand here and AFK for the full duration of our potion. And every time that we get a drop, we have a chance of getting double the rarity on it. So a higher chance it will be a 2, 3, or 4 star drop. And I just lagged? What's going on? Did I disconnect? Are we still here? Okay, it was a lag spike. Servers can't handle. Alright. Oh no, he's defaulting to the wrong weapon. What happens if I shield and unshield? Because I want to switch my weapon to the other weapon. Alright, so... No, not past milestone. I want to attack with that weapon. Alright, I'll be back in 1 second. And as you'll see, we'll keep doing combat for like 2 minutes straight. The only big downside is we get no knowledge points. But we get all the drops, we get all of the gold, we get all the other secondaries that it does. Yeah, I'll be back in 1 second and it'll still be fighting the whole time. Be right back. All right, we're back, we're back. And the ground timer works for 10 minutes. And the main way to know if your items will still be on the ground is as long as you're using a 9-minute or lower, once you stop hearing any noise, or, you know, any attacking noises, which should be pretty obvious with how noisy they get as long as you have the audio on. You'd also turn down music too, so you know exactly when. So, if you basically stop hearing any noise at all, that means your guy has stopped attacking. Obviously, he still is, but I just turned it down. But when you hear no noise at all, if you just go turn down the music, you'll know that your guy stopped attacking. Actually, we can see it right here once we get here. I'll wait for the whole thing to go down. So as long as you turn the music off, and you have all the other sounds on, it'd basically be an audio cue of silence by the time he finishes. And then you just pick up all your items, and then you're good to go. So yeah, it's a great way to still be able to get gear and stuff while kind of AFK in combat. But the only big downside being you're giving up all your knowledge points. Which is the only, like, mega downside of it. So I'm curious, do you still get knowledge points for the final kill? Because I started this kill while enraged. But we're finishing the kill while unenraged. I would assume it still doesn't. Because I believe it's the enraged state that is putting them into a no KP gain. Well, let's see. Do we get anything here? Interesting, we still got KP for that. And notice how you hear no noise, not counting the guy that's next to us. That's a problem, though. But if this guy wasn't next to us, you would hear no noise. You can kind of hear it once he stops attacking, I guess. But yeah, that's a little bit annoying, though. Because other people's... Wait, can you turn down third party? Wait. Yes, there we go. You got to turn down third party audio. But if you turn off third party audio and music, and your fear potion has expired, you should hear absolutely nothing. Well, other than, I guess, the ambience, which I have on as well. You could turn that off, too. But if you turn off the ambience as well and just keep out in the UI and SFX, if you hear absolutely nothing, that means your guy stopped attacking. And that means pick up everything from the ground, drink another fear potion, and rinse and repeat. Wow, tier 9 shells. Everything from combat's dropping like the highest tier. That's so weird. But anyways, let me turn all the audio back on. But yeah, that's how you would do it. Just keep on SFX and keep on UI. Actually, you probably don't even need UI, but just in case. And as soon as you hear no noise at all, that means your guy is stopped. That means pick up everything from the ground, drink another fear potion, or enrage, I mean, which I don't have on me, but you just drink another one. And yeah, it'd be good to go. And that's all you'd have to do. And it gives you gear drops, it gives you combat XP, and it gives you gold. And even other resources like this. It's really good. It's like insanely good. The only big downside is you gain no knowledge. But, and you're fighting an enemy that's giving you way less XP. For example, I'm fighting something that's only giving me 104k. Whereas if I was to kill a real enemy around my level range, I'd be gaining like double that. I'd be getting, not that one. I would be getting 229k. So you'd be getting about double the amount of XP if you were actually doing combat, you know, normally. Not to mention you can use boost potions and other stuff like that. But you're still getting a lot of benefit from it. You're still getting gear drops. You're still getting resources, assuming a thing drops resources. And you can do it for up to 9-10 minutes, depending on how big your potion is. Currently, I can do it up to 7. But yeah, it's pretty nice. Okay, let me go turn all the audios back on. And then the only thing left to do then is, yeah, I guess a sneak peek of what we're doing for the next month. So let me go and turn all audio back on. And yeah, let's go start the, not really start. Tomorrow will still be considered the actual start of the grind. But yeah, let's kind of like pseudo start the monument grind. We are currently level 400 and soon to be 15, at which case we get access to shells. And I believe some other passive. So I guess I could go do some shark draw real quick. Actually, I'll probably just do some multi-combat until we get there, just to use up this luck potion that we have. So I'll use up my current luck potion on multi-skilling, bank the other stuff, and yeah, start working towards it. Though I do like how these things are dropping their highest tier. That's actually really good. Which is even more of a reason why you do want to do combat in Chapter 1 and 2. Because it doesn't really matter as much in Chapter 3 or 4 at all. So yeah, that's pretty nice. It's pretty nice indeed. All right, let me go deposit all these, deposit all those. And let me go teleport over to the area. And yeah, let's go get our foraging levels. We'll get at least one forager level right now. And anytime we get close to a double XP range, we'll put it into foraging, of course. Unfortunately, my potato is not really good XP at the moment for when we go do this multi-skilling over here. But it's better than getting none. And it's more of a justification for us to drop it on the ground, so it will technically get even more XP that way in a sense. Compared to constantly feel like we have to bank it. Because I don't really need to start banking potatoes again until tier 5. Even tier 4, I'm not going to need. And these are only tier 3. So the main way that we'll end up doing this, of course, is change this to whatever the highest one we could do, which is currently 3. Take a double of it, grab all 3 potatoes, engage combat, repeat. Oh, nice. We already got our level. Wow, does the level go that much quicker? I still want to use up all this luck, though. I still have 3 charges of luck. So I want to do combat until we get all that luck out of the way. So we'll keep doing combat until we run out of luck, and then we'll go move on to shells, I guess. And then if we get next to another enemy again where we get good synergy, we'll start doing that, which I think is potato tier 4. Is when we get good synergy again. So we probably wouldn't be doing any battling until then. Oh no, actually, no, but I can't because the thing's too high of a level. Because we do have an enemy I could do at this level range. The problem is he's too strong for me to kill. Also, it might be a good idea since we're doing so much combat in the near future while multi-skilling this. It might be worthwhile to go make a weapon. So we don't have a situation like this where we're almost losing. Like the fact that this is almost possible is not ideal. Like that shouldn't be happening at all. Plus I'm a Crown Knight, so I can make a really good blue weapon to kill these things with. So I might want to go do that. Better double check to see what the shop has. And then you grab all 3 of these, rinse and repeat, kill it again. And then we just keep doing that. Keep dropping these, and we're good to go. And it looks like we still have 2 luck charges, so we'll use up those 2 lucks, and then we'll do Forager normally. Oh, not what I wanted. I was trying to grab the potato. I forgot that it auto-engages you in combat rather than finishing the queue. Because I was trying to queue him up, but it just engages you in combat immediately. But yeah, we'll do this until we run out of luck, and then we'll go start doing shells, which I think are right over here. Shell loop would be catching shells while probably catching cod, honestly. I'm not sure how much level my fishing is. No, my fishing currently wants to do flounder, eel, and pufferfish synergy. Oh no, if cod's all the way at the end there, it wouldn't be that bad, though. Oh gosh, I need slightly better gear. You better kill that. Good. That would have been really bad if that didn't kill. Let's see, what level is cod? Is it like all the way at the end? Oh, no. It's kind of in the middle-ish. Oh no, tier 5 cod wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, though. Anyways, let me go use up my last luck charge. And here we go. We now have access to a new passive activity that I might be doing as soon as I log off, actually. And the shells. Because I am going to be going all in on Forager. So much so that I'm probably going to be doing every passive as well for Forager. Which means, yeah, there's going to be a passive tonight, I guess. Unless I can get to worms for the bait. But really, I'm not going to be passiving fishing, so yeah, we don't even care about that. What is moth wings used for? I believe this is for the AFK potion for this chapter. So technically, I don't need this either. Because I'm already past that point in alchemy. That's the problem with a lot of the foraging supplies I'm going to be getting for the next, like, 100 levels. Until, like, milestone 6. Well, the chef stuff I need, like potatoes, for example. Everything else I don't. Because my forager to chef right now is pretty even. But my forager to alchemy, one is way higher than the other. Okay, we just used our final luck charge. Unfortunately, we didn't get what we needed, but we'll grab our few potatoes, drop them to the ground, put this into storage. Because I guess it's worth keeping. And then we're good to go. Just drop these useless potatoes. And then we'll go start running some the starfish thingies. So we'll drop all that, storage roof this, I guess. And we're good to go. Alright, next. Now we want to go do some kind of cycle for shells that is not horrible. Let's go see what the breakdown is for shells. Because ideally we want to see something that shows high XP and KP, though honestly just moving to every next activity is probably still worth it. It is good XP and okay knowledge, I'll take it. What we want to see is profit be bad, because we don't care about profit. All we care about is XP. So, yeah, we can start doing these shells now. So we can grab this, grab a double. Now the question is, do we bank these? It's needed for hope poor EXP potions. Given how low it is for my alchemy level, I believe the strategy here would be to drop it to the ground. And then we'd have to figure out what in these 2 rooms is better EXP between starfish and the other thing. Let me move this to 4. I cannot do it at 4. Let me move it to 3. Let me move this to 4. I can't do it at 4. Let me move it to 3. Which one of you is better? Or do we take both? Is it still worth taking both? Oh wait, shells aren't in this room. That was 2.1. That was 1.8. Okay, shell is better. Starfish is better if we're going to have to do it. Which is in this room, so that's good to know. Even though it's lower level, it's better EXP. Might be worse knowledge, though. How about kelp? What is kelp looking like? A 4.5? Okay, kelp into shell is probably the game plan here. It's also needed for healing potions. Even though this is a healing potion outside of my range, it might still be worth doing, honestly. Just because we have so little healing potions at the moment, I'm still using, like, base tier. So, yeah, I think it's going to be kelp shell. It's looking like a kelp shell angle. We're going to take every kelp shell in this room. Then we grab every shell from the other room. And maybe the starfish. And then we just drop everything to the ground? Or do we bother grabbing double kelp? Because that way I can actually bank kelp. And these if I really needed to. It's just how much value are we really banking? Like nothing? Like basically nothing. Same as the kelp. I might as well just buy it. It only costs 4 silver at the store. That's not a lot of silver. Yeah, I think this is going to be a drop angle. This is looking like a drop angle if I've ever seen a drop angle. This is very much droppy. So we drop all that, drop all that. We would then do this room, do everything in this room, do everything in the other room, repeat. Seems like what's going to be the gameplay loop. So we go and drink our 11% here. Throw this into foraging. Oh yeah, AFK activities only require 1 point now, by the way. Which is massive. I'm not going to do it yet since I'm using a potion right now. So we'll grab every single thing from this room. With the shells being the most important. Well, technically all of them are shells, technically. Well, we'll grab everything from this room. I'll grab that other one too, why not? And then we backtrack to the other room, grab everything in that room. Use the double harvest on our highest tier thing, which is this. I don't think there's any other material that uses a different tool nearby. The only thing that would is if we go double up that fish, but I feel like it's too far away. Oh no, we could double up the bass. What level was my bass? Is the bass even worth doubling? What level was my highest tier bass? Oh yeah, I was going to put this into EXP real quick. I'll put the other one into my activity. But yeah, each one only requiring 1 point is huge now. That's so nice. But yeah, I can grab 1 bass from this room if I want. What level is this? Pass action, 6, 5. Oh, I might want to get that up to 6. That'd be really good to do for the synergy. I would need to go get 4 fishing levels though, which seems like too much. But yeah, I can do 1 double catch on a bass if I want to. Is that worth it? I don't know. It would be if I was 5 higher fishing, 100% would be. I'm not sure if it's worth doing at the lower range, but I don't know. I guess we'll try putting it into our cycle. It's not that far away. I would have to grab it as soon as we get into the room, though. The problem is the animation of you going down and up is my biggest concern here. Where you have to go up and down here. Where you go down here. Oh, I forgot the 1 shell, too. I don't know. How much XP yield is this? 10k is kind of worth, but it's also for a pretty high fishing level. Like, that 10k is not going as high as a forge or 10k's right now. And then we drop everything. And then we repeat. I forgot the bass. Wow, we almost gained a forager level already? Wait, how much quicker did they make leveling? Time to buy 600 pastry for apple pies. Yeah, I already pre-bought them a lot from when I was doing it earlier. Because post 200 at one of the other level ranges, we needed it. Wait, our level is just skyrocketing. How am I... Oh, yeah, because we used the knowledge points. I was going to say. That's still pretty quick, though. I was going to say, how did we get so much XP already? It's because I double dumped knowledge into it. But still, that's not that bad. That's still pretty good. It's definitely way quicker, that's for sure. It's still hard to tell until we do it for a long period of time, though. We need a much bigger test than just today. But by this weekend, we'll have a good concept on how much better it is. It's just hard to tell from a relatively short duration. And then we'll double the bass right over there. We'll take it from the upper side. I do have the manual click rather than auto take it. If I auto take it, we're going to be in the water for a longer duration, which stalls us more. So we have to do it from the north side, so we only have 1 tile. We then double it. Oh, I don't even have a double here, though, is the only problem. Oh, there it is. Wait. I had to... Oh, no, I did that wrong. That cycle is almost perfectly for my net right now. This is definitely worth taking if we could always double this. Wait. So let me go drop this, drop this, drop this, drop that. Drop the bass. And then we go and do all this again. And let me see if the net actually goes perfectly for that. Because that was like exact timing that time. Not sure if it's always going to fall that way. But let's see if this net goes in perfect timing for this cycle. Or maybe it's every other cycle that's falling in perfect timing. There's just no way it's going to take us a minute to do this whole cycle, right? I don't feel like it takes that long. But I think it's like every other one is when we do it. So that's how I'm going to do it then. I'm not going to get the bass every time. I'm only going to take the bass when we have double net, because it just makes sense to do so. But it has to be a double net for it to be worth. I don't know, maybe we'll make it in time. It's hard to tell by the time we reach it. It's going to be really tight if we do make it in time. So we grab that, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that, we grab that. And then we grab that, and then we manual click that if it is ready. But it might be ready, honestly. It's going to be really, really, really close. I wish there was like one more resource node I could grab, but it's not worth going in that room. We could double catch a flounder, but I feel like it's too far out of the way. Though it is our best fish we could be catching at the moment. I just feel like that's way out of our way, though, to double catch a flounder there. But it might be worth it rather than coming to this one. Skip this one, but take a double flounder instead. It's a little bit less forager XP, but it might be worth it. Alright, let's see how this timer goes. I don't think it's going to make it in time. I would have to go really slow for this to make it in time. Yeah, it's not going to make it. I'm like 3 seconds too quick. But there's a way that we could fix that. I might be slightly slower if we grab the bass. I mean, if we grab the double on the flounder. So what I'm going to do now is we're going to take one of everything. I wonder if we could fit banking in that way too. Instead of dropping it all. I wonder if it's worth moving over to the bank. Just to grab it. Because then we could deposit all rather than drop. And we should always be able to make it with not a full inventory. I'm going to get a bunch of junk that we don't really need though. That's probably barely even worth making it to the bank from the storage. That's a problem with a lot of lower tier resources like this. Like even if you had infinite in your bank, it's not even worth going from the bank to sell it to the shop. Because of how much EXP you would miss from not, you know, just from constantly going to the shop and back. Like the money wouldn't be worth the EXP that you're skipping. Which is kind of crazy. That there's a good number of resources like tier 4, tier 5, and lower. That if you had infinite of it, it's not even worth infinitely selling it to the shop for money because it takes so long to sell it to the shop for money. Right, so I'm going to try something here. I'm going to go for the double flounder. And hopefully there'll be one right over here. This is the highest tier fish I can catch right now. But this uses a different tool than the other tool. So I can double the flounder for the double drop there. I will then skip that one kelp, which is the only downside of this. But I should be able to double the flounder and double the bass within this amount. And then we just drop everything on that tile and then rinse and repeat. So we grab this, get our double net. And now this cycle should be long enough that we can both double flounder, double net, and double, just the shell. And then we just drop everything and then we repeat. And that'll be our gameplay loop for this area. Is that the most optimal thing we could be doing? I have no clue, but it seems optimal enough. For how short a duration we have to do this, it seems good. I'm pretty sure some people will get like mega crazy routing eventually, but it's good enough for now. For all intents and purposes at the moment, it does what we need to do. But it seems decently optimal. Reckon you should keep some in the new storage for bounties, etc.? Yes, at least for your level range. I believe bounties are still based on your 5 most recent dishes, rather than everything in the milestone. Because I noticed I wasn't getting any oyster milestones or anything. So I think the bounty mechanic is still within your most recent 5 for cooking. And it might work that way for some other things as well, like when they do the fishing bounties in the next month. Because the fishing bounties are already ready to go. The only reason it's not in this update is I think they want to do it for like a 2-week update thing, just so they have nothing going out that week. So they're going to be probably releasing it in like 2 weeks from now as like, hey, here's the big thing we're releasing this week. Here's fishing bounties, even though it's probably already been completed for months. Because those would probably also only be your most recent 5 fish, similar to how cooking is. And now by the time I grab this kelp, actually I could just go for it immediately, but I'm going to grab the kelp. And then by the time I go and do this cast net, it should be ready for double. Perfect. And now by the time I catch this, there should be a symbol here and we're good to go. And then we drop everything to the ground. Nice. Okay, I like this gameplay loop. I really like these double tools. It might actually be one of my favorite things that's been updated this patch. I thought it was going to be the fear potion, or no, I keep saying fear. I thought it would be the enrage potion plus the luck potion, which I do like a lot. But ever since they nerfed the KP on that into the ground, I think I like these double tools more. They're a lot more engaging for what you could do for skilling cycles. And it gives a lot of interesting pathing because now you have to worry about like 1,000 cooldowns. But they work like perfectly in the cycle, so you don't really need to worry about them that much. Like we're just trying to fit 3 of them in, but it doesn't really matter when they finish. Because as long as they finish within, like before the end of the cycle, it's fine. Like as long as you can catch one thing with each. Like, it doesn't matter what shell I double in this cycle at all. It just matters that I double a shell. Like I don't need a specific shell to be doubled. I just need to make sure that at some point within grabbing these 6 shells that it does get doubled. And then the other 2 we're just grabbing once so we can use them off cooldown. So we have them cycled at a way where you can see our spear cooldown is off. And by the time we go to use the net cooldown will be off. So it's an interesting thing that you start routing into everything that you start doing. Because right now, this is the best fish I could be catching. Like, there's literally no better fish I could be catching than this flounder right now. So to be able to keep getting a double on it like this is really nice. And it's already something you would drop since it's cell only. So I'm not even losing any value from dropping it, since you would already be dropping it even if you were doing it normally. But yeah, I'm curious to see what the gameplay of the cycle will be for some of the other stuff. Also, for this next point, I will be dumping the knowledge into my AFK activity. And then we have our double net ready to go. Perfect timing for our double. And then we go repeat the cycle. Drop everything, drop everything, drop everything, drop everything, drop everything. Too bad there's not a drop hole inventory button. There's a deposit all, but not a drop all. There's drop all per type, but not drop all for your whole inventory. Eventually. Ash logs and apple, good for multi-skill loop. Yeah, they would be pretty good too. There's a lot of things you could do. Chapter 1 and 2 are great for doing multiple skills together. It's one of the reasons why I wanted to save all my combat for these areas, because you also combine combat with it. 3 and 4 are horrible for it. Because 3 pretty much has no multi-skilling at all, and 4 has multi-skilling, but it's only with detective plus merchant. You can't really fit combat into it. It's only detective merchant that has the multi-skilling activity. Or, you know, like being able to combine them together conveniently. You can't really fit combat into it. But for chapter 1 and 2, you can basically combine everything. Or at least all the gathering skills in combat. Like for chapter 1, you can combine forager, fisher, and combat. And for chapter 2, you can combine botanist, woodcutter, and combat. Like for both of them, have a triple synergy. At best for mines and tubing, you can get some that you can kind of mine for while doing combat, but not really. Because it's a little bit out of your way. And the best you have for Chronopolis is you can't combine it with combat, but detective plus merchant works really well. Did they fix crime den rate scaling? Yes and no. Yes, they are now a static level. No, they are not worth doing beyond like 500 combat. Like you basically have to have the same level of detective as you have combat. If you don't, then it's not worth. So on my alt accounts, they're going to be doing that to skip Mines of Batubin by just doing raid dens in chapter 4. Basically, they're doing combat in chapter 4 to skip chapter 3. But yeah, you basically have to have the same level as detective as you have combat for it to be worth. If your combat is way higher than your detective, then raid dens are still as dead as they've always been. You would do it maybe once for the one-time bonus and to unlock the shortcuts, and that's it. Or if you just really want an AFK activity that also gives you knowledge points, I guess. Since fear, I keep saying fear. Since enraged potions don't give you knowledge points, it could be your alternative to that. You can still get like a solid like 2-3 minutes AFK for a raid den, while getting knowledge the whole time. So it's still really AFK for that, since enraged potions can't do that, unfortunately. But yeah, we almost gained a whole forager level. It hasn't even been an hour and we already gained a whole level. I like this new leveling system. I don't even think we need a whole couple days or a week to figure it out. Whatever they did with this leveling curve, it is so much better. Like, we might not even need a month for Monument Grind. That was the original estimate, but that was in the previous system, obviously. We might literally finish it in like 2 weeks at this rate. Especially if we prioritize only Forager and stop trying to get all the fish and combat in between. Though I'm probably still going to do all the fish and combat in between. So we'll still probably do it for a month. But we'll get a lot of good fishing and combat XP in between. But I think if you literally did Forager only, I think we could do it in like 2 or 3 weeks. But we will be doing a mix, so we'll still probably take a month. And then we drop everything. Drop, 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 drop. That is the only problem with what we're doing right now, though. It is not that hard to bank. The only reason I'm dropping them right now is these are pretty low tier. If we were at a higher tier, I would probably consider banking it. Like, once we start getting to tier 6 or higher. Like, once it catches up with my alchemy is when I would start considering banking it. But for tier 4 and tier 5, pretty much everything's getting dropped other than monument pieces for the obvious reason that we need to build the monument. Aside from monument pieces, I'm probably dropping everything tier 4, tier 5. Until tier 6. With the only exception being maybe the fear potion and... I keep saying fear. Except for the enrage potion and... no, luck potion is even in this chapter. But yeah, other than the enrage potion supplies, I think I'm dropping everything. Though some of the bones I might keep too, but then again, my bone rate is so high. Other than for like the first time bonuses, I really don't need any supplies for bone rate at all. Maybe I'll go bank like the stuff that you can't buy, like the shark draw or something. Oops, I forgot to use the double there. The only problem with what we're doing right now is it keeps moving my double a little bit further into the cycle every time. Because that how upgraded our tool is, it isn't quite working perfectly for the cycle. We would need like 1 higher tier tool than what we have now. Which I believe it does go 1 higher. Maybe even 2 higher. But the cooldown needs to be just like ever so slightly shorter for it to work for what the cycle I'm doing right now. Because it keeps getting ever so slightly delayed. Because now I'm having to do it on this shell. Like, it keeps moving down what shell I have to do it on. Though I guess we could always just start at the start of the cycle and be good to go. I'm going to skip the kelp this time around. Since I took a little bit of a weirder route due to the double being slightly off time. But I'm really liking this new gameplay loop. And this is just one of them. We haven't even tried any other resource other than shell yet. Alright, grab that, grab that. Grab that, grab that. Good to go. You haven't played in a while. Also, hello, Dryad. Welcome, welcome. Can you give you a quick rundown on what has changed? It's also confusing to you. So they did a ton of changes today, which are pretty much all the changes that have happened in the last year, pretty much. As the only thing they've really done in the last year is a lot of new quests and stuff like that. A lot of good quest rewards from them, though. But the biggest thing that happened is the update today, where effectively you still have to get 500 levels like you did before, but now they are separated into 10 50-level milestones, which is what this number is. So our level right now is technically level 215 Forager, soon to be 216, but it's denoted now in the milestone system, of which there's 10 milestones, so we're at 4 milestones with 15 levels into our current milestone, now 16. The main thing to note... Oh, wait, do I have a new thing I can go do? Maybe I should go do that. But the main thing to go note is... I don't know, what should really be mentioned there? Because honestly, most gameplay loops are kind of similar if you're just playing casually, I would say. There's just like more interconnectivity, and the level grind that you have to do is way better than before. Like, getting to max level now seems really easy compared to before. I'm not sure how big of a difference it is because I haven't experienced it fully yet. But it feels so much easier to get to 500 or any level goal that you have. But for the most part, they haven't added substantial content yet. There's still no bosses, still no dungeons, still no like unique items. But as far as the core structure of the game, it's way more convenient to go through compared to ever before as of today. And that was like the main thing that they were kind of going for it. It's just an overall better leveling experience. And a lot more variety with every single skill. It does repeat a lot of nodes though. Like every single skill has a lot of node repeating. But it's mostly used to allow you to always get optimal XP rates for every skill. So no node is ever too far behind at any given time. Like right now I'm grabbing a lower level starfish. But with this new system, it doesn't even matter that much because even though it's a whole tier below, the new tier system makes it so it's not that bad compared to like the previous system, where some nodes would just be completely horrible to go for at a given level range. But pretty much every node is always worth doing at your level range. As long as you're taking the highest level node that you can currently do, like every single one of them is worth it. Whereas before, there was always a lot of dead areas where there's a lot of stuff that was never worth. But now the highest tier of whatever you can do is always worth doing for anything, any activity. Doesn't matter what it is. Some more so than others, though. They also made it so every single thing has like a big distribution now, too. But this mostly affects combat, I would say, more so than everything. So, for example, this Deaf Crow is really good for getting rare loot from, but not as good for EXP or knowledge. Whereas some things are really balanced overall, whereas other things are really skewed. Like, this is really good for EXP, but bad for items and not as good for knowledge. But that's mostly applicable to combat. Technically, that applies to everything in the game, but combat is most affected by it due to it also affecting the rare drop modifier, which would give you the higher chance of getting 2-star and higher gear. Which is pretty important since there's no armor making skill until Chapter 5. Which still has no to be announced as far as when that's coming. I would hope before the 2-year anniversary of November, but we have no clue yet. Sometime eventually. The next big thing that they're working on is, I believe, the Chapter 7, or the 7-star quest for Chapter 3. As well as bounties. I think they're adding bounties to like every skill in the game. Fishing's the first one to get it, most likely. But they're going to be adding bounties to basically, not basically, literally every skill in the game, including combat. Which will basically work like Slayer Task in his other game to some degree. And there's also different rarities that end up coming in as of today. So there's a bunch of different rarity tasks that are for every bounty system. Currently, this only affects cooking, or chef, I mean, detective, and merchant. But basically, there's bounties you can find that give you like 2 times, 4 times extra gold and EXP. Which makes it really worthwhile to check them occasionally just to get like a big task, especially if you're in the area. Because sometimes you can just find like a 4 times task or 2 that just give you so much better value. That are always worth doing. Even the 2 times are always worth doing. Actually, do I have one right now? I think I already used them all. I think all I have is the 2 merchant things I grabbed earlier. Yeah, I don't have any high tier ones. We did them all earlier though. It's a pretty nice feature. And eventually every single skill is going to have a bounty board like that. So whenever you pass any skill's bounty board, you pretty much always want to check it. It doesn't even matter what skill it is. You pretty much always want to go to grab it. Because you might find a 2 times or 4 times bonus one that is always worth doing. You've been waiting on a combat overhaul. This one made it so you can choose where you do combat in again. So for example, I personally chose to be able to do combat in Hopeport because I'm doing a lot of Forager to try to get Monument completed. Because they added a new feature to Monument that you now get a new venture slot, so you could run 3 instead of 2. So I'm currently working on that. And now I can do combat synergy with it. So for example, when I get up to level 425, or sorry, whatever this is, level 427. Oh, so hey, contendo. But once we reach level 427, I can start doing potatoes while also doing combat. Because at that point, my Forager level and combat level would be perfectly aligned for me to be able to do my my highest level combat enemy that I could realistically kill, combined with the highest level Forager item I could do, which would end up being really good synergy. So now you have the option of choosing where you want to do combat once again. You do have to stay in that area for 50 levels, but with a new system, 50 levels goes by a lot quicker than before. So it's not really that hard to go do. So you actually get to choose where you do combat again. Kind of like the original system, except now you have one big level that you still have. It's basically a combination of the first and second system. But it is just leveling. We still didn't get any other mechanic with it. There's still no special attacks. There's still no skill tree. It's stuff that they will still be doing, obviously, but no time soon. We might even have dungeons before they even release that stuff. And dungeons we currently know nothing about. The only thing we know is that they added a potion into the game that you can currently make, though it has no use yet. That makes it a higher chance that you find rare rooms while doing a dungeon. But as far as how dungeons work, we don't really know. The only thing we know is he made Dungeoneering back in, like, what, 2010, 2011? And that's, like, the closest thing we have to go by. So it's going to be Dungeoneering 2.0 from his other game, I guess. But a lot of the specifics on it we don't really know. It's not going to be a skill that you have to level, though. It's just going to be attached to every skill. So basically every skill is Dungeoneering. How that's going to work, we have no clue. But instead of gaining, like, a Dungeoneering level, you gain EXP towards your thing. Like, we actually see it now. Like, for example, I have access to the tier 4 milestone of whatever dungeons are. What is that? I have no clue. It's not in the game yet. It has coming soon next to it. They're also adding world events and bounties and stuff like that. But none of these are for the skill. Like Forager's eventually getting bounties. It's not in the game yet. It's eventually getting dungeons. It's not in the game yet. They're eventually adding world events, which they kind of beta tested publicly during the winter event. It's probably going to be somewhat like that, but hopefully a little bit more engaging than what that one was. Because that was kind of like a Forager world event, the Christmas event they did. It'll probably be a little bit more involved than that was probably, but yeah, we don't really know exactly what they're going to be. But we'll find out soon. That's probably some of the main stuff they're working on in the near future. But a lot of the specific details are up in the air until it's actually in the game. But if you have any other specific questions, let me know. It's just kind of hard to summarize everything. Because a lot is the same, but a lot has also changed. But the game is overall pretty similar. The biggest things they've added in the last year or since launch is a lot more quests. A lot of them are really good. Both for rewards and just storyline-wise. They have a lot of funny humor. But the rewards for them are also pretty good. Like, for example, Potion Belt, insane. And they finally made it as of this update, so you can click 1, 2, or 3 to auto-do your potions as well. So I could just drink one and just auto-do this potion without even needing to be in the menu, which is nice. But they've also added things like... I'm trying to think, what else did they end up doing? The problem is, whenever I like try to think back on that, it's all quality of life. Like, they've been working on just refining the system, and that is about it over the last year. Like, adding quests and refining the systems. Like, as far as actual content, they have added, like, nothing since launch. It's the same game as it was, like, the day it came out. It's just all quality of life and refining the system so they could build upon it, which is perfectly fine to do. But as far as, like, new repeatable content, like, nothing has been added. Is the only big issue with the current state of the game, I would say. They're obviously working towards that. They're just not quite there yet. They're just trying to make a good framework so they can keep building upon it infinitely. Which, once they have, should be pretty easy. Like, once they finish doing milestones, adding PvP, adding special attacks, adding skill tree, refining whatever this leveling system is, which we pretty much did with this update today. Once they do all that, they can just infinitely keep adding chapters, like, every year, every half a year, whatever they do. Like, once they have the system down, they just keep adding to it infinitely forever. But they're still working on just fixing that system, which is pretty much all they've been doing the last year, and probably for this year, too. Is just getting all those systems in place so they can build upon it infinitely forever. Which, once they get to that point, should be really solid. But I think they're still about a year away before they get there. So today was great progress towards that, though. But they're still not quite there yet. But I don't know, it's enough of a change where I don't mind grinding it again. I'm not sure if we're going to go mega grind again after we go finish this 500 forager grind, but who knows, maybe we will. I do have a 2-month trip that I'm doing this summer, though, where I'm going to be gone for almost like 3 months. Like 2.5, 3 months. I would stay longer, but I'm pretty sure legally you can only be out of the country for like 90 days. So I'm making my trip 2.5 months so it doesn't accidentally go over in case the flight gets delayed or something. But I'm finally going out of the country for the first time ever later this year, this summer. Technically I went to Canada before, but that doesn't really count too much. Because that was more so like a family trip kind of thing. I haven't actually like traveled on my own to another country before. And Canada I literally drove into. So it wasn't quite the same compared to like flying like halfway around the world. But I'm going to Greece for like 2 months this summer, 2.5. So there's going to be a period of time where I won't be doing anything. But after that, we might start really power grinding again, especially if they do an update again. That would make us actually want to power grind. Like this one for Forager. Oh, so I like how I'm not even thinking about what we're doing right now. It's just like auto cycle. We've done this cycle so many times. Like, oh, yeah, I already know what we need to go do. I got it already. Honestly, is it even worth moving? Well, during all that talking, we did unlock... Oh, no, we didn't. We unlocked Goat Horn in 1 level. I'm not sure if it's worth going to it, though, honestly. Because then we don't get any fishing XP anymore. Where is Goat Horn? I don't know. Would it be worth doing Goat Horn? The only benefit of doing Goat Horn is I could technically start doing combat again. But I would have to go get healing... I would need to go get healing potions to be able to take out the Here Beast. Because these are not going to cut it, the ones I'm using now. Honestly, I might just stick with the cycle. I just skip Goat Horn. Because I don't need the Goat Horn. What I do potentially need, though, is that Nettle, I guess, for that fire potion. But it's such a low level, I probably don't. So we could skip Goat Horn, we could skip Nettle, we could skip Rack. I can't skip Monument Piece, and I kind of can't skip Potato, but it's in a room with multi-skilling, so we'd probably do Potato. Like, I don't need the Potato, but we just drop it on the ground like everything else, so it doesn't really matter. So yeah, I don't think until level 425, or, you know, level 225, I don't think we change. But we 100% have to go get Monument Pieces once we get there. But I think we skip Goat Horn, we skip Nettle, we skip Rack. At higher level range, I would take it. If we're at milestone 6 or higher. But at current milestone, I believe these are all skip. Over what we're doing now. Flounder, stop running. You're moving to like the furthest possible tile you could possibly go. Oh, we're getting close to our next double knowledge. I should probably actually hotkey rather than go into that menu. I keep going to that menu out of habit. But I keep forgetting. We just literally just hotkey and be good to go. But I still find it crazy how many forager levels we're getting, though. It definitely feels like more than 1 an hour, even though I'm not keeping track of it that well. It definitely feels more than 1 an hour. And that's while doing some fishing, too. It's not like we're even doing forager only right now. Though fishing hasn't gained a level, though, because we're doing so minimal fishing, but... yeah, it's gaining some. More than nothing. I wonder if those higher levels do take a little bit longer to get, though. Because they might have made the curve in a way that, higher levels do level slower. Which would make sense, obviously, logically. But it could be a sense that, you know, Milestone 4 is getting level quicker than, like, you know, Milestone 6, for example. I'm not 100% certain on that, but there is a chance they made the curve like that. Where something like Milestone 0 and 1 is still relatively quick. You know, 4 and 5 are still kind of in that middle range, and obviously the higher ones would be slower. Because that might be why Forager still feels so quick at this range. But this is definitely quicker than if you were doing it at 200 in the previous system, which I think is the main thing I'm trying to compare it to right now. Like, doing Forager at level 200 something post-patch is quicker than doing it before. Whereas something like level 300, 400 or so might be slightly slower than what it was before. I think that might have been the change they made to the curve. I'm not sure because I'm not sure anyone bothered data mining it yet. I don't think they posted publicly, and it definitely wasn't in the beta. Like what the actual XP curve is now. But I'm very sure someone will figure it out if they didn't already figure it out. But that does seem like what it might be. It's just every milestone just starts to take slightly longer, which is not how it was before. Before, once you hit level 200, you basically got your slowest possible speed. He's going from 200 to 201 was basically the same speed as going from 499 to 500. But it seems like that's not the case now. It seems like every tier you go up gets slightly slower. But it does mean the earlier tiers, like everything before 5, is slightly quicker. Whereas everything post... that's probably exactly what they did. Is like everything prior to like 5 or 6... like everything prior to 5 is probably quicker. Everything at like 6 is probably what the system was before. And everything after 7 is probably like a bit slower. Is how I would guess they probably did it. Though I haven't tested it enough to really see yet. Definitely feels that way though. Oh no, someone will data mine it eventually. Or figure it out with a bunch of maths. So we're getting really close to our double knowledge point here. That's something that doesn't feel quicker. This still feels like the same amount of knowledge points we'd be getting from this per hour in the previous system. So it doesn't seem like they changed much of the knowledge numbers. If anything, they might have even lowered some of them since some things give like a different amount of knowledge now. Though I don't think you would normally worry about that when doing skilling. Just because every new node gives enough benefit that you would still move on to it a lot of times. Unless the cycle for your current node is just so much better. Which I feel like this one is compared to the next ones we could go to. Because Kelp's in the middle of nowhere, so that's our Rack's already in the middle of nowhere, so those are already a dead one. There's almost no way that is better overall than what we're doing now, though it might be. It depends how much XP more you gain for like 7 levels. But Rack almost definitely isn't. Nettle could be, and Goathorn could be. But Rack 100% is not. There's zero shot Rack is better than these. Unless they like mega made that thing give more XP or something. Oh, I hate when I do that. When I try to click all the nodes in a room but then accidentally walk. I wish there was a way to disable walk when you're trying to click them. But yeah, hello, yeah, welcome, welcome, all been well. It looks like we're going to get up to Goathorn. I guess I could maybe go check what the loop is, and then go find what our next AFK activity is. Actually, what even would be our next AFK activity? Our next passive would be, I would still have to go to the Moth Wing. The problem with that is I don't need moth wings. Is the only problem with doing that. They only make a potion that I don't need anymore for alchemy. And the worms I wouldn't need either. Actually, almost all this I don't need. That's the big issue with almost everything in Forager, honestly, right now. Every drop I'm getting for Forager up until tier 6 is basically drop on ground. Just because my alchemy and bone right levels are conflicting with it too much. The only exception being if it goes into chef, in which case I would bank it. But the only thing applicable to that is potato, and I already have a lot of tier 4 potato. So I wouldn't need to do that again until tier 5. So cooking supplies I could start doing again at tier 5. But everything else I can't start doing till tier 6. Use all the bait I can't use for fishing until tier 6. All the alchemy stuff I can't use till tier 6. Maybe some of it at tier 5 would be okay. Like the luck pots at like, for like the tier 5 alchemy stuff, I guess, with the bell plant, whatever the other one was. It will consider that once we get to tier 5 then. But otherwise, almost all of it's drop until tier 6. Both passive and active. The other passives, I guess we'd bank just to go sell them real quick. Because those are worth a little bit more to go sell. Oh, there we go. We hit our next milestone. Or not milestone, or double points. So what we could go do right now is move over here. Drink with a 1. Get our big EXP pot. And you know where this EXP is going. Into Forager you go. There we go. And we almost gained a level. But yeah, once we get one more level, I guess we'll go check out the other thing. Just to kind of see if it's worthwhile. The problem is the thing I need to go fight, I am way under geared for. If we want to go multi-skill it with that. The other alternative is I can grab potatoes from the side room, I guess. There's a triple potato spawn that I could then do a plant on and then move over there. And do it that way. Problem with that is we'd be wasting a lot of time that could otherwise be Forager XP. But I am here for combat XP too, so we should probably grab combat when we can. While Forager is our focus, I do still want to get combat up. Oh, we're almost there. How much more XP do we need? And what's that? Oh, this is past milestone to set them all. I need... it doesn't tell you how much more you need. It just shows the number and the other number. But that is 40-ish thousand. That's weird. It doesn't show you the number of how much more XP you need. It shows you where you're at and where the next thing is. It doesn't show total, but it's about 40,000. Which is like, what, 2 more loops? And we should be good to go. Also, I could technically drop the what's it called, every other lap if I really wanted to. All the fish. We have enough inventory space to get away with it. But yeah, next inventory, after this set, we should be able to move on to the next activity if we want to. In which case, we would do a goat horn into potato route, most likely. And if we want, we have 2 different enemies we can kill that are both at our level range. One is exactly at our level range, might be a little bit hard to kill, or we can go for the easier plant, which is probably what I'm going to kill, probably, realistically. And I'm probably dropping everything to the ground. Because everything we'd be getting from it I don't think are needed at the moment. Not at this level range. At higher, yes. At this level range, definitely no. Might even be worthwhile to go consider crafting a weapon that we need as well. I'm actually considering that. My weaponry right now is really undergeared. It's just until special attacks and everything, it's not really worth making 4 stars. And 3 stars are just so rare. No, don't. Why did you jump there and not the other way? That was like the least logical place you could have jumped. At least he's going up the right way. Rather than making a straight line through the slower moving water. Alright, next cycle we'll get a level and then we'll go try the other method. Or the next resource. which we finally get combat synergy on again. Instead of fishing synergy, we'll get combat synergy. Nice, we got it. All right, we're already good to go. Let's go ahead there. All right, next thing. We got access to the next tier of Goat Horn. Goat Horn tier 4. I am currently a Bone Right level that is never going to need that ever. And a combat level that's also pretty much never going to really need that much. So, because of that, I guess we are doing a combination of... I think I kill this plant and hope no one else kills it. I think I see a plan. I do indeed see a plan. I'm doing this at tier 4 and this at tier 3. Okay, I got a plan because I can't kill the hair beast right now. Also, why won't you let me click on it? There we go. So I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on this. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to click on that. I'm going to ignore that one because it's a little bit out of the way and then grab these two. I'm then going to go and kill the plant right over there and rinse and repeat. Ideally, we would kill this hair beast, but I don't think we have the stats to kill them realistically. I don't know, maybe we still go for the hair beast. And just chug a few healing potions. I don't know, let's see how bad it is. Because it's so much more convenient just to do it right here. Oh, he's immune to my range weapon. That's bad. We're gonna heal as soon as I need to heal. Every single time. Luckily, he's weak to Necromay, and I am using a Necromay weapon. But we're still really under-geared for armor. Like, absurdly so. Also, I don't have any luck potion charges up. I should probably go do that whenever we do this. Yeah, I think we stick with the plant. He's just killing me too much. I would either need a better healing potion, which is not worth going out of our way for at the moment, or really upgrade our gear. Yeah, it's not worth. We're gonna have to cycle it with plant. That's fine though. But yeah, plant cycle it is. We can still make that work though. So we'll grab this, we'll grab this, we'll grab that. Isn't there another bone? Oh, it's all the way over there. So I'm gonna grab this, grab that, grab that, grab that bone over there. And then I'm gonna kill the plant that's right over there instead of this here beast. So I'll end each cycle right over here so we're near the door. And instead of killing the hair beast, which makes more logical sense, I'll kill the thing we can actually kill properly. Oh, Strength Cryone. I'm going to need to save those for when we get to higher level range. It's just not worth it at the moment. And then we kill this one. And it should be way more realistic to kill. I really should get a better blue wacky weapon to go kill these things with. Especially if we want to get some boost potions to go with it. Because we're literally a blue class right now, not using a blue weapon to exploit this thing's weakness. Which would be really good. Maybe we'll even go out of my way to go make a two-hand for it real quick. Like off stream later. And if I get a 2-star or better with a good percent, I'm just going to roll with it. Because that allows us to start using Cryonate potions again. I just need a 2-star or better blue weapon at level, my current combat level. And I would just start improving everything so much. Honestly, I kind of want to make it right now, honestly. I'm about to go teleport there literally right now. Because look at how close this is without it. This shouldn't be close. We should be winning. Okay, I'm doing it right now. This should be like the easiest win ever. But because we're in full tier 1, it's not. So I got a plan. Plus, I need those luck potions anyway, so it works out. So I got a plan. We're going to go and teleport to mine. And I'm making that weapon right now. Oh, wait, I'm going to need the... Oh, I know. Oh, no, never mind. I don't need the other material. I was thinking of the other weapon. Well, no, I should already have this banked, so I don't need to go mine the material. I just need to go and smith it real quick. I'm only going to go for a 2-star. Forget a 3-star, that's great. But we're just going to go for a 2-star right now. And it should be a mega improvement over what we're using now. And I should already have the material good to go, already pre-made. Unless they changed the level ranges or something. No, we should be good. What is this level range? This is my level range, right? I'm trying to figure this out. Because it's 5 times whatever the number says. Do I have to go to tier below? Oh, we'll find out in a second. Let me see something. If I do this, what level can I do up to? I could do up to a 19. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay, I'll do it for my current level. Perfect. Okay, this is the material I need. I need tier 3 bar. Well, I really need to get my combat up to be closer to where my smithing is then. I didn't realize it was that far behind. I'm using a tier 3 bar right now. I don't have that many of these left. I really need to start pumping up combat a bit. Which we'll be doing some while doing Forager. Okay, the second we get a 2-star or better, we're out of here. As long as it has a percent that's like 80% or better. For frost damage. Let's see, what roll did we get for that one? We got a 88%, one off of max. Unfortunately, this is only a tier 1, but isn't that better than what I'm using now? It's 12 damage worse, but it exploits the weakness of the enemy. Which means it's probably stronger than what I'm using now, honestly. I'm still not sure how it calculates when you hit for frost damage on something that's weak like that. I'll probably still keep waiting. We'll do like 2 inventories, and if we don't get it, I'm going to save that one that we just got. Oops, I got to make sure I do the right level. I thought it defaults to whatever your last level was. I wanted to stay at that level every time. I could have sworn they did an update to it. Maybe the most recent patch ruined it, or I'm just clicking something wrong. Because I could have sworn that it remembers what you last did for level. Hey, come on, give us a 2 or 3 star. Otherwise, well, I might just roll with this one, because honestly, not that bad. It's 1% off of max roll. It's 12 less base damage, but I believe it still comes out due to the frost exploitation to be better damage, especially if we use cryonate pots. Oh, well, we got it. Never mind. 81%, I'll take it. 1,000 damage? Give me that. Alright, we're out of here. We got it. I'm not sure how they changed the rarities in the most recent patch, but I sure hope they improved them. But there we go. We got the weapon we're looking for. We're out of here. Back we go. Alright, now we should not lose. If we lose, there's a problem. There is 0 chance we lose now with 0 healing potions. We're now doing like 100 something more damage, and we have weakness exploitation. However much damage that ends up doing. There should be 0 chance we lose against this plant now. Alright, let's go grab all the stuff in here. Then we'll go move over to the other area. So grab this, grab that, grab double this, grab that, grab that, grab that. Ignore that, Lily. It's just too far out of the way. If it was the highest level, I would take it, but it's not right now. So we will ignore it at the moment. So what we're going to do is grab all this. Double this one. Should have done that the other. Oh, I should have doubled this one too. Let me double this one. We'll double that one. Grab that, kill this plant. Drop everything to ground. Rinse, repeat. And yeah, keep doing that. Until we have all the XP we need for next milestone or wherever we want to move off of it. And then we drop this. Hit this. Okay, let's test our shiny new weapon. We got 81% frost damage against his weakness. And it's like almost 100 extra base power compared to the other thing. There's no way we lose now. So look at our nice sword now, too. I really like this 2-hand. Can't wait till we get like the max one of it visually. As well as our armor. Oh yeah, did they ever change the visual tiers? I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure it's still the same visual tiers as before. Oh yeah, I forgot to go get the potion though. I meant to go grab the luck potions so we can utilize them some while doing this. For how little we're going to be doing it right now, I guess it doesn't matter. But when we grind for a long duration, maybe I'll go make those off stream. I'm going to go make a bunch of luck potions off stream so that we have it to try to get better gear when we're actually killing them like this. But for now, it's not going to matter because I'm probably only going to go for about another, like, probably 20-30 minutes till the end of the hour. But tomorrow we'll start the true monument grind because we will get up to level 225 Forger, which is 8 levels from now. And we will start on the next monument piece and truly start the monument grind tomorrow, where we'll be going all the way to max monument. And we'll be doing that for like the next month every day, or pretty much every day, until we get it done. There's the game plan. Oh yeah, this weapon is so much better. Plus we get better kill speed, so we'll be able to get back into cycle a bit quicker. And I'm not sure if we got lucky on this or if they changed the rarities, but either or, I'm liking it. As we get mega unlucky, we should never die to this thing now with the better weapon. And then we just keep getting gear pieces. Actually, I'm going to leave that bone there because I can grab that on our way back out. Just so we don't have to move there. Because you can't queue a movement still. That's not something you could do. So since we can't queue movement... Also, I think I still ignored that one lily. I don't think it's worth. We'll grab this double lily. quite literally double. Then we'll grab that, which will move us over there. And then we drop everything that isn't the armor. Actually, the armor might be an upgrade now that I think about it. No, it's downgrade. Oh, we need to get to Hero Beast before we get upgrade. Everything else is either going to be a side grade, and this is like a 2-star higher. So it's not worth constantly switching out. But if we get a 2-star higher, everything would be an upgrade other than Helm. Also, I believe these still drop Hogberries. They'll probably drop the tier 9 ones, which I actually would bank. Got a Rapier, though that's pretty pitiful compared to the current weapon reason now. I just realized we killed it so much quicker that we're actually not going to be able to get the double now. We're only going to be able to get it every other set, but that's fine. And then after that set, we drop everything and repeat. And then once we start getting too over encumbered, we just store everything into our store drift. And then we just keep repeating. And then we'll eventually sell all those later. And then we attack this guy. Luckily, you can do it with one click. You don't have to choose your weapon anymore, which is great. And we shouldn't ever have to heal here. We could technically use a boost potion to speed it up. I kind of want to make my own going forward, though. And I can't start making them again until level 620 alchemy. But then we get a plus 85, which is 5 higher than even the highest you could make in the previous system. Now this is worth using. Plus 85. To my understanding, what this does is basically whenever we hit Cryonate damage, we're doing extra 85 damage. Which is really strong given how like the calculation for the power thing works. Because every single rarity, for example, gives you 15 damage. So every single rarity tier that you go up is about 15 damage or so. And drinking that single potion is 85 damage 81% of the time. Which is so much damage. It's the equivalence of basically like an 8-star. Like it's about the equivalence of going from this 3-star to an 8-star that doesn't even exist. As far as how much extra power that is. 81% of the time. And it's amplified even more if they have a water weakness, which that thing does have. Or frost weakness, whatever you want to call that. The Cryonate weakness. That is a lot of damage. As far as how much it actually does, I'm not sure how it works in the formula. But the formula benefits from like every increase of points. Because every single increase that you have above the enemy starts to benefit it a lot. They work kind of similar to how Old School RuneScape's accuracy system works. Except you always have 100% accuracy and it just starts to amplify your damage more so. Like the higher your damage is than their defense starts to matter a lot more in this game. For Brighter Shores. So every single power you can get above them is really beneficial. So be able to have like 85. I think the highest one goes like over 100. It's actually insane how high the highest one is now. Like this thing is so strong. Yeah, 100. That is so strong. Now that you want to save for bossing. I'll probably use all the smaller ones for, you know, general enemies. Now that's a potion you save for bossing. Every single thing in this final category here. Now these are your true bossing potions here. Plus 100 to your strength. That is crazy high damage. Yeah, a lot of these potions are actually crazy. All the high tier ones. This is the first time I'm actually like fully looking at all these. You have 14% extra XP in every chapter. You have plus 100 to power, up from like plus, what, 80 in the previous system? And you have 30-minute fear potion. 10-minute, actually 10-minute enrage is actually kind of bad. 9-minute enrage actually better due to how ground timer works. So 10 is, I guess, is fine if you really want to AFK a little bit better. This lock potion's great. Explorer potion, I assume, is great. We'll find out when Exploring comes out. But it's a 90% chance higher that you get a rare room. But if that means you have a 90% chance of getting a rare room or higher, that's actually kind of crazy. I assume it's basically like just, like let's say the rare room chance is 5%. I assume this would move it to like, what, 9.5 something? Like, it would just move the percent up. It's not going to move it to literally 90%. That'd be so broken. I would assume it wouldn't do that. Though I wouldn't be surprised if a bug does that, though. But like, if our rare room chance is 5%, that would move it to just under 10%. Most likely. That's still probably a pretty big benefit. We just don't know how good those rooms are, though. And then plus 100 for every combat. Fear potion for basically half an hour. That's crazy long. And then 14% extra XP in every chapter. As well as every future chapter likely would be added there, too. Oh no, he died. That's why I'm not fighting the Hair Beasts. Yeah, Hair Beasts got hands. They're kind of vicious. I'm not sure if they're just scaled a little bit differently or what, or because this is stationary, you just always get the 4 easy hits. And the fact I'm using a range weapon that they're kind of immune to. But they feel kind of strong, even though they're right at my level range. Though our lack of gear doesn't help. There's one of the other reasons why higher tier armor matters so much now. Because every tier piece of extra reduction we have above their level range is also so much more beneficial. That's actually a potion that they didn't add during this. I'm actually somewhat surprised they didn't. Is there just like a general defensive potion that gives you like defensive stats across the entire line? Maybe that won't be one of the first things when the amulets do or something. But yeah, there's no way to increase your defenses with a potion. Offense, yes. Defense, no. I hope they just don't break it down per element if they were to add it at some point. Because that'd be kind of lame doing it that way. But I guess that would kind of fill it out a bit. But ideally, it's just like a general defensive potion that works on everything. It'd be kind of annoying having to use specific potions just because everything uses multiple different combat styles. Like most things are hitting with both physical and whatever their element is. So one defensive potion wouldn't work on everything. Even on the same enemy, it wouldn't even work on all their attacks. Like some kind of just general fortification potion. Because if you could get plus 100 for all your defenses, that is about the equivalent if we were in like full tier 5. That doesn't even exist yet. Like all of our tier 1 would just be tier 5 instantly. As far as how much better the defensive stats would be. If they had the same equivalence of the plus 100 boost potion but for defense. At this point, I think we'll go until we get our double knowledge dump and then probably head to our AFK activity. Which at this point, I guess is probably Forager. Because we're trying to get to Monument Piece so we could do it pretty early tomorrow. I mean, not early. Early is the wrong word to use for that, but you know, before the end of the stream tomorrow. Because you still have to gain a good handful of levels. Because we get to do it again at 424 at 5. And the goal for tomorrow is to go finish that Monument Piece. Actually, I think our goal for every day could be to finish a Monument Piece. Because I gotta do... How many more Monument Pieces? I think it's like 14. So if we were to do a Monument Piece every other day, we'd be on pace for it. Which I think is realistic. Because we'd get to this Monument Piece, get a bit more XP, then that following day we just get XP, then the following day we do Monument Piece, then the following day we do XP, then the following day we do Monument Piece, and we keep going back and forth forever until the monument is completed. Because this seems to be the gameplay loop here if we were to grind it like for like 8-ish hours a day, or give or take even more or less. But that seems like a round where it would fall based on this XP rate. Is every other day we can go do an entire Monument Piece. Pretty consistently. Maybe even more than that, we'll have to see. But every other day we should be able to finish one monument tier. Until all 20 tiers are completed. Yeah, that'll be the game plan then. Alright, this we can keep on us. We'll drop it on the next set. I just realized these things haven't given us hogberries yet. I wonder if they got it off their drop table or we're just getting really unlucky. Because I still got shells from the Death Crow. But I haven't seen hogberries from Carnivorous Plant yet. which is the secondary ingredient they used to drop. And assumably still drop, we might just gotten unlucky. I'm just curious to see if they also drop it as tier 9. There's a good chance it's going to be just like the Valraven or Valhawk that does, whatever the thing was called, the Death Crow, where they give us like 2 of the maxed out resource. I'm waiting for it to drop on the ground because those are all worth banking. Well, I haven't seen a single time yet. Still haven't. I assume it's still on their drop table. I don't see why they would remove it if the other thing still has it. I don't have to wait and see. Although we are getting a lot of combat XP from this, this does feel like it's worse Forager XP than what we were doing before. But since we're getting straight into that combat, it does feel like it's still overall worth it. As we do need to still keep pushing up combat throughout. As it gives us a good way to be able to still keep getting it up consistently. Then we can start AFKing at 2 instead of Forager if we really want to. And it's level range, maybe that's worth doing, honestly. So that we can get to Monument Piece, we can get to that enemy. Because for being able to kill the Monument Piece enemy, we need to be able to kill this level 943 ghoul. And to be able to kill that, we would need more levels than what we have now. Look at me, he's neutral to blue. And he's not immune to yellow like this thing is with my current range weapon. Because honestly, I might just do that tonight, honestly. So we can get closer to being able to do that. I think I might AFK combat tonight. Oh! We got an upgrade already. Nah. Oh no! It's one worse green defense! I gotta take it though. The reason why that's funny is, obviously the plant is green. And, it is technically worse against the enemy we just killed it from. However, it's better in every other category, so one less defense I guess we'll take. Just because it's an upgrade on everything we're going to be doing later. That's a little unfortunate, though. But I'll take it. And every piece that we get like that saves us like 700 silver compared to if we bought it from the shop thingy, so we definitely want to do it that way. Because that's almost a whole gold piece just to get a tier 2 upgrade. Whereas we could just get it from that. It is 100% worth using those luck potions, though. I'm going to make a ton of them tonight. Before I go to bed or in the morning. Just so we have all the luck potions we need for all the combat that we multi-skill with foraging tomorrow. As well as maybe for the whole week. Because I'm not going to need to make a better one for a while. Because, actually, wait. When do we get to forage our own? Hold up, when do we get to forage our own? At what level can we start foraging it? We can start foraging it at, oh, it's really deep, isn't it? No, where is it? Where is it? I don't even see it in this tier. Oh, wait. Do we already have access to it? Oh, I do. It's just really early on. Okay, good. That means at tier 5 I could do it. Okay, maybe I make a small amount and then we wait till tier 5. Okay, I think that's the game plan. We'll make a small amount of them and then wait for tier 5. That'll 100% be the way to go for it then. Just make a nice small amount. Hold us over till then. For like tomorrow and the following day. And then the second we hit milestone 5 for Forager, we go get a ton of them and actually bank them. And then those banked resources, because they're both pretty close to a bank, honestly. This one's like right over there to there, which is not great, but not horrifically bad. And this one's right over there to there. Oh no, sorry, that's nettle. It's right over there to there, which we can also synergize with fishing if we want, I guess. Catch some of those salmons. But yeah, 100% that's what we're going to do. I'll buy some from the shop just to hold us over. By buying the raw material and then just making them. So we can get some gear upgrades. But then, for hopefully in a day or two, or like a few days, we'll be able to go and get to that tier 5. And then go get all the pondweed, go get all the bell plants, make them into potions, which is not as good for alchemy XP, but I need the potions. And then that will hold us over till tier 6. And in tier 6, we're actually getting good XP for them. Because at tier 6, they're actually like a legitimately good potion. They're only like 4 levels below my best potion I can make right now. As far as level, I think these still give better XP, the other stronger ones, though. So technically Explorer Potion would be a lot better than this one, but this potion's just so good to use. And you can't buy it from the shop, so you actually have to make it. Oh, we got our XP. Okay, we hit our double then. We'll go use up this double pot and then probably call it there then. Obviously, we're throwing on Forager. And I guess we'll AFK Combat then. Oh no, we should AFK Forager. Oh no. They're both so needed. They're both needed. So badly. Yeah, we'll put in the XP. Wow, we can get so much combat XP, but that's because our level is like so absurdly high. The actual amount of progress should be about the same for both. I don't know, combat or other thing. If we were to combat, what would be AFKing, just out of curiosity? We'd be killing the pirates, which are just over to the west. Have a pretty quick teleport to get over there. We'd gain about 2 levels, maybe 3. Oh no, is that worth? Is that not worth? Hard to tell. I still feel like I should put in foraging. It's just foraging at this level is so bad. So I think we do put it into combat. Just so we have that little bit of extra edge over the enemies. The only problem with that is I have to stop doing carnivorous plant and move on to the other guy. Which means I would have to replace out my ranged weapon for not this. Ideally, it would be something that the thing is weak against. Which is, what are you weak against? You are weak against Necrome. The spear isn't really that good, though, is the problem. I'm not sure how we go about that, then. Because I would need to not be using the ranged weapon I am right now. Also, we wouldn't have the blue weakness anymore, so we might actually die. Oh, no, we wouldn't be getting that much worse XP from the plant. We're getting 255, or actually we're getting a little bit less than that because we're using the potion right now. But, I don't know, it wouldn't be that much worse. Like, we'd be going from, if we were to gain some levels from it, we'd be getting, like, 229k down to, like, 215k at worst. That's worse, but it's not that much worse. Up the XP potion's about to expire, then. Alright, let's go bring him to his AFK activity, then. And I'll go figure out the luck potion and everything later, then, for next stream. And yeah, then we'll start the 1 month grind. And go from there. Alright, that should be everything we need. Let's go head over to the AFK activity, then. And we will be back around noon Eastern Standard Time tomorrow for, I guess, the next month. Until that milestone number says 10, or very high 9. Whatever we end up going for. So I could just teleport over here. I'm not sure why I'm going, walking all the way over. But, yeah, once that number says 10, we'll probably just go all the way, unless we stop, like, right before. We'll see. But if we're going up to that high level, we might as well just finish it at 500 already. It'll be our first 500 skill, I guess. And these are the pirates we need to go kill. We should have a weapon adequate for it. And as you can see, we have some X amount of double XP, which will expire at some point. Let's see, what is their XP to gold ratio? Let's see what their thing says. Doesn't matter, we'd have to do this at this level range regardless. But, oh, they're really good for XP, even better. They're horrible profit, but great XP. Wonderful, because I need XP. We don't care about money that much. But there we go. I mean, we're getting like 6.5k per kill. Not as good of a fear potion. That's another thing to consider it too. Like, the fear potion not giving any knowledge or anything might seem awful. But we were getting, like, what is this XP? We were getting a little over 100k XP per kill. Whereas we can kill, like, 3 of these in that time, and it's only, like, 19k XP. So you're still getting a lot more from AFKing actively. But obviously this works while you're offline and everything else, so... Yeah, honestly, those enrage potions looking kind of good when you compare it that way. It is still over double, if not triple, if not even quadruple as good as, depending on your gear, as doing this AFK. Because this AFK doesn't really improve by your gear, whereas enrage potioning, stuff like this does. Like, if we had better gear, we could AFK like this goblin, for example, rather than having an AFK like the Death Crow. So it kind of makes a difference. I'll probably even be doing that off stream a little bit. AFKing this Death Crow to get our combat up instead of this, and then come back to this or something. Because this Death Crow is like 3 to 4 times better than what we're doing now. But of course this works while we're offline grabbing dinner and everything. So anyways, guys, I will catch you guys later. Hope you all have a wonderful week. We will be back tomorrow at noon Eastern Standard Time, where we'll keep going every day until this number is, until the monument is completed. Whatever it takes. We'll get milestone 10, go get this monument all the way done, and we'll do it every day until it's completed. Anyways, guys, hope you have a wonderful patch, wonderful week, a wonderful Valentine's Day coming up, and I will catch you guys later. We'll be back tomorrow. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for watching.